expect you will be eager to explore the castle, but do not do so on your own. You will find those who reside here are not as easily restrained, and I'd hate to have to murder my counsel for turning you before I have the chance." With that, Adrian was gone. 12. Once Adrian left, my legs gave out and I sank to the bed. Turning me. We had talked a lot about bloodletting, but the only time he had mentioned turning was in the form of a threat. "I think you want to kill me, and if that is the case, I should warn you now that any attempt will be met with my wrath." So far, he had not upheld his warning. Now I wondered if he would truly turn me without my consent, or if he assumed I would beg for it, much like he'd assumed I'd beg him to partake of my blood. Exhaustion settled heavily on my shoulders. Adrian had stolen my energy. Every encounter with him had me on edge, my whole body twisted and knotted, waiting for his next move. Would we fight or fuck? Would I always feel so torn between him and my people? As I sat here upon this regal bed, so much more extravagant than the one in my small room in Lara, I realized I had not thought much beyond my arrival at the Red Palace, aside from how I would defeat Adrian. And while I was still dedicated to that mission, I was beginning to think that I needed to consider how I would reign. Perhaps the more I embraced my role, the more willing Adrian would be to open up about his past. A past I hoped unlocked the key to some kind of weakness. A knock drew my attention and was followed by a voice. "My queen, it is Anna Maria. Adrian sent me to attend to you." I rose to my feet and opened the door, my gaze colliding with a pair of striking eyes, fringed by thick lashes. They were the color of a summer sky. Her hair was thick and almost silvery, her lips plump and pink. Anna Maria was beautiful, and I was momentarily taken aback by it. She wore an emerald green gown that reminded me of Lara, of the spring when the trees were blooming and the sun was bright, and suddenly I was homesick. I could only guess at what the woman was thinking, but as she stared at me, she seemed just as stunned by me, though I doubted it was because of my beauty. There was a flash in her eyes, something akin to disappointment, and the smile she'd prepared for me faltered. I wondered if she had expected someone different, and what sort of investment she had in what Adrian's wife looked like. Perhaps she had not expected someone of island descent. To her credit, she quickly recovered. "My queen," she said again and bowed. "I heard you were injured." "Yes, come in," I said, stepping aside to let her enter. I worried once the door was closed that things between us would become awkward. I was not familiar with this space or how to entertain, and the only chairs were near the fire, which I was not going to approach. But once Anna Maria was inside, she asked, "May I see your arm?" I extended it toward her, and she peeled back the dressings Yurik had wrapped. As the bandage came free, it felt like another layer of my skin was being removed, and I inhaled sharply. Anna Maria frowned. The wound looked far more irritated than it had earlier. "Adrian could not heal it," I said. "He said it was because of magic. Do you know why?" She glanced at me and then said, "We do not know why he is able to heal at all." That surprised me. I'd thought all vampires could heal others, but it appeared only the Blood King had that gift. "If he cannot fix this, how will you?" I asked. "I studied medicine." "Oh," I said, feeling silly, and my face flushed. She offered a small smile and crossed the room toward the hearth. I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of setting up before you arrived. No, of course not, I said. Then I hesitated. How did you know I was injured? Adrian sent Soren ahead, she answered. I hadn't even noticed. I realized I had no idea how quickly vampires could actually travel without the burden of mortals. The closest I'd come to witnessing their speed was when Darek had killed the girl. I flinched at the thought, recalling how swift his actions had been, how human she looked in death. Anna Maria hung a cast-iron teapot over the fire and arranged her supplies. I admired how comfortable she was near it, and I kept my distance, choosing to sit on the bed. How well do you know Adrian? She laughed, a sound that made my chest feel warm. Well enough. He is my cousin. Your cousin? I asked, surprised, though now that I thought about it, they did look alike. I had not thought about Adrian having family. Did he turn you? He did, Anna Maria answered, but offered nothing else. Is it rude to ask? For some, it is, she explained. It depends on the circumstances by which they were turned. The oldest among us did not have a choice. We were not in control then. I swallowed thickly, understanding. And Adrian, did he have a choice? Anna Maria did not answer as she took the teapot from the fire, setting it upon a cast-iron trivet. Finally, she met my gaze. I suppose it depends on who you ask, she said. She placed a few herbs into a mesh bag, soaking it in the hot water before placing it on my skin. It smelled of peppermint and wintergreen, and once the heat of the water wore off, it began to cool and soothe. While the medicine took effect, Anna Maria made a cup of tea with a few supplies in her bags. As she poured water over the mixture, a strong, minty smell wafted toward me. I wrinkled my nose. It is willow bark, she said. It will help you with your pain. I was skeptical, but encouraged by how good my arm was feeling. After a few sips, I set it aside. I do not know why I'm here, I said almost absently. You are here because Adrian wanted you, Anna Maria said. But why? I asked, meeting her eyes. He could have had anyone, taken anyone else. He could have wed his vassal and no one would have thought twice, because he did not need a union to conquer. Anna Maria looked at me, and as she did, she slid her palms together. You're wrong, she said, and her voice shook, but not from nerves. She seemed almost frustrated with me. It could have only been you. There was no one else. I stared, confused both by her reaction and her words. Then she took a deep breath and swallowed, and I thought she was going to hold back tears. I apologize, Your Majesty. I spoke out of turn, she said. You should rest. Your lady-in-waiting will be along shortly to help you get ready for tonight's feast. She curtsied and practically fled. How strange, I thought, as I fell heavily upon the covers of my bed. I did not realize I had closed my eyes until I was roused by a knock at the door. Your Majesty, it is Violetta. I have come to help you get ready for tonight. I rose from the surprising warmth of the bed, still groggy, and made my way to the door, where I found a young woman waiting. She was short and thin, her limbs pale white and her hair a dull brown. She had delicate features, round eyes, a small nose, and thin lips. The only color in her face was her cheeks, which were rosy. I did not know if it was a natural tint, the cold, or perhaps she was nervous to meet me. You're human, I said, surprised. Her blush deepened, and she bowed her head, turning the movement into a curtsy. Yes, she said. King Adrian has appointed me as your lady-in-waiting. He also advised you would want a bath. My eyes shifted to see a set of servants behind her, holding a large copper tub. Yes, thank you, I said, stepping aside. Violetta hesitated, probably at my expression of gratitude, but she entered the room, instructing the servants to place the tub before the fire. Not there, I said. Violetta and the servants halted, staring at me in surprise. Can you place it near the window? I said. And because I felt like I needed to offer an explanation for why, I added, I'd like to look at the view while I bathe. I did not even know what was outside, these leaded windows, but anything was better than being near fire. Violetta did not hesitate. Of course, my queen, she said. After a few quick trips back and forth by the servants, the tub was full of steaming water. I shed my clothes and entered the bath, groaning with relief as I relaxed against the edge and closed my eyes. After a moment, a sensual, rich scent filled the air. I looked at Violetta, who froze, arms suspended over the water as she dropped something into my water. What is that? I asked. Jasmine, she answered. Lady Anna Maria said it would relax you. I'm sorry, I should have asked. No, it's fine. I had only asked because the smell was familiar, and yet I could not pinpoint why. I watched as Violetta finished adding the drops, and then reached for a cloth. If you'd like, I can scrub your back and your hair. I let her, and when I was finished, I stood from the bath, happy to feel clean. I toweled off, and Violetta helped me into a silk robe. I expected her to ask me to sit by the fire while she brushed my hair to help it dry, but instead, she waited by the vanity, an ornate piece of gold furniture with an oval mirror. Violetta did not seem overly concerned that my hair would be wet for the feast. She brushed it, leaving it slick to my head, and when she was finished, she asked, What would you like to wear tonight? She walked across the room to a wardrobe and threw open the doors to reveal a set of gorgeous dresses. I rose slowly and approached, reaching to touch one of the plush skirts. Who did these belong to? I asked. King Adrian had them commissioned ahead of your arrival, she explained. That felt strange. Still, I could not deny that I was pleased. They're all so beautiful, I said. Shall I choose for you? Violetta offered. I looked at her, and she hesitated. If, that is, you are having a hard time choosing. I smiled at her. Of course. She grinned, and then reached for a red gown, clearly having already decided what I should wear. There were so many layers to the skirt, it took some time to get it over my head, and the laces at the back of the bodice had me regretting letting her pick. Until I turned to face the mirror. The gown was beautiful, and accentuated every lush curve of my body, from the neckline that cut low between my breasts to the skirt that flared at my hips and dusted the floor. The long sleeves, though lace, still allowed me to holster my knives, which was a comfort to me. Despite not having any trouble with Adrian's army on the way to Revica, I did not trust the castle at large, and neither did Adrian, or he wouldn't have warned me to not leave my room alone. Your jewelry, Your Majesty, Violetta said. She approached with a wooden box lined with red velvet. Inside was a pair of dangling gold and ruby earrings and a matching necklace. They were far more extravagant than anything I'd ever owned, even being Princess of Lara. I tried to ignore the fact that once they were on, they reminded me of blood. Still, staring at myself in the mirror, I hardly recognized the woman I'd been a week ago. A knock at the door announced Anna Maria's return. She had changed and was now wearing a black gown with a halter neckline that made her hair look like a glowing halo. Her skirt was full, crafted from layers of tulle, and it swept the floor as she moved. Oh, my queen, you look beautiful. Thank you, Anna Maria, I said. Just Anna, she said, and held out a box. "I brought you something. A gift from Adrian." My brows lowered as I took it. Can he not give it to me himself? "I think perhaps he wants to be surprised when he looks upon you tonight." It was ironic, considering how he had visited me on our wedding day. Still, it was better than my reasoning. I had thought he was avoiding me after our earlier conversation, except that since I'd met the Blood King, he'd rarely avoided confronting me about anything. Inside the box was a tiara. It was stunning, and while simple in appearance, heavily embellished with diamonds on each fringe. "Do you like it?" Anna asked. "Of course," I said, and as I placed it upon my head, I felt that it belonged there. "Adrian will not look away," said Anna. "I suppose that depends on whether or not his favorite vassal is there," I said. I imagined Saphira would be present, despite the fact that I'd asked Adrian not to drink from her. Anna gave me an odd look. "You do not know Adrian very well," she said. "You are right. I don't." Anna frowned, and for the first time since I met her, I considered that perhaps she had expected me to be happy about this marriage. "Are you ready?" she asked. "I shall escort you to the great hall." I supposed I was as ready as I would ever be, though I hated how my stomach roiled. I did not want to fear my enemy, and yet I could not help feeling apprehensive. This was different from my wedding, different even from the small army I'd traveled to Revica with. I was about to be surrounded by Adrian's entire kingdom. I was a sparrow in a den of wolves. We left my new suite. Violetta stayed behind with instructions not to tend to the fire. I hoped by the time I returned to my room tonight, it would be nothing more than burning embers like Adrian had promised. Unlike Castle Fiora, the hallways of the Red Palace were warmer and wider, which meant that Anna and I could walk side by side comfortably. Now that I felt better, I could appreciate the decor of the castle. Black sconces dripping with crystals, tipped with tapered candles, large landscapes framed in thick gold frames, and lavish woven carpets. I wondered how much of it Adrian had changed since he had killed Dragos, and how much of it had been scavenged from conquered villages. As we ascended the stairs, I could see the entrance to the ballroom. Gilded doors opened wide, inviting. "What is expected of me tonight?" I asked Anna. "You and Adrian will dance," she said, "and after, you will stay close to him." "Perfect," I said, and took a breath, which I held the closer we drew to the hall. "I shall do the opposite." The room was crowded, full of laughter and revelry. Humans feasted on food from a table, while vampires pulled those same humans aside to drink from their veins. There was dancing and drinking and music, and above it all, elevated upon a precipice, was Adrian, who lounged upon his throne, looking exceptionally bored, until his eyes found me and held, touching every part of me. He straightened, and the movement drew attention, first to him, and then to me. Suddenly, the chaotic celebration ended, and as gazes turned to me, the crowd parted and then bowed, creating a path for me straight to Adrian. But my eyes had shifted to Saphira, who lingered near his throne, dressed in powder blue and silver. I had never seen them like this, side by side, and it occurred to me how right they looked together. Her expression was tense, her eyes and mouth pinched, and I wondered if Adrian had spoken with her about no longer feeding from her. Still, why did she linger? Why was she in a place that elevated her above the rest? Not even Tanaka, the viceroy, lingered upon the dais with the king. I did not follow the path made for me. Instead, I turned away, sweeping the crowd, my eyes narrowing upon a waif-like human. "You," I said, turning toward him. His eyes widened. Me? "Come," I said. He hesitated. "Do not make me ask again," I said. His throat bobbed, but he obeyed and approached. The silence in the room pressed against my ears, and I felt Adrian's gaze growing fiercer as the human approached me. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing. "Dance with me," I said. "Your Majesty, I really must It was not a question," he said. I did not think it was possible for him to grow any paler, but he did. I lifted my hand for him to take. "You may touch me," I said, and happened to glance at Adrian, who looked murderous. I refrained from smiling, but it was more than a pleasure to stroke his fury. The man's hand was cold and clammy as he took my own. "What is your name?" I asked. "Lothian," he said. "Lothian," I repeated his name. "Do not tremble. It is embarrassing." "Apologies, my queen. It's just that I had not planned on losing my balls tonight." I laughed. "Your balls have my protection, Lothian. Now at least act like you enjoy my presence." The music began, a painfully boring song that made my dance with Lothian tedious. It was punishment, I was certain, for disobeying rules. So instead I tried to focus on the mortal at arm's length. "What do you do, Lothian?" I asked, determined to enjoy my time enraging Adrian. "Your Majesty?" he asked, confused. "Your trade. What is your job here?" "I am a librarian," he said. "A librarian?" I smiled. I thought he would say he was a vassal. "Will you take me on a tour?" "Of course," he said, suddenly sounding much more confident. "Any particular area of interest?" "Oh, all of it. I am a voracious reader." "I will do my very best to please you," he said, grinning, and I decided that I very much liked excitable Lothian. "Very good. Let's start this week," I said, unsure of what Adrian might have planned for me. "I am eager to learn the history of my new home." As our song came to an end, Lothian bowed. "Of course, Your Majesty," he said. "You will not be disappointed." He spun and practically floated off the dance floor. Now that my dance was complete, I'd hoped to go in search of wine or something to further aid in my enjoyment of the evening. But when I turned, my way was blocked by a large man. He had long, dark hair and a pointed beard. There was something about him that made me feel uneasy, and that was only worsened when he smiled. "Your Majesty," he said as he bowed, extending his hand. "A dance?" "I would rather have a drink," I said, and walked past him. If Nadia were here, she would lecture me. "A lady never declines a gentleman. What is the point of being a princess if I cannot shun men?" "The point is to set an example." I had set an example, just not the one she wanted. A hand landed on my shoulder. It startled me, and I jumped, turning to find that the dark-haired vampire had followed me. "Do not touch me," I said. Each word I uttered sounded like a threat. The vampire chuckled. "Adrian has found himself a lively mortal," he said, his eyes trailing my body. Again he said, "Dance with me." My eyes narrowed upon the man. His were glazed and distant, and I wondered what he had been consuming before arriving at this event. "So, you are one of those," I said. "One of what?" he asked. "A man who does not listen," I said. His slick smile spread, and he took a step closer to me. "Perhaps I should introduce myself. I am Noblesse Zakharov." "Well, Noblesse Zakharov, I don't care who you are. I will not dance with you." I did not linger to hear his reaction, turning to leave, but Zakharov once again reached for me. his fingers digging into my arm as he jerked me around. This time, I drew my knife, holstered at my wrist. I twisted the hilt in my hand and brought it down into the hollow of the man's collarbone. The only sound he made was a choked gurgle as he fell to his knees, blood oozing from his wound. Vampires might be able to heal themselves, but they still felt pain, and it was possible this was worse, given that I did not think Zakharov thought I would fight back. The room went quiet, and none moved as I stood opposite the vampire who had accosted me. The tap of boots upon the marble floor interrupted the silence, and slowly a path was made for Adrian. He seemed to tower over everyone, a force that commanded attention. He certainly had mine as he approached, his features a cool mask of indifference. He touched me, I explained. Adrian's eyes left mine, falling to Zakharov, whose hand was around the hilt of my dagger, blood seeping from between his fingers. And just as he was able to pull it out, his eyes lifted toward Adrian. My lord, he managed. Adrian said nothing as he plucked the knife from his flesh, wiped it free of blood with a handkerchief he pulled from the inside of his jacket, and returned it to me. Thank you, I whispered, and he offered the softest smile, before drawing a blade sheathed at his guard's side and swung. No one spoke as Zakharov's head rolled across the ballroom floor, his body left to fall against the marble with a wet thud. Adrian returned the bloodied blade to his guard, and then looked at me, offering his hand. Once I took it, he spoke, addressing the gathering. Your queen is a warrior first, a noble second. I suggest you keep that in mind if you decide to place your fate in her hands. Then he looked at me. And if by chance she spares you, I will not. I held his gaze and felt the promise of his words shudder through me. Clean this up, he said, and led me away from the body. Pausing at the center of the room, he brushed a strand of hair from my face. Are you all right? I am, I said. What is a noblesse? It is a title that means royal birth, he said. Zakharov has always been a problem. Now he is not. I looked to where he had lain, his body already cleared. Another vampire carried the head by its long black hair toward the exit. Dance with me, Adrian said. I bowed my head, accepting his invitation. He smiled and lifted my hand to his mouth. His lips touched my knuckles, a soft caress that reminded me of the kisses he'd offered on our ride through Selcereti to the Red Palace. Then he drew me close and began to move, his body a solid guide I followed effortlessly around the room. You are beautiful, he said, his eyes lowered, lingering on my breasts. I thought you would disapprove, I said, but I'd only thought that because Killian would have chided me for the amount of skin I was showing. Adrian, though, seemed to like it. My feelings are far from disapproving, he said, and as if to drive home the point, he drew me closer, the hard swell of his cock pressing into my stomach. I held his gaze, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. You are not angry with me. Why would I be angry? Because I danced with Lothian, I said, when I was supposed to dance with you. He said, understanding. You are lucky I like him. I promised to protect his balls, I said. Suddenly I like him less, Adrian said. I am angry with you, I said. Adrian raised a brow. As if I could not guess by your actions. Saphira, you said you would cease feeding from her. I have, he said. There was a pause as we continued to dance, slow and controlled, the skirt of my dress swaying and tangling around my legs and Adrian's. I had only told her a few moments before I entered the great hall. Poor timing, perhaps, but it is done, as you wished. I bristled. Do not guilt me. It is not my intention, he said. I would do anything you asked, if it meant you might see me as more than a monster. I could not quite isolate how his words made me feel, but it was something akin to shock. So you danced with Lothian because of Saphira? He asked. I shrugged. I don't like being told what to do. A cruel smile spread across his face. I think you wanted to drive me mad. Did it work? It made me want to fuck you, he said, right here, in front of my kingdom. How primal of you, I said, though his words opened a chasm in the bottom of my stomach that burned hotter than any flame. He did not deny it. Primal, possessive, he said. It is in my nature. It was in my nature, too. I could feel it every time I thought of Adrian's vassal. At least we could be honest with each other. You would do well to remember it, he said. Or what? I challenged. Adrian kissed me. There was nothing gentle about it. He grasped my head in both hands as he bent over me, parting my lips. I clung to him, meeting the thrusts of his tongue with my own, feeling both desperate and reckless. Our bodies were so close, our fingers digging into each other's skin. I wanted him, to be stretched by him, filled with him, possessed by him, and I hoped he could hear every single thought. Adrian growled and released my mouth, gleaming eyes meeting mine. But before he could fulfill my wish, my eyes slipped from him over his shoulder to the doors, where a man, a vampire, entered, flanked by two others. In his hand he gripped the head of Zakharov. Adrian turned to face the newcomers. I will have vengeance, King Adrian, for the death of my son. I tried not to react to the presence of the newcomer, but my heart was racing, and I gripped Adrian's arm a little tighter. He held me close, a hand on my waist, lips still gleaming from our kiss. As I looked up at him, he seemed unconcerned. Your son accosted my wife, your queen, noblesse Gesalic, he said, and for that he was punished. It is your choice to kill him now. Burn him or not. It is for you to decide. That is no choice at all, Gesalic snapped. It wasn't. If vampire bodies were not burned after decapitation, they would reanimate, not as they were before, but as revenants. Essentially, vampires with no humanity. They attacked humans and animals alike, thirsting endlessly for blood. We had learned this at a young age during training, but it had never occurred to me that vampires also practiced this, mostly because I had never imagined they had any sort of justice system. Then you have your answer, Adrian said. Gesalic threw his son's head at our feet. It rolled, his half-opened eyes facing me. You risk my allegiance for a woman, a mortal one at that. Careful of your words, noblesse, Adrian said. No one is irreplaceable. That also goes for you, my king, Gesalic replied. There was a moment of tense silence when I wasn't sure Gesalic would leave, but he bowed his head and left with his men. The celebration resumed, and I got the feeling that this wasn't an unusual occurrence. I lifted my dress to keep the hem out of the blood draining from Zakharov's head, and used my foot to roll it away, unnerved by how his eyes watched me. Adrian stared at me, and I knew that look well enough. He was asking if I was okay, and I shrugged. It wouldn't be a ball if I didn't make enemies. Shortly after Gesalic's departure, a vampire retrieved his son's head and announced that his body was being burned in the courtyard if anyone wanted to watch. As the ballroom emptied, Darek appeared, his expression a harsh mask. He approached us and bowed. Your Majesties, he said, I have heard from Gavriel. My heart raced. Has there been another attack? I quickly asked, fear draining the blood from my face. Of sorts, he said. A group of your people attempted a coup, They stormed the castle, but got no farther than the courtyard. Your father is safe, and no lives were lost. A coup? Why, because my father surrendered to Adrian? That, he said, and they believe the attack at Veda was us. I was not so much surprised as disappointed, but I could not say that I blamed my people for their assumption. They had not seen the bodies. All they knew was that now a whole village had been wiped out and their remains burned, a practice against our customs. It looked like a cover-up. I looked to Adrian as he asked, "What would you have me do? I could send guards for your father." "I think that would only make the situation worse," I said. "Perhaps, but if it means your father is safe, does it matter?" It didn't. "Gavriel and his men are as good as 10 of my father's men," I said, and it was becoming harder to trust those closest to him at all. At least I knew Adrian's soldiers were beholden to me through our marriage. I cringed at the direction of my thoughts, but had more than enough reason to think them. Adrian grasped my chin, brushing his thumb across my lips. It wasn't until then that I realized I'd been worrying it with my teeth. "Just ask it of me," he said. Finally, I relented. "Send your best men," I said, "and send more before he travels here for the coronation." "It will be done." And I believed him. I had to, because I wasn't certain I would survive if something happened to my father. Violetta was waiting to help me undress. She had taken the liberty of preparing another bath. I thanked her and dismissed her, wanting to be alone. She left a table nearby with soap, washcloths, and the jasmine oil. I added a few drops, hoping the smell would ease the ache that had formed at the forefront of my head, where words and thoughts and emotions were building. I felt like I was on the precipice of breaking, but not quite there. Something heavy had nestled within my chest, and a pressure had built behind my eyes that threatened tears, and yet I did not weep. I lowered myself into the tub, rested my head against the edge, and closed my eyes. A cool breeze roused me, and I found myself in a dark lake. But all around me were willows and trees with white flowers that smelled like the jasmine oil that was in my bathwater. The moonlight bathed my naked skin in silver, and the water was cool. Though I was no longer in my room, this place was familiar. It wasn't long until I felt the presence of another behind me, and I turned to find Adrian standing on the shore. He watched me, staring with a familiar hunger in his eyes. I sensed that something was different about him, though I did not know exactly what. It tugged at the edge of my mind, a memory too far to grasp. "You looked beautiful tonight," he said. "Looked?" I asked, raising a brow. He smiled, and it was so beautiful it stole my breath. I had never seen him smile like this, and I wanted to see it more. Still, the longer I looked, the more troubled I became. There was something different about this expression, something far more light-hearted. He did not have the sharpness to his face I had come to know well, or the depth to his strange eyes. He entered the water, fully clothed, and placed his hand upon my cheek. "Yes," he said, and his hand slid to my neck. "Right now, you are radiant." His lips crashed against mine, and I sighed into his mouth. My arms slid around his waist, and I sank against him, comforted by his presence. "I've missed you," I found myself saying as his mouth left mine to kiss along my neck. "You were gone so long." I did not understand the words pouring from my mouth or their context, but I spoke them, and I felt them so harshly. It hurt. "I'm sorry," he said. "Never again." But I knew that was a lie. Still, I hoped. I drew away, my naked flesh pressed against his clothed body. I could not wait to feel him against me, skin to skin, to have him inside me, and yet I could not shake this strange fear that someone might catch us here together. It gripped my heart and threaded along my spine. "Promise," I said. Begged. Adrian's brows knitted together, his hands sliding to my face once more. Did something happen in my absence? Tears pricked my eyes at his question, and to hide them, I kissed him. "No," I whispered against his mouth, and my hands drifted down to pull his sex free from his trousers. As he lifted me into his arms, I spoke, "Just promise me." But before I could even finish my sentence, he answered, "I promise," he said, as his flesh parted mine, and he slid inside me. I gasped and opened my eyes as I was lifted from the water. Adrian's face hovered over mine. For a moment, I thought I was still in the lake, but the firelight reflected off his face, harsher in this light than it had been beneath the moon. I had been dreaming. "You will catch your death," he said, the notes of his voice rumbling in my chest. "I was just tired," I whispered. I couldn't stop looking at him and thinking about how different he was in my dream. That Adrian had looked so young, so carefree, so in love. The Adrian who held me now carried his age with his eyes, which were burdened by heartbreak, and I wondered if that was what made this man a monster. "You are soaked," I said. "Is that your way of asking me to disrobe?" "It would be warmer," I replied, and he settled me upon the bed before straightening. My body grew heated under his gaze, my nipples taut. I felt very aware of my own emptiness, of the wetness gathering between my thighs. Adrian discarded his clothing. His movements were graceful, and as each part of his body became exposed to the light, my hunger grew. I swallowed thickly. "Thank you for protecting my father," I said. "I made a promise," he said simply. "Have you always kept your promises?" I asked. I was curious about his response, given my dream. The last piece of his clothing fell to the ground, and he stood naked beside the bed, meeting my gaze as he answered, "No." His hands sank into the mattress on either side of my face as he straddled my body, leaning to press a soft kiss to my lips. There was an ease and comfortability to his movements, as if we had been lovers for a long time. He drew back and spoke, low and rough. "But for you, I will do anything." It was the second time he had spoken like this tonight. My brows drew together as I studied him. The crown of his cock touched my stomach, and the feel of him cradled between our bodies made me feel hollow inside. I was restless, and as much as I wanted to draw him inside me then, I resisted. "But I am your enemy." His white blue eyes were shadowed as he searched my face, fingers brushing a few strands of hair from my cheek. "You were never my enemy," he replied, and pressed his lips to mine. My breath caught in my throat, and I sighed into his mouth as I opened for him, my legs rising to frame his body. My fingers dug into his back so that his hard chest was pressed into mine, and when his tongue slipped past my lips, tangling with my own, I arched into him. There was a spice to the sweetness of his mouth that told me he had drunk wine tonight. I usually did not enjoy the taste, but this I wanted to siphon. His strokes were slow, savoring, even as he left to kiss my jaw, my neck, and between my breasts. He settled back on his heels and pressed a kiss to the inside of my knee, another higher up, another against my hip, and I let my breath out in a rush, my fingers twining into the sheets. It was sheer anticipation, and he let it build as he riddled my skin with kisses. I twisted beneath him, desperate to feel the release that would come with his mouth on my swollen clit and his fingers deep inside me. Instead, his hands came down upon my legs, pressing my knees into the bed. The open air teased my heat, and I felt manic and frustrated as he lingered there, so close to my center. Then his eyes fell to the nest of curls at the apex of my thighs. "So fucking beautiful," he said, as he dipped his head to lick my clit. My head rolled back as he caressed it again before dipping into my slick heat. "Yes," I breathed, and Adrian chuckled, increasing the pressure of his tongue. When he added his fingers, I vaulted off the bed, my shoulders pressed into the mattress, my hips surging forward into his thrusting fingers. Adrian moaned at my reaction, and his mouth closed over my sensitive nerves, sucking and teasing, until the sounds coming out of my mouth were no longer within my control. I had given myself over to him, a weapon to be wielded. He kept pressure on me, kept driving inside, building me up and up and up, and I climbed with him, my insides humming and twining, my muscles clenching and knotting, and when the release hit, I screamed with the rush of it. It was like he had fed off my essence, but somehow I was better for it. Brighter. I was still catching my breath as he climbed back up my body and kissed me hard on the mouth. And though I felt completely weightless, I bent toward him, bound to his direction. He shifted behind me, his chest to my back. His hand drifted behind my knee, and as he opened me, he slid inside. One of his arms cradled my head, the other gripped my leg, and as he began to move in slow, sensuous strokes, I held his gaze. I couldn't look away. I studied every part of his face, the way his hair clung to the perspiration on his cheek, the way the blue of his irises seemed to consume more of the white while he was inside me, the way his teeth clenched with each deepening thrust. Then Adrian kissed me again, a bruising kiss that kept going as he moved, and I was left feeling the effects of something I did not understand. A heavy wave of emotion built inside me, burning my eyes, and I realized that we had crossed a line into something that felt too close to lovemaking. I had been too caught up in this moment, in the feelings Adrian drew to the surface of my skin to stop it. We couldn't have this. We were enemies. We were supposed to be angry, our intimacy a fight, a battle won, or a body conquered. This was tenderness. This was sweet and lush and intense. I froze at the thought, and Adrian did too. One of his hands cupped my jaw, the other splayed across my stomach. Isolde. I never thought I would beg to be called Sparrow, but to have him speak my name, thick with lust and an undercurrent of affection, it frightened me. I couldn't do this. I was already a traitor to my people. I would be nothing, if I let this progress. "Stop," I said, and pushed away from him. All at once he let me go, and I climbed out of bed, needing to put distance between us. I crossed the room and slipped into a robe Violetta had left. "Did I do something wrong?" Adrian asked. "You should leave," I said. I kept my back to him. I couldn't look at him, or he would see tears gathering in my eyes, tears that were attached to emotions I couldn't explain. There was a long pause, and then the bed creaked as he stood and dressed. "At least tell me," he said before he departed. "Tell me I didn't hurt you." I shouldn't have looked at him then, but it was the desperation in his voice that caught me off guard, and no matter how chaotic I was feeling right now, I couldn't let him think he had harmed me. Even as I met his gaze, a thickness gathered in my throat, and I could not clear it before I spoke. No. After I answered, he looked away. I thought that perhaps it was shame that turned his head. He bowed. Good night, Queen Isolde. With those words, I had gotten what I wanted. A wedge driven between us. And as he closed the door to my room, I crashed to the floor. 13. I rose early the next morning and dressed. My options were limited to the gowns provided by Adrian, all of which were tight and heavily embellished. I would have to speak to him about providing me with something I could train in regularly. Though at the moment, the thought of facing him and all sent me into a spiral of confusing emotions. Perhaps I could convince Anna to communicate my need for something that included a place for my blade, even as I worked it into the bodice of my gown. I left my cuffs on the table by my bed. This dress, a high-necked, sleeveless gown with a minimal flare, would not serve to hide the weapons. Violetta and Anna had arrived. Violetta carried a tray with bread, butter, jam, and tea. Anna followed behind, dressed in a structured silver dress that moved like liquid as she walked. "We thought you would prefer breakfast in your room," Anna said. "Is there no formal breakfast?" In Laura, my father dined with the court every morning and evening. The only meal he took on his own or with me alone was lunch. It was almost ritualistic. He rose, dressed, and dined. After, we would take a walk in the garden. "Among vassals, yes," Anna explained. "But they are rarely joined by Adrian or the noblesse." She did not need to tell me why. I could guess the reasons for their sporadic visits. "I would like to walk this morning," I said. "Is there a garden here?" "Yes, a beautiful one," she said. "Adrian tells me you love midnight roses." I opened my mouth to respond, but hesitated, wondering when they had spoken about me. "I do. They remind me of my mother." Anna only nodded, and I got the sense that Adrian had told her about that too. "Then we shall begin with the gardens." The gardens of the Red Palace were very different from what I had formulated in my mind. I'd imagined something slightly more grand than what my mother had created and my father had maintained at Castle Fiora. What I walked into was far more magnificent. In addition to lush flowers, trees, and plants, there were statues, fountains, and decorative stones that created a maze of distinct gardens, each with their own theme and flair. I was enchanted, to say the least. "This is beautiful," I said as I walked ahead of Anna down a bank of white marble steps that led into a formal garden, encased by a frame of box hedges. The center design, crafted from aromatic florals, reminded me of stained glass windows in the palace. "Did this survive from King Dragos's reign?" "It was very small," Anna said, keeping a few paces behind me. "It was Adrian who insisted on something far more extensive." That both surprised and intrigued me. "Why?" "He felt it was important," she answered. Just like when Soren answered questions about Adrian, I felt she was being evasive, which was even stranger given we were discussing the design of a garden. I looked up at the red sky and wondered how things survived here, since the sun could not shine directly on anything. But clearly, the flowers had no trouble surviving. There were several varieties: datura and foxgloves, oleander and lily of the valley, irises, and larkspur. I wandered farther, losing sight of Anna as I slipped between openings in the stone walls. Each garden had a different centerpiece. Some a pool, others a fountain. This one a gazebo, with a delicate filigree roof. I took the steps one at a time and stood for a few minutes at its center, enjoying the quiet of the garden. "Queen Isolde." I turned and found a woman standing outside the gazebo. Her arm was looped through that of a younger companion. One was dressed in lilac, the other in gray. I did not recognize them or know their names, but they were vampires, not human, and I wondered how they had come into existence. What use had Adrian found in them? "Yes?" I inquired as they both bowed. "We want to welcome you to Revaka," the woman in gray responded. "Thank you," I said and looked away. If I were in Lara, it would have communicated my dismissal of their presence. Here, it only seemed to encourage them. "The whole kingdom is intrigued by you," she continued. "The mortal who managed to snare our king." What a coincidence. I never suspected I would be snared by anyone either, I thought, still not looking at them. "We, of course, thought that if he married at all, it would be of one of the women at court," she added. "But it seems he merely enjoyed sampling." "Have you merely come to boast about how you fucked my husband before me?" I asked, finally looking at the woman. Her eyes widened slightly and then narrowed, mouth hardening into a tight line. She did not need to tell me she had. Her jealousy had to have sprung from somewhere. "He is not a man you can satisfy on your own," she said. "He needs more. You would do well to remember that." "Are you suggesting you can somehow make up for what I lack?" I asked. The woman in gray straightened, lifting her head. "Everyone knows you have not let him feed from you," she said. "He has to receive blood from somewhere, and now that you have forced him to dismiss Saphira, well, one of us must take her place." I should have anticipated that Saphira would not make a secret of her dismissal, least of all that I had commanded it. Still, that did not surprise me so much as this woman suggesting she could satisfy my husband in other ways. "Adrian doesn't fuck those he feeds from," I said. Both women laughed. "Is that what he told you?" the woman in gray asked between laughs. "Oh, and you believed him." "He must care for her at least a little," said the woman in lilac, "or he wouldn't spare her the details." They continued to laugh, but as I turned toward them fully, they quieted. "Are you suggesting my husband, the king of Revaka, is a liar?" I asked, and their amusement died. I took a step toward them. "Because if you are, I think he should know what you think of him." The two exchanged a look. "We only meant to inform. You meant to mock me," I said. "But I will not play this game. You will either respect me or be eliminated from this court. Do you understand?" "There you are," Anna said, joining me beneath the filigree awning. Her eyes shifted to the women, who were now retreating across the lawn. "Are you all right?" "Who were those two?" I asked. "One is Lady Bella, the other is Lady Mila. They are cousins. Lady Bella is the daughter of Noblesse Anatole." She paused. "Did they say something to you?" "More than something," I replied, and then met her gaze. "What more do you have to show me?" I did not wander far from Anna as we continued through the gardens. I did not think it was possible for them to get any more beautiful, but they did. Each layout was different, each path offering a different route through the gardens of roses, hemlock, and amaryllis, past great pieces of art, glass prisms that shone like rubies beneath the sky, and statues, carved of volcanic glass depicting the lesser goddesses. "Does Adrian worship the old gods?" I asked. "He worships no gods," said Anna. "That does not mean he doesn't believe in them." "Why would he offer them a place in his royal gardens, then?" "You can respect someone and not worship them," Anna said. "Rei and Yara and Kismet, they are powerful goddesses." Her statement suggested that Asha and Dis were the opposite, and I was curious about her thoughts. But just then, we stepped through a set of high hedges that backed up against an encroaching line of trees, distracting me from my question. "This is the grotto," Anna said. I was momentarily taken aback by this place because I had been here before, just last night. And while it looked different in what light the red sky offered, there was no mistaking that smell, or the presence of jasmine trees all around. The pool, which had appeared dark in my dreams, was full of clear, crisp water, from which steam rose as the heat met the cold morning air. Part of the pool was tucked beneath the castle, creating the grotto. Under the canopy, the walls appeared to be painted into a soothing swirl of calming colors. I wandered closer to the edge of the pool and then turned in a slow circle, recalling my strange dream. How I'd felt when Adrian had appeared, how desperate I was for him to never leave my side again, and yet how afraid I was that we would be caught. And despite that, I still took him into my body. My thoughts were a chaotic storm, a mixture of the Isolde who had loved Adrian in the dream, and the one who wondered how I'd imagined a place I'd never been. Was this some kind of magic? Perhaps something residual that had followed me from Sedovia. Isolde? Anna asked, a note of concern coloring her voice. My gaze snapped to hers. Are you all right? She asked. It wasn't lost on me the number of times I'd been asked that since leaving Laura. Before I could speak, a bell began to toll, and I looked to Anna for an explanation. It is noon, she said. The castle gates are opening for court. I must get you to Adrian. Court? Adrian has been gone for so long. While he is here, his subjects will petition him to end feuds, send aid, or even turn them. Turn them into vampires? I'd been told about this, but still couldn't seem to believe someone would ask for it. Immortality is desired by many, Isolde, Anna said. The question is, who will present as useful to Adrian, and now to you? To me? Was I expected to grant immortality too? Our return to the castle was through an alternate entrance. The corridors were narrower and colder, but Anna promised it was the best way to travel the castle without interruption. There are maps, she explained. You can get just about anywhere except the library. I frowned. Why? Because it was added during Adrian's reign, and the passages were from Dragos. We exited the corridor into a closet, which led into a hallway, and from there, Anna escorted me to a room just off the Great Hall. You only need to knock, she said. He knows to expect you. I waited until she was gone, and did so, finding Darek on the other side. My queen, he said, and bowed as I entered. I wondered if he hated bowing to me, if he hated me. At least, unlike the others in the castle, he did not show it. Commander, I nodded as I swept past him, halting as soon as I was inside the room. I take my leave, Darek said, and left me alone with Adrian. He stood opposite, dressed in black, holding a small book. His surcoat was far more embellished, with a design embroidered all over in gold thread. Over the top, he wore a black fur vest, and over that, a collar of gold. He had pulled half his hair back so that some fell in soft waves around his face. A black crown of spikes made him appear far more imposing. I had dreaded this moment, facing him after asking him to leave last night. My chest felt heavy, which took effort because I did not want him to see how I felt. Even I did not know. Isolde, he said. Adrian. We stared at each other, and before he could broach the subject of last night, I spoke. What do you expect of me? I asked. Adrian's brows drew together. What do you mean? During court, am I merely an ornament to adorn the seat beside your throne? Because if that is the case, then I decline your invitation. Adrian set aside the book he had been reading and faced me fully. You make many presumptions, wife. Your presence by my side is not up for discussion, nor is it for show. You are my queen. I expect we will rule together, which means your participation during court. I blinked at him. Does ruling together mean you will listen to me when I beg you not to continue invading the 9 houses? Adrian said nothing. I thought not. Isolde. He said my name again, quiet and almost desperate. I didn't like it. My sweet or sparrow were far less personal than my actual name. Do not pretend to give me an equal say in the ruling of your land, if it only extends to court politics. I whirled on my heels, intending to leave, but as soon as I touched the handle, Adrian's hand covered mine. I turned my head slightly, only to find his lips hovered near. He stood close, but his body did not touch mine, and in that space, something like a current began to run between us. It took everything in my power not to lean into it. You are infuriating, he said. You are the one who married me on a whim. It wasn't a whim. It was very much intentional. You forgot to inform me, I said. Part of me knew how he would answer. There was something undeniable between us, something completely electric that even hate could not dissolve. It kept me rooted to the spot now, when I would usually fight to be free. I turned toward him, though he still caged me against the door. Give me time, he said. Soon you will beg me to conquer the land you wish to save. Now who is making presumptions? I am offering truth, he said. I glared at him, and there was a knock. It came from the opposite side of the room, where a door led into the great hall. Adrian did not immediately answer, just stared at me a moment longer, somehow looking both fierce and mournful. He wanted to talk about last night, but I was more eager to talk about vampires like Lady Bella and Lady Mila. More importantly, who would he choose as his next vassal? Another knock, and I pushed against his chest. We are being summoned, I said. He grabbed my wrist and pressed my fingers to his lips. I meant it, Isolde. I would have you make your own judgments today. I believed him. He held onto my hand and fitted it into the crook of his elbow as we entered the great hall. There were people gathered, many with variations of Adrian's gold collar. Noblesse, I guessed, when I spotted Gesalic in the crowd, fitted with silver and emerald. His gaze was dark and made me feel dread. Still, I thought it said something about his loyalty to Adrian and this court that he presented despite his son's death. Though perhaps it said more about how feared Adrian truly was. Who is Noblesse Anatole? I asked. Adrian looked down at me and then nodded toward the far wall. He is the dour-looking one, he said. He did not need to give me any more description than that. Noblesse Anatole stood aside, dressed in black and silver, an almost sleepy expression on his face due to large, round, half-lidded eyes. You will have to tell me later of your relationship with his daughter, Lady Bella, I said. Adrian raised a brow. I will tell you now. There is no relationship. Really? She seems to know a lot about your sexual exploits, I said, and your bloodlust. Adrian held my hand aloft as we made the short walk up the precipice, where two identical thrones now sat. He paused before them and touched my chin, a gentle movement that made my face flush. You will find that within these walls, many profess to know me, he said. You must trust what you have come to know. You are asking me to trust you, I said. Adrian guided me back, a subtle invitation to sit. Our private conversation finished. He released my hand and turned. Open the doors, he said, and settled himself on his throne. Adrian's court was already crowded against the walls of the great hall, leaving the center of the floor free for petitioners. I was not certain what to expect, but the line seemed to go on forever, from the opening of the hall out the front doors of the castle. The first villager shuffled toward. Your Majesties, she said, bowing. My name is Andrada. I am from the village of Sosera. Our crops were destroyed by a creature we have yet to catch. Our animals have followed. We are in the middle of winter, and we do not have enough food to sustain our village until summer. We humbly ask for more protection and food.
We are dying.
I looked to Adrian, whose posture reminded me of someone who was bored, and yet his expression was serious. There were any number of creatures that could kill cattle and destroy crops, like the Rusalka, Coldam, and Leia, just to name a few.
You have traveled far, Andrada, Adrian said. Tell me, have you brought this matter to your noblesse?
So the noblesse of Revica were like the lords of Lara. They represented various territories and were supposed to provide a buffer between the people and their king. I swallowed.
I have, Your Majesty. Our pleas have gone unanswered, though I am sure Noblesse Zero is very busy. Is that what you would claim, Noblesse Zero? That you are too busy to attend to your people?
Adrian asked, his attention shifting to a man with short blonde hair and brows who stood just at the edge of the crowd. He wore rich robes, far more extravagant than Adrian's. His collar was silver with purple gems.
Of course not, Your Majesty,
Noblesse Zero said, casting a hardened glance at Andrada.
This is the first time I have heard of Sosara's plight. Then perhaps you should spend more time among your people, Adrian said. I will take care of it,
Zero replied, and my pulse thrummed heavily.
Of course, Adrian said. Zero will escort you back to your village. I will send members of the Royal Guard with food as well, and they will stay until the monster destroying your crops and slaughtering your cattle has been killed. Does that satisfy your request?
More than, Andrada stuttered, her eyes darting to Zero. She feared him. I started to protest the noblesse's return to Sosara when Adrian spoke.
Do not fear, Noblesse Zero, Adrian told her. He has already failed in his duty to protect you and your people. Once more, and he will be executed.
It was a clear promise and threat that made Zero paler, but I was glad to see consequences for absent nobles. There was nothing more infuriating than a man or woman who did not care for their people, as I had been reminded during my father's negotiations with Adrian.
May health and good abundance bless your marriage, Your Majesties,
Andrada said, bowing low. As she moved to leave the great hall, she was joined by 3 of Adrian's soldiers, who flanked her as if to create a barrier between her and Noblesse Zero, who lingered farther back, following slowly. There were a few other requests just like that, though they came from attentive noblesse. In one horrible instance, a lamia had managed its way into a home and stolen away a child. It was never found, but a trail of blood had led back to the water. Another story came from the west, where men were being lured in by an Ayara who would hypnotize them, then drain them of both blood and semen. I was surprised by the number of monsters that dared to ravish Revica, given that vampires ruled, but hearing these complaints and concerns made me realize they were no different than the 9 houses. Perhaps the only superior thing they had was an army of vampires to fight. I watched the next villager approach. He was an older man who had a graying beard and short hair he kept hidden under a cap. His clothes were mostly rags, though the woman who lingered behind him, blonde and beautiful, wore a far nicer gown, and I guessed they'd spent their last bit of coin on it to be here.
Your Majesty,
the man said, addressing only Adrian as he made a sweeping, exaggerated bow.
I am Cain, a farmer of Jovia. My wife and I have 3 daughters, but Vesna, she is the most beautiful. Do you not agree?
I instantly felt disgust, both for this man's ability to single out the beauty of one of 3 daughters, and because of his probing question to my husband. I looked to Adrian, whose mouth hardened.
My village relies upon me to sow crops and harvest every year, but I am growing older and poorer in health. As the years pass, it will become more difficult to provide. So I ask you, please, make me an immortal. In exchange, I offer my daughter as a concubine to serve you.
The shock of his statement reverberated through me, stiffening my spine. I saw Adrian glance at me from my peripheral and I wondered what my astonishment had looked like to the people crowded in the hall. Cain did not seem to notice me at all. His gaze lingered upon Adrian. I suspected that was because he was the target of his request. I could not turn this man into a vampire. My gaze shifted to the young girl, whose head was bowed. Her hair fell straight, and she let it curtain her youthful face. She had yet to raise her eyes to anyone, and I noted how her shoulders hunched as if she wanted to crawl into herself. She did not wish to be here. "You say you are a farmer and a cornerstone of your village," Adrian began. "Yet I have heard differently. I have heard that you hold crops hostage in exchange for coin or favors. It does not sound like you are all that necessary to me." The man's eyes widened, and I had to admit I was impressed by Adrian's own knowledge of his kingdom. "Your Majesty," Cain said, and laughed awkwardly. "Why would you listen to these lies? Are you calling your noblesse a liar?" Adrian asked. "I am merely saying that noblesse Dracul has been misled." Even as they spoke, I could not keep my eyes off the woman lingering in this man's shadow. Her fingers were turning white, and all I could think was that I had to free her from this. I rose to my feet, and whatever the man had been saying ended abruptly as his eyes found mine. I repressed the urge to scowl, maintaining my placid expression. There was a hunger in his gaze, and I did not know if it was for power or for my flesh. "Cain, is it?" I asked. Yes," the man said, and then he bowed as if seeing me for the first time. "Your Majesty." I shifted my gaze to Vesna. "Your daughter, how old is she?" "She is 16, my queen." 16, I repeated and descended the steps, stopping a few feet in front of them. "Come." The girl glanced at her father, and he waved her forward hurriedly. She made a wide arc around him, as if she feared he would reach for her. As she approached, she curtsied, but would not meet my gaze. I guided her eyes to meet mine. "Vesna, what are your skills?" "I can cook, clean, sew," she said, and her voice was soft, almost musical. "Can you sing?" I asked, my heart hopeful for her answer, and for a brief moment I imagined teaching her songs from my mother's home, and felt a surge of happiness. "I can," she said. "Then you will stay here in the castle with me. I could use a mortal companion," I said. Before she could reply, her father clapped his hands loudly. "That is most generous of you, my queen." I stared at him, and despite the look of disgust I cast his way, he maintained an enthusiastic expression. After a moment, I returned my attention to Vesna. "My queen, that is very generous of you. I fear to leave my sisters behind." "We will do something about those fears," I replied, and then summoned Anna, who had positioned herself near the dais. "Take Vesna to my quarters. I will join her after this is over." I watched until they disappeared into the adjoining room, and as I turned, I drew my knife from between my breasts, hiding it in my skirts before turning back to her father. I took 2 deliberate steps to face him. "You will not regret your decision, my queen." "You are right," I said. "I won't." The knife slid home between his ribs, and as his eyes widened, I withdrew it with a jerk, so that he fell heavy and dead at my feet, blood dripping from his mouth. I stared out at those gathered before me, and those who were waiting for an audience. "Anyone else wish to offer their daughters as a concubine to my husband?" I asked. There was only silence. I turned and made my way back up the precipice. Adrian held out his hand. "Your knife." I hesitated, but offered it to him, as he didn't seem to be so much disappointed as pleased. Then he took it and cleaned it, as he had done last night, returning it to me immediately. Another set of guards dragged Cain's body from the center of the room, leaving a streak of blood as they went. No one else left me out of their address after Cain, and he was not the last to ask for immortality, though no one bothered offering their daughter as a sex slave. What surprised me most was that Adrian declined every request from a mortal to be turned, and I began to wonder what would convince him. The final person to ask was familiar to me, and seeing him in the great hall of the Red Palace shocked me. King George! His kingdom was Vela, and had yet to be conquered by King Adrian. Queen Isolde, he said, bowing. A pleasure. It has been a while since I last looked upon your beauty. I felt Adrian's eyes upon me as I spoke. It has been a while, I said, since I put a knife against your son's throat. How is Prince Haratu? He had been one of several to suggest they could both please me and lead my people, insinuating that I could not do it on my own. And when he cornered me in the dark to kiss me, I reacted by drawing blood. Much recovered, George replied. What is the reason for your visit, King George? Adrian asked, a note of irritation in his voice. I have come to surrender, he said. There was a surprised quiet that flooded the entire room. And then he added, in exchange, I ask only to become immortal. Surrender does not usually include negotiating where I'm concerned, King George, Adrian said. You surrender and keep your title and ensure the safety of your people. There are no other options. Vela has much to offer, my king. Not only would you inherit a wealth of iron ore, but you would have access to launch an attack on the atoll of Nalani, a kingdom rich in pearls and gems. I straightened, and my hands fisted, hearing my mother's homeland thrown into talks of conquering. You would inherit so much more than a wife with a penchant for knives. I like my wife and her knives, and while I'd prefer your surrender over battle, I will gladly go to war, nevertheless. King George's eyes widened, and as Adrian rose, I followed. Isolde, he said, as if begging me to come to his defense. You lost my support when you suggested that Adrian invade my mother's lands, I said. Return to your kingdom and await the war. The memory of Adrian's words were not lost on me. I had just approved of the invasion of one of the 9 houses. Adrian took my hand, and as we returned to the adjacent room, he pushed me against the door, dragging my hips against his, and kissed me. I held his head between my hands and freed myself. How many women have you accepted as concubines? I asked. None, he said, but I have never executed a man for the offer either. He was a snake, I spat. I am not disagreeing or disapproving, he said, and he ground into me further. The hard length of his cock settled against my stomach. Then his voice lowered to a low rumble, and it was as if he were confessing a sin. You are everything I have ever wanted. I stared at him and saw the same gentleness, the same raw emotion I'd seen last night. And I couldn't indulge. I pushed him back and slid out from between him and the door. He reached for my wrist and I met his gaze. Isolde, tell me what I did wrong. Can you not read minds? I countered, frustrated, though I really hoped he couldn't at this moment. I didn't want him to know the truth, that I could not handle the care with which he had looked at me, that I felt more emotion than I could manage when I looked at him. I'm trying to give you privacy, he said, and it was the first time I sensed his exasperation with me. I just did not know you would make a habit of visiting my bed every night. It is not as if we need to produce an heir, so it is hardly necessary. He released me, but turned fully toward me, towering, eyes narrowed. Are you saying you tire of me, my queen? I hated the way those words hurt my chest, and I hated how uncertain I sounded as I answered breathless, yes. Adrian stared a moment longer, as if he thought I would change my mind beneath his scrutiny. But I didn't. I couldn't. And I hoped that if he had chosen to read my mind in this moment, my thoughts reflected the same. Adrian and I were supposed to be enemies, and I could only stand our closeness so long, as I still felt anger toward him. Finally, he took his leave, offering only a single bow. I wondered how long I'd be able to keep my distance before that unexplained need for him took over and betrayed my self-control. I returned to my quarters after court to find Anna sitting with Vesna. The two looked up as I entered, and then stood to curtsy. "My queen," Vesna said, keeping her eyes on her feet. "You will have to learn to meet my gaze if you are to work for me, Vesna," I said. And when she did, she blushed a deep crimson. "I apologize, my queen." "Do not apologize," I said. "Anna, will you summon Violetta?" She nodded and left the room. Alone with Vesna, I invited her to sit beside me on the bed, once again keeping my distance from the hearth. "I must inform you of your father's death, Vesna," I said. I did not know what to add. I murdered him, I thought, but I did not have the chance to add anything to my statement. Vesna burst into tears. It was a torrent of emotion that lasted only a few seconds before she was able to compose herself. "I'm sorry," I said. I wasn't apologizing for killing her father, but I was apologizing for her hurt. "No, please, do not be sorry. I just do not know how to feel. He was terrible, to be sure. A true monster, not only to me and my sisters, but our mother and the townspeople. To be truthful, I do not know how he survived this long." She told me of instances when her father's food or drink had been poisoned, but he escaped any attempts by feeding the contaminated fare to their animals. I felt sick at the thought. "Still, he was my father," she said. "You do not have to decide how to feel today, or tomorrow, or ever, if that is your choice," I said. "But I cannot have men selling their daughters without consequences." "I understand," she whispered. "I am only glad that I can protect my sisters from him." "Tell me about them," I said. Vesna smiled when I asked. They were 9 and 11. Their names were Jasenka and Ksenia. She told a story of how much they loved flowers, and how they would shriek with delight when they spotted white butterflies resting on petals. And as they flew away, the girls would follow, dancing as they went. "We called it the butterfly dance," she said, smiling even as tears stained her face. "I think I remember those times so well because there was sun just beyond the border, and sometimes we would run beneath it." The sun. It was strange how the thought of it filled me with mourning as I remembered how I'd sought the tallest hills in Lara, just so I could lie closer to its rays. Homesickness swamped me. "What about your mother?" I asked, swallowing hard, blinking back the tears burning my eyes. At the question, Vesna's mouth began to quiver. "I do not know what will become of her. She fell forward and sobbed into her hands, and the only thing I could think to do was hold her. After she had cried a while, she was able to tell me more about her mother. "She used to sing," Vesna said, "but my father would yell, so she only sang when he was gone. Then he began to hit, and her singing stopped altogether." I sent her with Violetta after that, promising before she left, "You may leave to visit your family as often as you wish." She smiled at me. "Thank you, my queen." Alone, I lay upon my bed, and as I stared up at the canopy, the tangled pattern blurred with my tears. I missed my father and the presence of my mother so much my chest ached. I closed my eyes against the pane and rolled onto my side, humming my mother's lullaby, the one that had played from the music box my father had given me, the one he would bring me in less than 2 weeks' time. "You still have him," I reminded myself, and yet his absence burrowed deeper, and for the first time since I'd left Lara, I felt very much alone. 14. I had no self-control. Adrian did not visit my bed that night, and while I knew he was honoring exactly what I'd asked for, I'd never wanted him to defy my wishes so much in my life. It was not dramatic to say I writhed. I was so uncomfortable in my skin. Each caress against my nipples and engorged clit was a reminder of Adrian's absence. I pushed the covers away until I was exposed to the night. The chill air blanketed my body, and as I closed my eyes, fingers parting my flesh, I heard Adrian's voice. "Dreaming of me, Sparrow?" When I opened my eyes, he stood near, watching me. He was the same Adrian I'd witnessed in the grotto, untroubled and unmarred, surrounded by jasmine trees and darkness. And while he was just as beautiful, I realized I liked the severity of his face now, the way life had etched anger into his eyes and set of his jaw. "I dream of you always," I said, embarrassed by the words. And though they were true, they were nothing I would ever say aloud. I started to pull out of myself, but Adrian held my hand against my heat, guiding my fingers to return. "No, let me watch," he implored, and my whole body flushed with his request. He knelt between my legs as I pleasured myself. Within moments, he joined me, drawing his cock into his hand and stroking himself. We didn't touch, but we held each other's gazes and our breaths quickened, moans rising together. I watched him until I could no longer keep my eyes from rolling back as I found release. I lay there a few moments, expecting to feel his body pressed against mine in the aftermath. But there was nothing. And when I opened my eyes, he wasn't there. The next morning I rose early, unable to rest, and headed for the garden, despite the fact that Adrian had told me not to leave my room without an escort. That had been upon arrival, and since I had been responsible for the death of one vampire and one mortal, I felt I was pretty safe. I wasn't sure how long it would take for me to get used to Revica mornings, but they were not crisp and golden like those of Lara. The horizon blazed crimson red, and blades of the same light cut across the garden, casting other parts in deep shadow. There was nothing cheery about it. It was a bloodbath. As I wandered along the paths, I wrapped my cloak tightly around me to fight the chill. It was no colder in Revka than it was in Lara, for which I was glad, because I had heard winter here was long and harsh, with the land accumulating several feet of snow. I preferred summer, the height of it, when the sun was hottest. Blinking up at the blood sky, I doubted I would feel those rays any time soon. My meandering brought me to the grotto, and I lingered at the edge of the pool, enjoying the heat wafting from the water before shedding my cloak and the remainder of my clothes. The pool was shallow where I had entered, and grew deeper as I waded into the center. Suddenly I wanted Adrian here, body slick and warm. I would coax cum from his cock and slide him between my thighs. I would climb his body until he could fit himself in mine, and I would ride him until he came inside me. Those thoughts gave way to a reel of images, and I could not help squeezing my legs together, fighting the urge to once again pleasure myself. This connection to Adrian was abnormal. I dipped beneath the surface of the water to stop my thoughts from spiraling, and stayed until I could no longer hold my breath. When I surfaced, I came face to face with Gisalik. In my haste to break through the water, I had come up too far, exposing my body to the noblesse. Gisalik did not lower his eyes, even as I retreated so that the water rose to my shoulders. "You did not come up for air," he explained. "I was concerned." "How long were you watching me, noblesse?" "I was not watching," he said, but he offered no other explanation. "I would be mindful where you choose to swim, my queen.
The king's rage is rarely rational. I did not like his warning or his comment about Adrian. Even if Adrian was irrational, in this instance, his anger would be justified. No one asked you to linger, noblesse, I said, ready for him to leave. I was too exposed and weaponless, and I did not trust his intentions. The vampire stared a moment longer, then bowed his head and left. I did not exit the pool immediately, fearing that Gaelic still lingered nearby. When I felt enough time had passed, I dressed, pulling the hood of my cloak over my head to keep the chill at bay. I made my way to the castle, deciding to take the passage Anna had showed me, rather than return through the garden. Once in my room, I changed into dry clothes and braided my still wet hair. As I worked, Violetta and Vesna arrived with breakfast. Vesna held the tray, and though she looked far more composed than she had yesterday, there was a soft sadness to her features. I could not imagine how she felt, to grieve her abuser, but the expectation of the world was that we loved our parents, no matter their crimes against us. As she set the tray at my bedside, I noticed she wore the same clothes as yesterday. "Do you have a change of clothes, Vesna?" I asked.
"No, my queen, but I have sent for them," she said. "I am not sure when they will arrive."
"Perhaps we should have some made," I suggested.
"Tomorrow is market day in Selcereti," Violetta said. "I had hoped to take Vesna anyway."
"Good," I said. "Pick out some fabric while you're there."
"Is there anything you require, my queen?"
The question caught me off guard because I did not know enough about my future circumstances in the castle to answer. "Perhaps I will go with you," I said, "to get an idea of what I may need." Violetta hesitated. "Is that a problem?"
"No, my queen. I am only surprised. I have never known a royal to visit the market," she said.
"Then I shall be the first," I said, and then glanced down at my tray, finally paying attention to my food. "What is this?"
"Oh, it's yeta," Violetta said. "It's a traditional Revekian breakfast, though you'll find everyone has their own way of making it."
"And what is in yeta?" It looked like a stew, and while it did not smell horrible, it certainly looked questionable.
"Oh, many things," she said. "Sausages, bacon, spinach, tomatoes, tons of spices. That's a goose egg on top, if you were wondering."
I had been. I dipped my spoon into the thick broth and took a tentative sip, surprised by how flavorful it really was. It came with a hard piece of bread that Violetta explained was supposed to be used at the end to soak up what remained of the dish.
"Nothing goes to waste," she said.
I finished the bowl, partly because I found I wanted to please Violetta, who had been so excited about the dish. After, she collected the tray and left with Vesna in tow. I was not alone long when another knock came at my door. I was expecting Anna, who still needed to dress my wound. Instead, it was Adrian. I couldn't describe the feeling his presence triggered inside me, but it was like shattering. My heartbeat swept into a frenzied pulse that made my body flush. Beneath his gaze, I felt uncertain of how to present myself. Conscious of his eyes on every part of me, conscious of the words I'd said that had driven him from my bed, and how we had parted yesterday. "Adrian," I said, his name sounding more like a question. His expression remained passive and a little cold. "I have come to invite you to High Council. I will be meeting with the noblesse," he said. "We will be discussing the attacks at Veda and Sedovia. I thought you would want to join." "Of course," I said, and attempted to imbue my voice with as much authority and control as his. There was a strained silence that followed, as if he wished to say more, though he did not speak. After a moment, he took a breath. "Anna will bring you. She will be in attendance as well." He started toward the door, and I fought the urge to call him back to me, feeling uncomfortable with his coldness, knowing it was because of what I said. Why did I feel this way about our distance?
Hadn't I hoped for exactly this upon arriving at the Red Palace? I should be relieved it had worked so well. Adrian. His name slipped from my mouth, and I wished I could take it back. He halted and stared at me, and my lips parted as I searched for words to speak. What was I going to say? I'm sorry, come back? Those words made me cringe. Violetta is going to the market tomorrow. I would like to go with her. I am not opposed, he said, but I will have to send Isaac and Mia to accompany you. Not Soren? I asked. I was used to all three acting as my protectors. Soren is on assignment, Adrian said. Oh. Despite my curiosity, I did not ask for more information. Instead, I thanked him. The way he looked at me made me think he wasn't used to expressions of gratitude, and I supposed that was fitting, given that he was the Blood King. He was about to turn once more when I called him back again. Adrian. This time I saw frustration in the set of his jaw. Yes. The question was clipped, almost a hiss, and I fought my own irritation. I'd like to send for Vesna's family, her mother and her 2 sisters. You wish to relocate them? He asked. I hesitated. Is that possible? I will have to speak with Tanaka. Please. He nodded, and with that he left. Anna arrived a short time later and dressed my wound. She wore white today, which made her hair look pale, her skin near translucent, and her lips far more crimson. The color made me think of fresh blood, and suddenly I wondered who Anna had taken as a vassal. I hesitated to ask, considering I had insulted her at our first meeting when I asked if Adrian had turned her. But drinking blood seemed far more common than siring another vampire, so I did. She surprised me by blushing. Her name is Isla, she said. Now I was even more curious. Have I seen her? Was she in the Great Hall the other night? No, she is visiting family in Celsera. If she is gone, who do you take from? I was mostly curious because of Adrian. Did he have a line of mortal women to cycle through if Saphira was unavailable? She'd called herself his favored vassal. Did that imply he had others? And now that I'd asked him to stop drinking from her, who would he choose? Anna hesitated and then answered, I don't. My brows knitted together. Won't you starve? I won't starve, Anna said with a small, amused smile. She focused intently upon my arm, smoothing a cooling salve evenly upon my skin. She will only be gone 4 days. Why wouldn't you drink from someone else? Because I do not wish to, Anna answered. It took her looking at me for it to sink in. Isla was not only her vassal, but her lover. Oh, I said. Does she know? Anna's laugh was lyrical, and she returned to her task of wrapping my arm. She knows I will not drink from anyone but her. It is why she will only leave for as long as I can abstain. Again, I found myself thinking of Adrian and Saphira. Had he been loyal to her in this way? A knot of jealousy twisted in my stomach as I realized how close the relationship between a vampire and his vassal must be. Do you love her? I asked as she nodded off the gauze. She took a moment to answer, rising to her feet first and smoothing her palms on her dress. I do, she answered quietly. Will you turn her? She does not wish to be like me, Anna said, and I sensed a note of pain in her voice. But she is your vassal. I thought all vassals agreed to offer their blood in hopes that they too would one day know immortality. She offered her blood to show me she loved me, Anna said. And that is enough. Except that I got the sense it wasn't. Are you sure? It is a decision she must make, and I will not make it for her. I considered how their society seemed to be built around consent. Vampires had to have permission to drink from vassals, or turn them.
Is that what happened to Sorin? Was he not given a choice? I cannot speak for Sorin, she said. But what I can say is that many of us were not given the choice in the beginning, which is why there is choice now. I frowned, thinking back to what I'd learned of the Dark Era. We had been told that it was a time of great fear, that new vampires were being born at an alarming rate. In the early days, they were not in control, their fierce hunger overtaking any humanity. I wasn't sure how they'd come to handle their desire for blood, but eventually, the number of new vampires decreased. As they did, Adrian Vasiliev rose to power. I had never considered, though, the horror these vampires had gone through. I suppose Adrian was right. History was just perspective. We spoke no more on the subject, and I left to attend High Council. The meeting was to take place in the west wing of the castle, which happened to also be where Adrian resided. I wondered why he'd placed me in the south. Was it to provide the distance I wanted? Or was it so that he could continue his trysts as he had before he'd left? As we went, Anna pointed to Adrian's chambers. In the event you desire his presence, Anna said as we passed. It made me think she knew he hadn't come to my bed last night. I had to admit, I wondered what was behind those carved black doors. Did he live in simplicity? Or would his room reflect the extravagance present in every detail of the castle? We continued up a set of stairs, now to the 3rd floor, which opened into the most beautiful room in the entire palace. It was a long hall that created a bridge between one tower and the next. The walls alternated between large rounded windows and gold mirrors. The floor at my feet was carpeted and crimson, made to look even darker by the red light streaming into the space. A row of chandeliers, lit with hundreds of taper candles, hung down the center, and I walked beneath them, taking in every detail, from dark paintings depicting the burning to relief carvings of the goddess Asha and Dis. Was this here before Adrian's reign? I asked. I did not think he would have commissioned such art to decorate his palace, but then again, I could not be sure. It was, Anna said. He keeps it as a reminder. My brows lowered at her comment. A reminder for what? I asked. Why he conquers. We continued walking, and I glanced at a mirror to my right. Just as I was about to walk out of frame, I caught sight of something, a reflection that was not my own. It was a woman with ginger hair, the same one I'd seen in the reflection of the window at Sedovia. I halted and stepped back, finding her staring back. I could see more of her features this time. Light olive skin, freckles across her cheekbones and nose, full lips, and green eyes. She was beautiful, and as she stared back at me, the corners of her lips lifted. "Are you a ghost?" I whispered. "Who are you talking to?" Anna asked. I whipped my head to the left and found her at the end of the hall, waiting. "There is a woman." I turned back to the mirror, but only I looked back. In the mirror. My voice trailed off as Anna came to stand beside me. I blinked and shook my head, confused. I must have been imagining it. Perhaps this was just another strange vision like the one I'd had of Adrian in the grotto. Anna frowned. "Come, we'll be late." The hall of mirrors emptied into a large corridor. A flight of steps inclined upward to higher floors. To the left, the hall carved out of view, while the right led to a set of doors that reached the ceiling. We turned right through the doors, only to be greeted by a room full of men. My disgust was immediate as they all turned to look at us. At least they bowed at my presence. The room where Adrian held council was far narrower than it was wide. A large marble fireplace framed the Blood King as he stood before a round table with Doric only a step behind. I noted how the hearth was not full of raging fire, only glowing embers, and I wondered if he had done that for me.
The rest of the room was just as extravagant as the hall we'd exited, with towering gilded mirrors and chandeliers dripping in crystals. The ceiling was covered in a fresco that appeared to detail the creation of the world. I noted Asha and Dis, one depicted in white, the other in black, one haloed by the sun, the other by the stars, surrounded by the lesser goddesses, the ones we no longer worshipped in Cordova. I did not have long to inspect every inch of this room as my attention fell to the noblesse present. I only recognized a few: Tanaka, Gesalic, Dracul, and Anatoli. I noted that Ciro was absent from the mix, which was just as well. He had done his people a disservice and needed to rectify it. There were 5 other men I did not know, but none of them looked at me with as much mistrust as Gesalic, whose gaze made my stomach sour. I wondered if he was thinking about earlier when he'd found me in the grotto. My gaze shifted to Adrian, who seemed on edge, his eyes burning with an infernal light. I wondered if he could hear my thoughts at this moment, if he was trying to guess what happened in the grotto. "How unfortunate," I said, "that no women advise you." "You advise me, my queen," Adrian said. "1 woman and 9 men. How revolutionary of you." I held Adrian's gaze as I moved to his side. He stared down at me, and a little of his coldness had melted away. "Your concerns are noted, my queen," he said. Tanaka cleared his throat, and Adrian shifted his attention to the older vampire. "Do you have something you wish to share, Viceroy?" Tanaka hesitated, mouth working. Clearly, his interruption did not have the intended effect. No, Your Majesty." There was a strange silence, and my eyes shifted to a map that was spread upon the table, and I noted 3 small red pins, one in Veda, one in Sadovia, and one in a place called Sal Sioran. "Was there another attack?" I asked, my chest tightening at the thought. "Yes, but it was not recent," he said. "Like Veda, it was discovered late." I wondered if it was another one of Ciro's territories, but I did not ask as Adrian jumped into an explanation of what we'd discovered on our way to the Red Palace. I felt more and more dread as he spoke of the state of the bodies, of the horror of hearing the man's screams as he ran from the gates of Sadovia, and the child who had attacked me. "A child?" one of the noblesse asked, looking just as devastated as I had felt. His name was Yosef. He was a tall man with blonde hair that came to his shoulders and a smattering of facial hair. "She was possessed by whatever magic was unleashed," Adrian said, "and it turned her into a monster. We brought her here for an autopsy which Anna performed." My eyes wide, I looked at Anna, who'd been hovering along the edge of the room. I had no idea the task would fall to her. "During my analysis, the only thing I found of note was that her blood seemed to be crystallized," she said, "which, after a lot of research, leads me to believe that a spell was cast, specifically one for something called the Crimson Mist." A mist? It made sense, considering how everyone had seemed to perish, like something had covered the entire town, crawled beneath doors and seeped through windows. Still, I wondered how she was so certain it was a spell. Could a vampire also not possess this power? They could spread plague, so how is this different? "Whoever is casting, however, is either not a witch or not gifted in blood magic," she continued. "If the spell was successful, every villager would have been possessed by the Crimson Mist, just like the girl." "I thought all witches were dead," I said. There was a strained silence, and Adrian answered, "It is likely few survived, and even more were born after the burning. Witches are not created, they are born. It is in their blood." I did not know what to make of this information. I'd grown up believing witches were a part of our past, that no more would walk this earth. Suddenly Adrian was telling me that wasn't so, which meant, where were they? Was the mist their attempt at retribution? "Could this be Ravenna?" Tanaka asked, and beside me, Adrian stiffened. "Who is Ravenna?" I asked, looking up at him. He stared for a long moment, and I wasn't certain he wanted to tell me, but finally he relented. "She was Dragos's witch," he said. "After his death, she escaped, and has never been found." This was new information to me. I never knew that Dragos had employed a witch. Was that not contrary to his mission? That was a question for another time. Right now, I wondered why someone from Adrian's past, someone who had been in hiding, was suddenly making herself so obviously known. "If she is your enemy, why attack Veda then?" I asked. "We do not know that it was Ravenna who conjured the spell," said Adrian. "Whoever it was, likely did not intend for the mist to strike Veda," Anna said. "I believe they lost control of the magic, which is also why the spell has only managed to work on one person and killed the rest." "So the spell is intended to create monsters?" I asked, shivering as I recalled how dangerous something like this could be if it worked. The girl in Sedovia had looked so innocent, and she'd lured me in with no issue. "I think it's intended to create an army." There was a stretch of silence. "Can the mist affect us?" The question came from a noblesse named Julian. "As long as the mist can attack the blood in our veins, I imagine so," Anna replied. More dread. If the mist could successfully possess vampires, there would be no stopping the terror they might inflict. The worst part about this was that no one really seemed to know who was responsible. "We should double down our efforts to locate Ravenna," said Julian. At his suggestion, Adrian's jaw tightened, and I was curious about his reaction. Then he said, "You do not think I have tried, noblesse?" "I did not mean to suggest otherwise, my king," Julian said. "It's just that you have been distracted." It was the wrong thing to say. I knew it in the way the air changed around me. It became thick and heavy, and beside me, Adrian tilted his head. "Please, enlighten me as to what has distracted me, noblesse." Julian swallowed noticeably, and his eyes slid briefly to me. I was not sure if he was looking at me for help or suggesting I was the problem. "The conquest of Cordova has taken up much of your time, Your Majesty, not to mention your new wife." A long pause followed his words, and then Adrian spoke. "Do you think I lack the ability to conquer the world, fuck my wife, and search for a fugitive witch, noblesse?" I flinched at his words, and Julian did not answer. "Does anyone else agree with noblesse Julian?" Adrian asked, and as his gaze swept the crowd, he left my side, coming around the table as he twisted a gold ring upon his finger. No one spoke, and a sense of unease crept along my neck. I noted the way Darek took a step closer to me, as if he were preparing to whisk me away the moment something horrible happened. Tanaka tensed. His fingers splayed across the map as to give him added support. Adrian came to stand in front of Julian, towering over the vampire. "It seems you are the only one who thinks I am not worthy of this crown I wear," he said, and he leaned forward, both hands on Julian's shoulders, squeezing. "Would you like it?" No, Your Majesty," Julian answered quietly, his gaze falling to the floor. "Look at me when you lie, Julian," Adrian said. "It will make this next part far easier." What next part? But I soon found out, because just as Julian lifted his head, Adrian clasped his face between his hands. The ring he'd been twisting turned out to also be a small curved blade, which he slid right into Julian's eye. My nails bit into my palms as the vampire screamed, and Adrian continued to push the blade farther until he wrenched his thumb free, and the eye came with it, hitting the ground with a slick splat. Julian fell to his knees, rocking forward, holding his hands to his eye socket. I trembled, but managed to remain steady as Adrian spoke, his hand dripping with Julian's blood.
Never assume you understand my purpose.
Then he turned, gaze sweeping the crowd.
You will all instruct your territories to light fires around their gates to keep the mist at bay until we are able to locate Ravenna or the person responsible for the spell. You are all dismissed.
The noblesse filed out silently, passing Julian as they went. Adrian placed his boot against Julian's side and kicked him. The vampire fell with a groan to the floor.
Get out!
Adrian yelled. I flinched and watched as Julian scrambled to his feet.
I'd like to be alone with my wife,
Adrian said to Dark and Anna as they still lingered. I looked at both of them, a note of hysteria climbing up my throat, but they were already retreating. When the doors were closed, Adrian and I stared at each other.
Do you feel justified in your belief that I'm a monster now?
He asked after a long bout of silence. That was indeed monstrous, I said. And all because he said you could not multitask.
It wasn't what he said. It was what he was thinking,
Adrian said. I stiffened. Sometimes I forgot Adrian could read minds, and apparently not just mine. And what was he thinking?
He called you a whore,
Adrian said. I see, I said, suddenly feeling far less sorry for the noblesse. My eyes fell to Adrian's clenched hands. I took a step away from the table, closer to him.
He is lucky he left with his head.
Why were you so generous? I asked. Adrian's lips twitched.
Eager for a beheading, my sweet.
I only wish to know why he is so valuable to your council.
He is an excellent huntsman,
Adrian said.
And he teaches his people to live off the land. It is a valuable skill.
And no one else can teach such skills?
Not as well as he does. Not yet,
he said, which told me he would eventually be expendable. We were quiet for a moment, and then I asked, Do you think Ravenna is responsible for the mist?
I think she is likely responsible, he said. If the attack only occurred at Veda, I would have continued to think it was a mortal who happened upon a rogue's spell. It wasn't until Sedovia I began to suspect otherwise.
Why did you not tell me as soon as you suspected? I thought I knew why, and it had everything to do with his past, a past no one seemed inclined to tell me about. I wanted to know why and how Adrian had become the first vampire. I wanted to know why he was so invested in the High Coven. I wanted to know why this witch wanted an army. He watched me for a moment and then answered,
I wanted to be certain.
Suddenly, he reminded me of my father, but not in a good way.
I want to protect you,
my father would say, as he barred me from attending his council meetings. But really, it was just an excuse. A way to keep me from knowing exactly what was going on, while men discussed things like barring shipments of blue cohosh and silphium, 2 methods of birth control for the women of Lara. I'd been so angry. I hadn't spoken to my father for 2 weeks and only relented when he agreed to a compromise. He would remove the ban and allow healers to administer the herbs. It was not the best circumstance. Healers could be bribed, and some themselves did not believe in preventing pregnancy. But it was better than no access. That is an excuse, I said. Even now, I could recall the moment I suspected Adrian knew something. It had been the way he'd set his jaw and stared off into the distance. He'd been connecting the pieces, searching for confirmation. You could have told me, but doing so would mean telling me about your past, and it seems you value its secrecy over winning the trust of your wife.
Isolde,
Adrian began, and there was a spark of hurt and frustration in his eyes. Don't say my name, I said, closing my eyes against the sound of it, the way it burrowed under my skin. Just tell me the truth. He stepped closer.
You want truth, he said. Ravenna may be building an army to come after me, but her target is you.
What?
Your father told you to find my weakness, he said, a lithe finger twining around a piece of my hair. My eyes widened at his words, words that had been spoken only between me and my father. He smiled at my reaction, and it was wicked. Little did he know, it is you. 15. I was not surprised when Adrian did not visit my bed for the second night in a row. I spent most of the evening turning his words over and over. Ravenna might be building an army to come after me, but her target is you. I did not like admitting to fear, but those words had an effect on me, and I wanted to know more about Dragos's witch. Why, after all this time, was this woman coming out of hiding to create an army? And did it really have anything to do with me? Your father told you to find my weakness. Little did he know, it was you. How was I Adrian's weakness? He had known me for days, and yet even I could not explain our connection. Sometimes it was like our bodies knew each other and our minds hadn't caught up, and I was left reeling in the aftermath. The night continued like that until I rose the next morning exhausted with a headache. It was made worse when I headed into Selceretti with Violetta and Vesna, while Isaac and Mia followed behind. Vesna had broken out into song. I did not recognize the lyrics, but they were fun, and the beat was a steady thrum. And when the snow falls on the ground, I'll come, my love, I'll come on down, down from the mountains and into the town where our love was found. At first it was a contained affair, with Mia singing along and Isaac clapping, but as we reached the village, others joined in, and Vesna became the center of attention as she skipped and clapped and sang. When she finished, it was to a round of applause. I liked seeing her smile, and I hoped she would grow happier the longer she stayed. I imagined relocating her mother and sisters here to Selceretti would help, though I had yet to hear confirmation of the move from Adrian. You have a lovely voice, Vesna, Mia said, as the girl fell into step behind me and Violetta. Thank you, she said, blushing, and then sighed. Selceretti is so much nicer than Jovia. I wondered if she meant the people or her surroundings. I liked the uniqueness of the village, to be sure. Parts of the town were far older than others. I could tell because the homes and shops were all constructed differently. Some had pine walls and clay roofs. Others were made of woven twigs and thatched roofs. Others were covered in plaster. We walked along a cobble road, past carts of vegetables, fresh meat, linen, and wool, while the smell of roasted pork and mutton, evergreen, and tobacco permeated the air. They were scents that also reminded me of winter in Lara, which carried a nostalgia that suddenly made me homesick. Despite this, the markets here were far less exciting than those in Lara. Perhaps it was because Lara's market came once a month, while Selceretti's was weekly. But the villagers always used it as an excuse to celebrate. Jugglers and dancers would entertain, while other shop owners would host games and contests. It was festive, colorful, and fun, but here there was a strange melancholy in the air that I did not understand, until I spotted several people stacking wood into perfect squares. Are those, pyres? I asked, the thought making me uneasy. Yes, Violetta replied. We are a week out from the burning rites. The burning rites? It is the anniversary of the night High Coven was executed. King Adrian orders every village to burn bright for a week to memorialize their deaths. The fires begin tonight, and there are events every night. The most anticipated is the Great Hunt. What is the Great Hunt? Exactly what it sounds like, she said. It is the night we hunt monsters. What is the purpose? Many of us did not hunt monsters by choice. It was necessary survival, though I supposed vampires were different. She shrugged. It is a sport, she said, and there is a prize. What is the prize? I asked.
A place beside the king at the feast on the last night of the rites. I wasn't sure what I was most uncomfortable about, the celebration of witches or the fires, but I could acknowledge the horror of the burning and the need to memorialize the innocent people who died during Dragos's hunts. What do your people think of High Coven? I asked, uncertain of how those who resided in Revica felt about vampires or witches, or anything that had to do with King Dragos's reign. Did Revecians view him like the Nine Houses did, as a hero who had been murdered by a monster? Did they believe witches to be cruel and corrupt, or did they believe, as Adrian believed, that the witches were innocent? You will find that most of us think very differently about High Coven than you, my queen. Violetta spoke carefully, but I sensed an edge to her voice that she could not hide. How so? I asked. Violetta hesitated, so I spoke. Never fear to speak your truth, Violetta. She pressed her lips together and then took a breath, explaining. Some of us are the sons and daughters of those who died during the burning, and the stories that survive within our families tell a very different tale than what is shared outside Revica. Tell me of your ancestor, then, I said. Who was she? She offered a small smile, but did not look at me as she spoke, choosing instead to watch the cobbles at her feet as we walked. Her name was Evanora. She was a member of High Coven, and she was sent from her home to Kezia to serve King Yirachek. She wrote home often. Her letters were beautiful. Even when I read them now, I can feel her hope. I do not know if she truly believed in the future she thought she was cultivating, or if she was only trying to protect her mother from the truth. Either way, the night of the burning, she was pulled from her bed, along with 12 other members of High Coven across Cordova, and burned. I shivered. I could not imagine a worse death. Violetta met my gaze when she said, Do you know the way my family was informed of her death? They woke to discover their house burning. King Dragos had declared that the relatives of every witch should be hunted and murdered. It was a relief when King Adrian came to power. It meant we no longer had to hide. I had never heard this side before, and I had to admit I was stunned. I'm so sorry. They were the only words I could find to speak. Inside, I felt a mix of emotions. I was confused and ashamed and angry, and there was a part of me that could not completely disregard what I'd been taught. I could feel myself hanging on to the stories and the fear of magic. It was not as if I hadn't seen it firsthand. The villages of Veda and Sadovia remained as horrors in my mind. Still, there were monsters among us all. Now I wondered how many had stories like Violetta's. Do not be sorry, she said. You are here now, and are queen. You can learn. We visited many vendors at the market. Many greeted Violetta and even Isaac and Mia by name. It was then I learned that Violetta had worked in the kitchens at the Red Palace before becoming my lady-in-waiting. It explained why she'd known exactly what was in the breakfast stew and why she insisted I try every Revecian delicacy offered in the market. You never know what you might like, she said, and despite her enthusiasm, I could tell that the vendors, shopkeepers and farmers, were not so keen to serve me. They were polite. They curtsied and bowed and called me Your Majesty, but they were guarded, and some gave me sharp looks. I wondered if it was because I wasn't Revecian, because they knew my beliefs conflicted with their own. In the end, I tipped everyone who gave me samples of their treats and drinks, and we managed to find fabric for Vesna's clothes. We returned to the castle, and Violetta took Vesna with her for more training, while I headed to the library. I was excited at the idea of having so much history at my fingertips. Lara's library was minimal. Some large tomes that had been scripted by our local historians, and a book that offered a few details about my mother's home. Even so, it felt like such a small sampling of a world with hundreds of years of history. If I was going to be Queen of Cordova, I wanted to know more. I had to know more. Mia escorted me to the library, for which I was thankful, as it kept me from being waylaid by any noblesse. "How are you liking the palace?" she asked. "Selceretti." "The palace is beautiful," I said. "Selceretti is quaint. I only fear these people will never truly see me as queen." "They will," Mia said, "though you can begin by calling them your people." I had the urge to fight her comment, but I knew she was right. I was trying to keep everyone at a distance, too afraid I might find something I liked. Mia's remark made me pay closer attention to my surroundings, and I found myself appreciating the palace rather than avoiding it. Servants carried heavy silver trays stacked high with plates and metal chalices, while others lit multi-tiered candelabras and hung garlands that smelled of rosemary and sage. It was preparation for the burning rites, I realized. "My queen," servant after servant said, offering a bow or a curtsy. I acknowledged each, nodding or smiling as I passed, though I found myself more eager to escape the scrutiny, and felt a rush of relief as we turned down an empty carpeted hallway. At the end was the library, which lay beyond two large ebony doors, each inlaid with colorful stained glass. Mia did not follow me beyond them as I stepped into a room full of black shelves lined with embossed books. I tilted my head back to observe a glass ceiling through which the red skylight filtered, illuminating floor after floor of overflowing shelves. A large circular desk at the center of the library was vacant, and the first floor appeared to be void of people. I walked along the first few stacks, trying to decipher the language written on the spines of each book. Some were in Old Ravecchian, which I did not know how to read, but could identify the older characters and accents over certain letters. I spent a while looking for familiar words among the titles, and gathered that many of these books were myths and history. A noise suddenly drew my attention upward. It sounded like a book had fallen to the floor, or several. I followed it up a crescent of stairs that wound to the second floor. "Lothian?" I called. Different noises followed my ascent to the second floor, groaning and moaning, and a steady thud. As I came around the corner, I found the source. A man had Lothian pinned against the shelves and was moving inside him, their moans echoing throughout the library. For a moment, I was too stunned to move, watching as the man, who was only slightly taller and just as thin as Lothian, pounded into him. Then he took a tuft of Lothian's hair into his hand, pulled back his head, and bit down on his neck. I fled to the first floor, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to leave, so I continued my exploration, endeavoring to ignore the sounds from above. I discovered a line of glass cases amid the stacks, each displaying a different artifact. One held 2 knives, one white and one black, each engraved with the faces of the moon. Another held a gold chalice inlaid with fine filigree and small rubies. A third box contained a stave, which looked more like a weapon, with a piece of pointed bone bound to its tip. The final case held a book so worn the letters were barely readable, but as I shifted, a faint silver sheen spelled the title, The Book of Dis. It was a spell book. I wasn't sure what it was about being so close to one that made my heart beat out of my chest, but I was suddenly frightened. I thought of the Crimson Mist and Ravenna. Why would we so publicly display a book from which evil might spread? "What do you think of my library?" Lothian asked. I looked up, watching him approach. He was surprisingly composed after what I had witnessed in the stacks upstairs. His dark hair was smoothed back, and the high collar of his black and silver tunic hid the bite I knew he had sustained. "It's very beautiful," I said. "I see you have found a few of our relics," he said. "These all belong to witches?" I asked. "They belonged to members of High Coven," he said, and nodded to the spellbook.
We believe the Book of Dis belonged to Carmina, their leader. It's blank.
Blank?
He nodded. We believe it is either a replica or a book of spells she intended to write.
Even blank, you do not think it is dangerous to display such items?
Lothian hesitated, but he was saved from answering as another man approached, the vampire who had fed from him. He was dressed similarly in black. His hair was curly and stuck to his forehead, and his thin, pale face made his cheekbones look hollow and his eyes dark.
These relics give us access to our history, the man said. We display them so that we, and others, might learn from them.
Still, I wondered if magic was the type of thing we wanted people to learn about. As if he could read my mind, he added,
Secrets only make the world curious. Better to display than to hide.
Your Majesty, Lothian said, allow me to introduce you to Zan. The vampire swept into a graceful bow. As he straightened, his cheeks flushed.
A pleasure, I said.
Zan is an archivist, Lothian explained. Recently, he has been busy overseeing the collection and maintenance of items sourced from the ruins of Jola and Siva. I flinched.
What will you do with those materials? I asked.
King Adrian is in talks with ambassadors from each house. He would prefer preserving the history, of course, unlike previous kings.
I knew he spoke of Dragos, but I also knew he was referring to what he saw as the inaccurate history of the 9 houses. And what of the old history remains? I asked.
Nothing, Lothian said. All we have is what has been written within the last 200 years. Anything that came before that was burned with the witches, including spell books. Minus, of course, this book, which can hardly be called a spell book, but more of a journal.
A travesty,
Zan said, and I looked at him questioningly.
Why a travesty? Are those not dangerous in the wrong hands?
I thought of the attacks on the villages, the way average mortals were turned into killers with a string of words that had some kind of power behind them. It was frightening.
Of course, he said, but anything can become a weapon in the wrong hands, even people. The truth remains that our world suffered far less when magic was present. There were fewer droughts, less hunger, and more peace.
I narrowed my eyes. Were you alive then, when the High Coven oversaw magic?
No, Zan replied. I was born much later, but I am an archivist, which means I have read many accounts of that era.
Could I read those accounts?
Of course, Zan said.
While you find those volumes, I will take the Queen on a tour, Lothian said.
Perfect. I will meet you in the great room,
Zan said, and we watched his lithe form retreat into the back of the stacks. Once he was gone, I looked at Lothian. Are you his vassal?
He cleared his throat.
Yes, we are a new pairing. I think it's going well. I resisted the urge to smile as he began his tour on the first floor. This is the original library. The first king of Revka only had a few dusty volumes that amounted to a work journal and a ledger. It was his brother who began the first collection.
Who expanded the library beyond the first floor?
King Adrian, Lothian replied.
To make room for his spoils? I asked.
If that is how you choose to see it, Lothian said. But we have been tasked with preserving them, and when the countries rebuild, we will go in and craft their libraries.
Well, that was something.
The second floor was dedicated to biographies, poems, plays, and fictional stories gathered from countries across Cordova and the islands. Do you have anything from Atoll of Nilani? I asked, hopeful. I knew very little of my mother's home country, only that when people saw the color of my skin, they knew I was part islander. One of the things I mourned along with her
was the loss of her culture. I resented knowing nothing of their traditions and always wondered if my love for the sun came from her. My father refused to discuss it with me, saying it was too painful for him. "I will look for you," Lothian promised, "and if not, I will secure as many items as possible." It was the third floor that held most of my interest, as it was dedicated to the history of Revica. There were rows of black-bound books and rows of red ones. The black are histories from the Dark Era. The red are from other countries. Lothian led me to the great room. The far wall was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows. The ceilings were high and crowned with carved crossbeams, and lit sconces ran the length of the room on either side. A large rectangular table took up most of the space, and it was there that Zahn stood, with a series of stacked books and loose papers.
"Much of what you will find here are personal journals of common folk who lived during the burning,"
Zahn explained.
"It's a unique perspective, one I imagine many who live south of us are not aware of."
"How did you come by these?" I asked, pulling a loose piece of parchment toward me. The writing was spidery, long loops and pointed lines.
"When the burning began, items that professed criticism of Dragos were considered propaganda. Anyone caught with such items was accused of sorcery and killed, so the people of Revka began to hide their journals however they could, within the brick of their fireplaces, buried in their gardens. Dragos's campaign against witches was mostly just an excuse to murder his enemies," said Lothian. It took me a moment to make out the letters on the page I just pulled toward me, but soon my eyes adjusted, and then I read, "Dragos's witch held another reaping today. She claims to possess no magic and yet professes to sense it in others. Today, she pointed to anyone who accused her of witchcraft, and they were all burned in the square. These are dark times." I looked at Lothian and Zahn. "Dragos's witch?" I asked. "Ravenna?" "Yes," said Zahn. "She was excommunicated from High Coven for her support of Dragos's agenda. Of course, when it came to the burning, he protected her."
I was not so surprised now that Adrian had made it his mission to find her. Zahn took me through a stack of items he'd pulled from his archives, organizing information by type. Most of them were journal entries and letters, and some were sketches depicting momentous events like the first night of the burning. I found it horrific. Maybe because I feared fire so much, but the series of images before me were ones from which I could feel the terror. Woman after woman bound and burned at the stake. I knew from what I had already learned that there were 13 members of High Coven. But here, there were only 12 drawings. "Someone is missing," I said. Lothian looked over my shoulder. "Ah, yes, Yesenia of Eroth. Dragos blamed her for the High Coven's insubordination, so he forced her to watch each member of her coven die. She was last." "Was she their leader?" I asked. "No, but she was appointed by High Coven as his court advisor," said Lothian. "I thought Ravenna was," I said, confused. "She came after Yesenia was imprisoned. To the public, she claimed to have the ability to identify witches by sight, which meant she condemned anyone she did not like. She was truly evil." "Why was Yesenia imprisoned?" I asked. "She was also said to be a powerful seer, though Dragos did not like what she foretold." "What did she foretell?" "His downfall," he answered. "Here she is." Lothian handed me another sketch, and I was startled, both by this woman's beauty and the lifelike way she was portrayed. She appeared to have dark features and darker skin. Her hair was long and black, and her eyes matched. though they gleamed with a liveliness that felt a little unsettling, given that this was a drawing made in charcoal. She did not look evil, and as my eyes shifted back to the depiction of the first night of the burning, I could only think about the terror she must have felt, watching 12 of her own perish, and knowing that was her fate. I learned more about High Coven, in particular the names of the other 12 members. Each of them had a strength ranging from Yesenia's gift of prophecy to manifestation, mediumship, healing, or shape-shifting. There were others, too, powers I'd never heard of, like binding, which was the ability to take away someone's magic, and bilocation, the ability to be in 2 places at once, and portal magic, the ability to create gateways into other places out of objects or from thin air. In addition to their specialization, each member of High Coven was responsible for their own minor covens. Among the items Zahn had brought were detailed notes from High Coven's meetings, which itemized the issues they were presented with. In one instance, a terrible plague hit the northern part of Revica. Generva, the healer, put forth a proposal to send her covens into the territory to perform spells to prevent the spread and heal those affected. But before it could even be considered, Yesenia was made to read the timelines and determine if High Coven could even interfere. Some things, it said, were by divine order. After Yesenia approved the measure, the Coven set about establishing rules, namely that Odessa, the necromancer, was not allowed to reawaken any of those who had already passed, and Generva would be prevented from healing anyone who was fated to die, which required the skills of Yesenia's coven. I was beginning to see how they worked to care for their people, and I stayed, continuing to read until my eyes grew weary. "How often may I return to read?" I asked before departing. "As often as you wish, my queen," said Lothian. "This is your library, and I am your librarian." "I knew I would not regret dancing with you," I said, grinning. "That makes one of us," Lothian said. We laughed, and I realized it was one of the few times I'd done so since I'd arrived at the Red Palace. I could not sleep. As tired as my eyes had been when leaving the library, I was now wide awake. Or rather, my body was. I wasn't sure what it was about this room or this bed or the person I'd become since I'd met Adrian. But I could hardly think about anything other than him. And this time, it wasn't just thoughts of his body against mine that kept my mind going. It was every subtle nuance of our time together. It was the way he'd said my name. That he'd said my name at all, desperate for me to hear whatever he wasn't saying. It was the way he trusted me to take on my role as queen without really knowing who I was as a princess or a person. It was how he kissed me. Like he possessed a true, unnatural passion for me that I could somehow match. And I did not know why. I reasoned that I felt this way because of all that had transpired since leaving Lara. My people had betrayed me and attempted to overthrow my father. And despite once understanding their fear and anger, the more I learned about the burning, the less I could excuse their behavior. Not that I'd been able to really forgive them before. They had reduced my sacrifice down to nothing, just as Killian had. "Did he fuck you the way you wanted?" he asked. Once I'd felt such shame, but no longer. I'd made my sacrifice, and now my people would live in a world ruled both by me and Adrian, and I was not sorry for it. I kicked off the blankets and pulled on my robe. If I couldn't sleep, I'd return to the library. I cracked the door and peeked into the hallway. The corridor was empty, except for shadows that danced in tandem with the candle flame. After a few seconds passed with no sign of activity, I slipped out the door, tying off my robe. I paused at the top of the stairs as the sound of revelry reached me. There was singing, strange growls and moans. The burning rites had begun, and it seemed the celebration continued even into the early morning. I took a few steps down and halted, ducking so that I could assess the risk. Below, the tall windows were full of flickering fire that looked more red than orange as it was filtered through the glass. The doors to the front of the castle were wide open, giving me a view of the courtyard where a fire raged and people danced. The air was heavy with the scent of flesh and blood and smoke, tinged with spice and resin. Even from this distance, I could see bodies before the fire. A woman taking a man into her mouth, a man taking another into his. There were others, too, engaging in various sexual acts, and some who embraced in the same manner I'd watched Adrian hold Saphira. And I knew they were drinking each other's blood. If the act was so sacred, why was it being performed in public, I wondered. Then again, I'd always thought of sex as a private act, and yet among these people it seemed to be a form of entertainment. Then I caught sight of Adrian, who stood with Saphira on his arm. A rush of jealousy thickened the blood in my veins. Had he sought his vassal since I'd sent him away? Had he partaken of her blood against my wishes? There was an undercurrent to my jealousy, a strange feeling that held on to my heart. I did not want to put a name to it, because acknowledging that this hurt was ridiculous. How could I, a human princess of the 9 houses, feel hurt that a vampire would betray me? I ground my teeth and tamped down the pain. I would not let him have that kind of control over me. I rose to my feet, renewed in my mission to explore the library and discover more from Adrian's past. I descended the stairs, racing into the adjoining corridor before anyone spotted me from the open doors, except that just as I was about to round the corner, I caught sight of Darek and Soren. I wasn't sure what was happening, but neither one of them looked pleased. Darek leaned close, a finger pointed in Soren's face, whose jaw was set so tight I could see it popping. Whatever words were being exchanged, I could not hear them, but I sensed I had stumbled into a fight. I took my chance and darted across the hall as I tried to retrace the path I'd taken with Mia earlier, but the hallways branched off in so many directions. I was not exactly sure I'd taken the right way. I got halfway down one hall and turned around, feeling as though I'd gone in the wrong direction. The next route I took seemed even more wrong. The walls were intermittently recessed, and while I'd originally thought I was alone, I soon found out I was not, and that some of the alcoves were occupied. A man had a woman pressed against the wall. His hand was around her neck, his mouth there too. Blood dripped down her skin. I watched her for a moment, eyes closed, lips parted, body arched into his. She was lost. Farther down, a woman openly fucked another with her fingers. I was not appalled so much as uncomfortable. What was the purpose of this exhibitionism? Were others meant to watch or mind their business? I chose the latter, quickly turning another corner only to pause and stare at a series of portraits. They were paintings of beautiful women dressed in black. There was an insignia on their breasts, a 12-spoked wheel crowned with a different image. As I studied each portrait, I noticed the wheel turned, which meant a different symbol crowned each wheel. This was High Coven, I realized, and the symbols communicated their power. I lingered before each picture longer than I should have, given that Adrian had advised me not to leave my rooms. But they made me curious. Some were young, others were old, and most were in between. Some looked like me, and I wondered if their ancestors were islanders. Others were pale, like mountain folk, but the woman who drew my gaze was the one whose portrait hung at the very end of the hallway, where the corridor split in two. I recognized her because of her eyes. Yesenia. She had strange colored eyes, a shade that appeared both violet and blue. They were fringed with thick lashes that cast a shadow upon her cheekbones. Her hair was thick and dark, pinned back, which only served to sharpen the structure of her face. Her lips hinted at a smile, and her skin was a warm brown that made me think she'd lived beneath the sun. She was beautiful, her expression peaceful. It was a feeling I could relate to, a feeling I wanted to recapture, one that I had known before I discovered this world was so harsh. Again, my eyes fell to the symbol on her robes. The symbol that topped her wheel was an eye, the symbol for prophecy. Had she known her life would end in smoke and flame? What a horrible gift, to know one's death. I turned, eyes sweeping the walls again, recalling the names I'd learned earlier. I had never truly seen the members of High Coven as people. But here they were, beautiful and serene and real. Not at all violent or wild as I had imagined. They were like me. "I see you have found the portraits of High Coven," a voice said. I pivoted to find Gesalic watching from a distance, and I shuddered, wondering how long he had been there before he'd spoken. I turned fully, staring, hoping he would not linger. Had he hoped to corner me? After a moment, he bowed his head. "Queen Isolde," he said, dark eyes meeting mine once again. "It is late to be outside your chamber." "And yet the halls are full of people," I said. "Vampires," he corrected. Predators, I thought he might be saying, who have learned the consequences of not leaving me alone. I expected Gesalic to show his anger, but his expression remained the same, though that wasn't much better. "Perhaps I can help you find what you are looking for," he offered, and I hesitated, unsure of his motives. "I can find my own way." "I understand your fear." "I am not afraid of you," I said, "but I do not trust you." "Likewise. And yet my king killed one of his own for you, a mortal woman he met a week ago. Is it any wonder I am angry that my son is dead?" "Perhaps you should have taught him no means no, but I see where he inherited his inability to listen." Gesalic's mouth hardened into a thin line. "I do not wish to be enemies, Queen Isolde," he said. "I rather hope we could be allies." "If you are allied with my husband, you are allied with me." Though I was not so certain he was. He raised his brow and spoke slowly, deliberately. "Are you allied with your husband, Queen Isolde?" "What are you suggesting?" He shrugged. "It is no secret you two are enemies, unless, of course, you have developed a fondness toward him." "Do you have a purpose, noblesse?" I asked, growing impatient and far too uncomfortable. "I merely wish to caution you about the Crimson Mist," he said. "Excuse me?" He stared pointedly and said, "Curious that the mist came so shortly after your marriage. If I were you, I would be wary. Perhaps it is Adrian's way of endearing himself to you." "What are you suggesting?" "Well, what better to gain the trust of your enemy than saving her people?" I started to protest that the Crimson Mist would only result in my greater hatred for him, but I considered that Gesalic was right. The mist had endeared Adrian to me because of his actions following the discovery at Veda. He had sent Gavriel, Yeva, and Cyprian to Castle Fiora, and after my people had attempted their revolt, he sent even more soldiers. Still, I did not wish for Gesalic to know that I was considering his words. You make a bold claim, noblesse, I said. He shrugged. We are not aware of the breadth of Adrian's powers. Who is to say he is not responsible? I stared at the man, and though I did not trust him, I wondered if what he was saying had some truth. There you are, Soren said. I thought I saw you sneaking around. Gesalic turned, stepping out of my path as Soren approached. His handsome face was alight with amusement, but I sensed tension in the air between us. Noblesse Gesalic, I'll take it from here. Gesalic looked from Soren to me as if he wished to protest, but at last he bowed, adding before he left, Careful where you wander, my queen. I watched until he had disappeared around the corner. By the goddess, I hate that man, Soren said. I looked at the vampire. Where have you been? He held up his hands as if to ward off my demand. Easy, he said. I've been busy. Adrian had me on the hunt. On the hunt? Have you been searching for Ravenna? I have, but I lose every trail, he said. It's like she's disappearing into thin air. I raised a brow. Is that your special power? Tracking? Something like that, he said with a chuckle. What are you doing out of your rooms? I was heading to the library, I said. I guess I got lost. Did you ever? He said, grinning, his dimples deepening. I liked Soren's smile. Come, I'll take you. I felt far more comfortable with Soren and accepted his escort. How did you know where to find me? I asked. Does the word tracker mean nothing to you? I glared at him, and he grinned. I saw you sprint down the hall, he said. You're lucky I distracted Darek, or you'd be back in your rooms right now. Were you in trouble? I asked. Yes, and not in a good way. As he spoke, his tone shifted, and I heard a note of frustration in his voice. What did you do? I asked as we turned a corner, finding the familiar ebony doors of the library at the end of the hallway. It's what I didn't do, Soren said, coming to a stop. Or rather, that I wasn't where I was supposed to be. Soren didn't offer any more explanation than that, and I thought perhaps it was because he was embarrassed. I looked at the doors. Do you want to come inside? He grinned. No, thanks, my queen. I don't read. I raised a brow. Kidding, he said. I have a witch to hunt. Before he left, I called to him, Soren. He halted and faced me. If you find anything on Ravenna, I want to know. I'm sure Adrian will tell you. I asked you, I said. He bowed his head. Of course, my queen. I slipped inside the library, lit with low amber flame. I was not completely ready to return to the great room where most of my research still waited. Instead, I made my way to the third floor, where the histories of the world were shelved. I touched the spines of embossed books, reading the carefully painted titles. There were several volumes of the history of Cordova, one for each year since its incarnation by the goddess Asha. I was about to choose a book on the burning when I noticed a symbol on the spine of a different book. It was the same 12-spoked wheel I'd spotted in the paintings of the witches, and it was titled High Coven. I took the book from the shelf, and when I opened it, I found that the middle had been carved out, and inside was a knife. Strange, I thought, taking the blade in hand. There was nothing extraordinary about it. In fact, it seemed crudely made. The blade itself was crooked, the handle too small, and yet it was heavy. It would make for an awkward weapon, and I wondered why it was hidden here. Then my body went rigid, and I spun as two hands landed on either side of my face. A man blocked me with his large body. He seemed familiar somehow, with short dark hair and a well-trimmed beard and mustache. He did not have any astounding features, but his clothes seemed to make up for that. He wore rich fur-lined velvet with gold clasps and a crown upon his head that was heavily embellished with jewels. "Shh," he said, and gripped my chin. 2 ring-encrusted fingers covered my mouth so I could not speak. "You will listen. Your coven will follow my commands, and you will be the one to change their minds. Understand?" I did not know what he was talking about. My coven? Even so, I could feel myself glaring at him. "And if you do not, I will kill every last one of you. Do you understand? Not just your coven, but every witch on this land." There was a silence as the man studied me, and after a moment he leaned closer, his lips hovering near mine. "But for you, it will be a different end." His fingers moved from my mouth, and then his lips closed over mine. His kiss was bitter and rough, and as he pushed into my body and his tongue attempted to pry my mouth open with his, I fought him, lashing out with my blade. He staggered back. Pressing a palm to his chest, it came away bloody. "You little bitch!" He reached for me and yanked my hair. "I will kill you," he threatened. "Kill me then," I said. I spoke the words and felt the relief from them. If he killed me, I would not have to betray myself or my coven, but even he saw the truth of that within my eyes, and his hold relaxed on my hair. "No," he said. "I think life is a greater punishment for you." He released me with a jerk, and I fell against the shelf, still clutching my bloodied blade. He glanced at it and laughed. "Remember what I said." In the next second, he vanished. I blinked and realized I was alone, standing with the book and knife in my hand, unbloodied. I turned in a circle, my heart still racing from the encounter with the man, but saw no one. I was truly alone. I curled my fingers around the knife, wondering if it possessed some kind of enchantment, but if so, what was its purpose? I could not be certain whose mind I'd inhabited, but something inside me knew it was Yesenia. It was the same knowing I'd felt when I'd looked upon Adrian, a strange connection that I could not deny. And I'd just witnessed Dragos, the deceased king of Revica, threaten her life. I would have thought I was imagining things if my heart wasn't still racing from the encounter and my hand still shaking. Suddenly, I questioned just how much knowledge I wanted about the past, because it was turning out that I knew nothing about the world I lived in, and I was angry. Angry because I had not known, and angry because the one person who was telling me the truth happened to be my greatest enemy. 16. The next day, I was surprised to receive a letter from Nadia. "When did this arrive?" I asked Vesna, who was alone while Violetta worked in the kitchens to help with preparations for the Burning Rites feast. Vesna had come up to help me prepare for tonight's hunt, an event Adrian did not yet know I would be attending. My outfit was far more comfortable than anything I'd worn since my arrival in Revka, a black tunic and leggings which I tucked into knee-high boots of the same color. Over the outfit, I wore a snug jacket that was cut short in the front and longer in the back. "Just this morning, my queen," she said. "Soren brought it." Soren? Was he traveling to and from Lara while searching for Ravenna? I had no idea. "Would you like some privacy while you read?" I smiled at her. "Please, Vesna, thank you." I was not sure how I'd respond as I began the letter. I feared my own emotions at this point. My heart and chest already felt as though they were being crushed by the absence of my father, and of Nadia. I wasn't sure what would happen once I saw her handwriting or read her words. There was also a part of me that felt dread. Would she blame me for the coup? Would she continue to inquire as to why Adrian was not yet dead? When Vesna left, I tore open the envelope and unfolded the heavy parchment to find Nadia's familiar handwriting. "Issy," she'd written, and I pressed my hand to my mouth to keep from sobbing. No one had called me Issy since I'd left Lara. "I must admit my surprise when one of the Blood King's soldiers agreed to carry my letter to you. I suppose I should wait until I receive confirmation you have received it to be impressed. Nevertheless, I miss you. Your father misses you. I have never seen him so forlorn. It makes me ever eager for your return. Commander Killian told us of your attack, and I would not have believed it had we not had our own uprising. But Issy, my dear, it is not as if the whole of Lara feels betrayed. There are many of us who trust your plan and know you have not forgotten your cause. Think of us often, especially your father. He is lost without you. I know you are curious, so I will add only that I have read 4 books since your departure, and while every page was a delight, they are nothing compared to having you home. I miss you. Nadia." I read through the letter twice more as a torrent of emotion tore through me. I was caught between a deep sense of guilt and a strange pain born of my father's sadness. I had not completely abandoned my mission. I was still trying to discover Adrian's past, hoping it would lead to some great revelation. But this was the first time I let myself acknowledge it wasn't with the intention of defeat. I wanted to know him, which seemed even more ridiculous given what Giselic had suggested last night. What if Adrian really was only trying to win my loyalty by manipulating the Crimson Mist? Hadn't he told me more than once that he was a monster? The worst part about it all was that it had almost worked. I had begun to let his kindness and the things I learned about High Coven and Dragos overshadow the reality at hand. Adrian was still the conqueror of my people. I stowed the letter, hiding it beneath the book I'd taken from the library last night. Then I shrugged on my cloak and pulled on my riding gloves. Tonight, I would hunt. I left my room and found Adrian and his council of noblesse assembled in the courtyard, scattered around a blazing pyre. I kept my distance, halting at the end of the steps, though I could still feel the heat of the fire on my face. It wasn't until the noblesse began to bow that Adrian turned, eyes sparkling at the sight of me. "My queen," he said, "what are you doing?" "Joining the hunt," I said. Behind them, a few noblesse laughed. "Is something funny?" I asked. Their humor abruptly ended. "It will be a long night," Adrian said. "I've had many of those." His lips twitched, and he handed me Shadow's reins. "Mount up, my queen." Once I was seated, Adrian followed, and his body pressed heavily into mine. I wasn't sure if it was intentional, or if it was because his presence had more force since I'd been distant from him for the last 3 days. I let out a slow breath to release the tightness in my stomach. It didn't work. "Comfortable?" he asked, mouth near my ear. I turned toward him, a steady flush rushing from my head and into my throat. "Not a word I would choose," I said. I felt him hum against my back, and in the next second he signaled Shadow forward, and we departed through the gates of the Red Palace into the village of Selcereti, followed by Darek and the noblesse. The night was fading, and as we descended, fires raged in the village. Some were from the pyres, but there were others, smaller ones, dotting the landscape. As we drew closer, I realized they were villagers holding torches. "Will they join the hunt?" I asked, recalling how Adrian had instructed the noblesse to light fires around their villages to keep the mist at bay. "They will watch from the gate," he said. As we passed them, they joined the crowd, and as we came to the edge of Selceretti, the gates groaned open, parting to reveal a wall of dark woods. As we approached, Adrian drew his arm tightly around my waist, and I realized I'd unconsciously leaned into him. "It's unlike you to be afraid," he said. "I am not afraid," I said. "Am I to assume, then, that you find comfort in my arms?" There was a note of amusement in his voice. I thought about grinding my ass into his raging erection to prove a point. This wasn't about comfort. It was about the fact that we had not fucked in 3 days, and I was angry and needy, and I wanted to take my rage out on his body, the way he had on our way to Selceretti. That was where I wanted to be, unwavering in my hatred for my enemy. Not here, in this space, where I hoped he was sincere. "What are we hunting?" I asked, changing the subject. "Now that you're here, the question is, what will hunt us?" Right, I was the one with blood worth draining and flesh worth eating. Adrian guided us into the woods. There was little light, only a muted, haunting red that made the sky look like a storm. Still, Shadow and Adrian navigated well enough. Behind us, the noblesse fanned out, taking their own paths through the woods. "Soren says he's hunting for Ravenna," I said. "Did you give those orders after Sedovia too?" "Did you come on this trip to fight with me, or to hunt?" he asked. "Why not both?" "One or the other, Isolde. But if you choose to fight, I will take you back to the palace. I will not be distracted out here where you are most at risk." "Fine," I said, feeling a little silly. "No fighting, then." There was a stretch of silence. "Soren has been on Ravenna's trail for a while, long before the attacks in Vera and Sedovia." "Oh." Once again, I felt silly, and I wanted to deflect, to find a reason to be justified in my anger, despite what Adrian had said about fighting. But then his hand hooked around my head, and his lips crashed down upon mine. I groaned at the hunger with which he devoured my mouth, met each thrust of his tongue just as hungrily. Yes, I thought, this is what I want, what I need. I hated needing anything, but this I could not deny, and wouldn't have stopped if it wasn't for a high-pitched screech that made my blood run cold. "What was that?" I asked, pulling away from Adrian's mouth. My lips felt raw from his kiss. Adrian chuckled. "Just an owl." "We need to leave." Owls were an omen of death. It was one of few beliefs my father had carried with him from my mother's culture, because he had seen it. Carriages overturned or attacked, squadrons wiped out, all moments after an owl crossed their path. The hysteria in my voice must have convinced him, because his body went rigid against mine. "Okay." But just as the word left his mouth, Shadow began to neigh and shiver. Adrian held tight on the reins just as a creature came out of the tree line. It was tall and thin, with nails that were long and sharp, covered in blood. Its hair was wet and stringy, shielding a face of overly expressive features, including a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. It was an Alp, no doubt drawn to us because of Shadow, who sensed the danger. "Isolde," Adrian said,
Take the reins and go back to the castle." I did as he instructed, and he slid off Shadow's back, landing soundlessly on the ground. Adrian took a few steps toward the monster, but the creature did not take its eyes off me. "This will not end well for you," Adrian said, drawing his blade. The Alp hissed, wriggling its sharp claws, and without so much as a warning, it launched itself at me. Shadow bucked, neighing wildly before darting into the darkness of the trees, his fear keeping him moving forward. All the while, branches whipped my face, arms, and legs. I pressed my thighs into his side and pulled the reins, but nothing seemed to slow him down. So I dropped one rein and gripped the other in my hands, pulling it toward my hip. Just as Shadow started to slow, he bucked, and as I hit the ground, he darted away. The impact of my fall stole my breath, and I lay there for a moment, fighting dizziness and a sudden pain in my ribs, until I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I rolled and looked up into the face of a ginger-haired woman whom I'd seen in the reflection of the window and the hall of mirrors. "It's you," I said, choking on a painful breath as I rose to my feet. "You're Ravenna, aren't you?" I kept one hand around my waist, but I was already thinking of how I might bring her down. I only had my knives, which meant I'd need to get close to her. Too close. "Clever little bird," she said. "Though you always were." My brows furrowed, confused by her words. Her eyes narrowed, and it made her look critical and cold. "So, it hasn't happened yet." She spoke more to herself than me. Still, I could not help asking, "What are you talking about?" "Adrian," she said. "He has yet to partake of your blood." I did not answer her, though I wondered what that had to do with her. But it wasn't a question I was willing to ask her. She was a different kind of enemy, and I felt like any information she might glean from me would lead to devastation. Then she laughed. "It's good that you have not changed much," she said. "Same stubborn countenance, same obvious weaknesses." "What do you know about my weaknesses?" I asked, and as she answered, I worked to free one of the blades at my wrist. I'd prefer to attack her from a distance, uncertain of what kind of harm she might inflict once she had her hands on me. "I know a lot about you, Issy," she said, and I flinched at her words. "Tell me how conflicted you are between the love you have for your father and the love you have for Adrian." Once again, I did not speak, and as the knife came free into my palm, it bit into my skin. Fuck. I flinched, and Ravenna's eyes shifted to my hand. A cruel smile spread across her face. "Oh, good," she said. "You are armed. You'll need it." I reared back and threw my blade. It cut through the air toward her, but just as it was about to hit its mark, the very center of her chest, she vanished, and in her place was a familiar face, a noblesse. "Zero!" I breathed his name in shock as the knife lodged in his chest. Where had he come from? I thought he was still in Zenobia. But I soon noticed something was wrong. The noblesse was disheveled and dirty, and his mouth, chin, and the front of his robes were covered in thick, crimson blood. He had been feeding. "Zero," I said his name again as he stared, motionless, at the blade jutting from his chest. My voice drew his gaze, and I'd wished I'd stayed silent. As soon as his eyes met mine, I knew I was in trouble. He squatted on the ground, and then lunged. Fuck, fuck, fuck! He had been possessed by the mist. I was certain of it. I managed to dodge his attack,
only to feel his clawed hands grip the back of my neck as he twisted to reach for me, and his touch burned. There was nothing I could do against his sheer strength. He lifted me up and tossed me. I landed on the ground, my back cracking against a tree. I groaned, already feeling tears stain my cheeks. I'd never felt such pain. And yet I moved. I had no choice. I rolled onto my hands and knees, and as I got to my feet, Ciro gripped my throat, lifting me off the ground. Though his touch was like fire and my vision blurred, I still managed to shove my remaining blade into his neck. I tried to cut through the bone and sever his head, but he released me too soon, and I fell to the ground once more, choking and gagging. I drew in ragged breaths and stood once more, shaking. I watched as Ciro now pulled the blade from his chest. I guess I'd taught whatever possessed him how to use a weapon. And as his dead eyes met mine, he lifted the knife. But before he could strike a fatal blow, something swooped down between us, a bird that transformed into a person. "Soren," I breathed as the vampire manifested, his back to me. All I saw were his powerful muscles working as he swung his blade and beheaded the noblesse who had nearly killed me. As Ciro's body fell to the ground, my legs gave out. "No, you don't," Soren said, snatching me before I hit. I stared up into his face, but the dizziness forced me to close my eyes. I groaned. "Please don't tell me you can transform into an owl," I said. I heard him laugh, but it was a distant sound, as if he were in a cavern. "Not an owl, my queen," he answered quietly. "A falcon." I remembered nothing more after that. I woke with my swollen face pressed into the cold stone floor of a cell. It took me several moments to gather the strength to lift myself into a sitting position, and even as I did, the ache in my jaw made me lightheaded. I wanted to vomit, but held it in. Opening my mouth would just make everything worse. I squinted into the darkness and made out the faint, crumpled outline of Adrian. "No," I whispered. He lay on his stomach, hands bound behind his back. He was just out of reach within a cell beside my own. I crawled to him, body shaking, having no energy to expend for breath, much less movement. Still, I managed to reach the bars and use them to pull myself closer, slipping my hand between them. I brushed my fingers over a lock of his hair. "Adrian," I whispered his name, broken and full of the blood pooling in my mouth. He did not wake for a long time, but I sat there and stroked the piece of his hair I could reach. And when he finally stirred, I began to cry. I tried to say his name again, but he stopped me. "Shh," he soothed. "I know, my sweet. You cannot help who you are, and I cannot help who I love." I jerked awake, inhaling a sharp breath as if I'd just come up for air. My skin was covered in a thin sheen of sweat, making my shift stick to me. I threw off my blankets and then fell back into my pillow. "I'm safe," I told myself. It was a dream, just a dream. But it had felt so real. The cold, rough stone against my skin, the pain and the thick blood in my mouth, the feel of Adrian's hair against my bruised fingers. Even now, I could feel the claws of guilt twisting in my chest, because though I did not know how, Adrian had been in that cell because of me. Now that I was awake, I realized I was also alone. I sat up again, placing my feet on the floor, taking inventory of my body. I thought I'd bruised my ribs when I'd fallen off Shadow, but I was certain they'd broken when Ciro had thrown me against that tree. Now I felt little pain, just an ache. I touched my neck where the noblesse had gripped me and swallowed without discomfort. I'd been healed. I wondered if it had been Adrian's doing, since Anna used traditional healing methods, and if so, where was he now? What about Anna? I'd at least expected to wake up and find her sitting with me, but perhaps Isla had returned. Had Shadow been found after he darted away into the woods? I had so many questions. I rose to my feet and pulled on my robe. I tried to force away the hurt I felt at waking alone, at discovering that Soren was a shapeshifter. Did Adrian not care for me? Did Soren not trust me? I paced my room, reasoning that it was ridiculous to feel this way. Adrian had not waited for me to wake up because I was fine, and Soren had no reason to trust me because I did not trust him. Did I? I growled in frustration just as a knock erupted at the door, sending my heart into a frenzy. Adrian, I thought, and raced to the door, only to find Lothian on the other side. "Are you well, my queen?" he asked, and I knew he'd witnessed Soren bringing me here. "I am as well as can be expected," I answered. "What can I do for you?" "I have news of your mother's homeland," he said. "May I come in?" "Of course." I stepped aside and closed the door quietly behind him. Lothian crossed into the middle of the room, turning to look at me. "I fear I do not have good news." "Just tell me," I wanted to yell as a chasm opened in my chest, far larger than the one made by Adrian's absence. "Go on," I implored. "I could not locate any texts on your mother's people, mostly because their history is told orally. I thought to reach out to some of the elders there, but—" "Lothian," I said. "Get to the point." "They're enslaved. All of them," he said. "By King George of Vela." 17. If Lothian had said anything after that, I did not hear it. I felt a surge of adrenaline, and at the same time, I felt sick. And to think King George had been here. He'd attempted to barter with Adrian for immortality, with the promise of my people. I could have killed him then. I could have liberated my people. My body shook with rage. Had Adrian known? Had he said nothing? I turned from Lothian, tore open the door, and ran for Adrian's quarters. "Out of my way," I commanded as I raced down the halls packed with servants, vampires, and their vassals. I could not imagine how I looked, but I felt wild and angry, and when I arrived at Adrian's door, I threw them open, only to find Saphira in his bed, one I had yet to occupy. She was sitting up, naked and bent, so that her breasts were peaked. With most of her weight on one arm, she trailed the other along her raised leg. Her golden hair, unbound, teased her arm in gentle waves. Obviously, she expected another visitor. "Where is my husband?" I demanded, my fury rocketing. She flinched, but swallowed her fear. "Shouldn't you know? You are his wife," Saphira retorted. My hands clenched at my sides, and I wished I'd brought my knife. Still, even as I took a step toward her, she shrank back against the headboard, and I felt a small bit of satisfaction knowing she was afraid of me. "I am his wife, which begs the question, why are you in his bed?" It was another slap in the face. Waking alone after being nearly killed, and now this. If he truly knew about my mother's people, I would never forgive him. She laughed, a haughty sound that made me want to shatter her teeth. "I have warmed it for 3 nights, she replied smugly, as if it were gossip to spread. There was a part of me that did not believe her because I wanted to believe Adrian. I wanted to trust him. Then again, I was no fool. There were few men who would decline what Saphira offered, but all I cared about was that my husband had.
Don't take it personally, my queen. It would be impossible for one woman to fulfill every one of Adrian's desires. Luckily, many of us are up for the challenge.
You grossly underestimate me, Saphira.
Worse, though, is that you have made Adrian into something he isn't. And what is that?
A god, I replied and left. I had one guess as to where Adrian might be, and that was with his advisors, likely discussing Ravenna's successful corruption of Ciro. I was sure to be an unwelcome presence among the noblesse. Only, I did not care. I flew down the corridors, my feet carrying me as if they were not my own, and burst through the doors of Adrian's council chamber. He stood at the head of his round table, with Doric on his right, surrounded by what remained of his noblesse. My gaze caught and held Adrian's, and I took 2 more steps into the room. "Leave. I wish to speak to my husband." There was a beat of silence. No one moved, and I thought for a second I would have to repeat myself, or worse, Adrian would not support me in my interruption of whatever this was and force me to leave. A decision that would not bode well for him. But then the room cleared. I held Adrian's gaze as each noblesse passed. Even Doric's, which was pointed and heavy, did not faze me. Finally, the door closed behind me. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" I did not even know where to begin. "Did you know my mother's people were enslaved by King George?" I could barely finish the sentence. I was in so much distress. "Those are my aunts and uncles, maybe even my grandparents." All this time, I'd been left to wonder if they cared about my mother, if they cared that I even existed. But it was possible they did not even know I lived, or that my mother had died. "Isolde." "Did you know?" My scream was so loud, my voice went hoarse. His silence spoke volumes. "You bastard," I said, clenching my jaw so hard my teeth hurt. Tears blurred my vision. "What would you have me do?" he countered. "Free them," I yelled. "Kill King George. Do you not plan to conquer Vela anyway?" "It is on the list, Isolde, but it is not the priority." I flinched. "Are you saying that I am not your priority?" "I never said that." He spoke with such reverence, my blood ran cold. "I care about you far more than you will ever understand. But I can only do so much. I only have so many men. Not to mention, I'm concerned about the Crimson Mist attacking our people." His words took most of the fight out of me, and still, I rallied. "Recruit more men," I said. He tilted his head, his lips twitched. "Are you telling me to turn more people?" I swallowed hard. I was forgetting all my values. Tonight, I'd asked Adrian to attack a kingdom of the 9 houses, and I'd asked him to turn mortals into vampires. I'd fallen so low, and I didn't care. "I understand your anger," he said. "I am not happy with King George either. Even if he had something I valued, I would not offer him immortality for his crimes. His end will come, and it will be by your hand if you are willing to act as a queen." "And how does a queen act?" I asked, fury still coursing through me. "Everything must be strategic, and nothing can be personal until victory is near. Do you understand?" He was telling me we had to plan. He was telling me I had to wait to free my mother's people, my people. Could I handle the guilt of my own freedom, of my own privilege?
Everyone will want your sacrifice, Isolde. Be mindful who gets it. Who gets yours? Do you really need to ask? He said, his voice quiet. I did need to ask, because he'd left me to wake up alone. Because when I'd gone in search of him, I'd found Saphira instead. I just came from your room, I said, and Adrian's brows rose, more curious than alarmed. And what were you doing there? Looking for you, I answered. But do you know what I found instead? I could not even wait for him to answer. I was so angry all over again. Saphira, naked, in your bed. She claims to have been there the last 3 nights. Adrian stiffened. And you believe this? You do not get to ask me what I believe, or do not believe at this point, Your Majesty. You get to explain. Now. Asking for an explanation did not mean I did not trust him, but I deserved one all the same, especially considering all he'd kept from me. He stared at me for a long moment, and I wondered if he was reading my mind. Were my emotions strong enough? Were they too chaotic for him to decide what to focus on? After a moment, he moved from behind the table, and on his way past me, he said, I will do more than explain. He strolled out of the council room, shoving the doors open with a loud bang. I followed, unflinching, noting his stiff shoulders and clenched hands. Darek, I require your assistance, he said, without halting his stride. His second-in-command had waited outside the room, and I wondered if he'd been eavesdropping. He scrambled after us, glancing at me. Adrian moved so quick I could barely keep up. His people, those I had to command to get out of my way, moved to the side for him, and I did not know if it was out of fear or respect. Either way, it stung in a way that made me want to incinerate this whole castle. As we approached his chambers, Adrian ordered Darek to remain stationed outside, while he flung open the doors. Get up, he snapped as he entered. I followed behind him and watched Saphira scramble to her feet, dragging Adrian's sheet with her as she held it to her chest. My lord, I only thought— Silence, he commanded, and her mouth shut, her face paled. Adrian turned to me then and held out his hand. It took me only a second to accept. I've been informed that you are suggesting I've been disloyal to my wife, Adrian said. Saphira gave a nervous laugh. Her Majesty misunderstood. I was only speaking of our past. I stiffened, angered by her suggestion that this was just a misunderstanding. But Adrian squeezed my hand, and the movement was strangely reassuring. It told me he believed me. A little of my anger receded. Are you saying my wife is a liar? Adrian asked. Even I was unsettled by the tone of his voice. Saphira's eyes widened. Of course not, Your Majesty. I am saying this has all really been greatly exaggerated. I see. If that is the case, you will think my punishment is most severe. Darek, Adrian called, and the commander entered. Escort Saphira to the dungeons. Saphira backed away, bumping into the wall as Darek approached. Adrian, please, she begged. It's only a short while. Why not 1 day for every night you claimed to sleep with me? Darek yanked the sheet from her hands and grasped her upper arm, dragging her from the room naked. I did not mean any harm, she said, struggling against Darek's hold. I beg you. Neither one of us spoke as she was taken, the doors closing on her final desperate cry. You can't do this! Adrian turned toward me. Are you reassured by my fidelity? He asked. A blush warmed my cheeks. I felt silly for needing his comfort, and yet more confident than I'd ever been in his loyalty to me. I am sorry that I needed it, I said. I suppose that's another way I'm not acting as a queen. But it seems that everyone in this castle wishes to remind me I was not your first, and not sufficient enough to be your last. I will be the judge of that, Adrian said, and he tucked a stray piece of hair behind my ear. I did not intend for you to wake alone. I felt a sudden rush of embarrassment. It was selfish, I said. Of course you have more important... Nothing is more important than you, he said, and brushed his thumb along my lips, sending a shiver of arousal through me. We had been distant for 4 days, and the whole time I had been desperate for him. I only let myself fully acknowledge it now, the way I had wanted him, his body, his reassurance, his mind. He stared at me with a soft admiration in his eyes. Need something, Sparrow? He asked, raising a brow. Can you not read minds? I asked quietly. That's not how this works, he said, and backed away, sitting in the chair near his desk. I wanted to chase his warmth, but I stayed where I was, demanding. What are you doing? He shrugged. Take what you want. My body literally quaked. I clenched and unclenched my fists. I can't fuck you fully clothed. Debatable, he said, and a cool smile spread across his lips. Sometimes I really do hate you, I said. Only sometimes, he asked, voice quiet, and then he tilted his head to the side. And right now, do you hate me? I slipped out of my robe and pulled my shift over my head, standing naked before him. His eyes gleamed, but he did not move to touch me. No, I answered. My hands came down upon his shoulders, and I straddled him, taking his mouth against mine. My body was suddenly flooded with feeling. It was a rush that filled every vein and every nerve. My hands wound into his hair, and I ground against his length buried beneath layers of clothing. A truth from me, he said against my lips. I missed you. His fingers pressed into my hips. He sat forward, one hand moving between us to capture my breast, while his lips left mine to trail my jaw, my throat, and then closed over my nipple. I inhaled between my teeth and grasped his face, holding him there as he lavished my skin. It felt good to be touched, better by him. I pushed his vest from his shoulders and yanked on his overcoat. Take this off, I demanded, and he chuckled. A moment, Sparrow, he said, and I shifted off him. He stood, and I helped him undress, unlacing his pants as he shed his overcoat and tunic. Once his cock sprang free, I grasped it, uncaring that he had yet to completely shed his leggings. He groaned and yanked me forward, tongue devouring, as I coaxed beads of cum from the tip of his cock with my fist, until I pulled away and knelt on the ground. I held his gaze as I tasted him, his flesh soft and salty beneath my tongue. Before my mouth could close over him, he sat, his hands braced on the arms of his chair. I think about your mouth a lot, he said. The things you say, and what you do with it. Very few praise me for what I say, I said. Perhaps they do not value the truth. He leaned forward just a little, his hand tangling in my hair. So tell me the truth now. You fear what you feel when you are with me. I stared at him. You first, I whispered. He smiled. I have never been afraid of what I feel for you. I took him into my mouth. It was the only kind of answer I was willing to give at the moment, and Adrian let me. I touched every part of him, tongue sliding beneath the crown of his cock and the veins running down the shaft. My fingers teased his balls, heavy with need. I kept my pace, a slow and steady build, even as he groaned and growled over me. When he came, I kept him there a moment longer, letting the pressure of my lips glide against him until he slipped from my mouth. He stared at me as I sat between his parted knees, my lips wet from his release. "Can you handle me?" I asked. He smiled. "Sparrow, I will take whatever you give." I rose to my feet and turned, giving Adrian my back, and bent across his desk. He seemed to understand my wordless invitation as his hand parted my flesh, his fingers diving into the silken skin that had grown warm and wet while I feasted upon him. The feel of him. There was a kind of release all on its own, and I gave a guttural cry. My hands sought his flesh and landed on one of his thighs. Adrian did not seem to mind, spending a few more moments inside me before he pulled his fingers out and sat, guiding me down upon his cock. He was engorged, and as he slid inside, I felt every rise and dip of his shaft. "Yes," he hissed, shifting me closer to him, sealing my back to his chest as I began to move. His hands gave attention to my breasts, squeezing and kneading. It wasn't until he shifted to tease my clit that I needed to anchor myself again, moving my legs on either side of his. It gave me greater purchase, and I rocked harder and faster, turning my head toward his. Our mouths collided in a messy, hard kiss. Our bodies were slick, and there was a heat between us that warmed my cheeks and exploded in the pit of my stomach. When I could no longer move, Adrian gathered me into his arms and deposited me on the bed. He hovered over me, breathing hard, pieces of his long blonde hair sticking together in sweaty clumps. "Are you all right?" he asked. "More than," I replied, quiet and sated. He stared down at me, smoothing my hair from my face. "Just when I think you could not get any more beautiful." It seemed that he had more to say, but he remained quiet, only tracing my face lightly with his fingertip. He had positioned us in the same manner the night I'd asked him to leave, when I'd felt too close to him and had wanted distance. My legs were bent, his length pressed into my bottom. I might have let him have this position, but tonight I felt like being in control. I placed my hands upon his forearms and guided him to his back, pinning him beneath me. I was tired, but I liked the feel of him under me, liked the way my hands splayed across his chest. "What do you want, wife?" Adrian asked, staring up at me with heat in his eyes. "The women of your court took pleasure in telling me how you fuck," I said, and I reached between us for his cock, guiding it to my heat. As if I did not know. I impaled myself upon him, tilting my head back until I was completely filled. Only then did I meet his gaze, and as I spoke, I bent to press a kiss to his chest. "The next time they look at you, I want them to see your lust for me in your eyes." We moved together until I could not move at all, until all I could do was cling to Adrian as he moved for the both of us. We stared at each other, our breaths mingling until he closed the space between us and kissed me, deep and bruising and languid. When he pulled away, he whispered breathless, "Come for me." His thrusts grew harder, rougher, and they took me over the edge. Not long after, he followed.
We lay together in silence for a long while before Adrian spoke. "I feared I had truly hurt you," he said. He did not need to give any more details. I already knew what he meant. The night I'd asked him to leave my room without explanation. "No," I said, and nothing more. I trailed my fingers along his chest, over raised scars that nipped at his sides. "Lothian tells me you have enjoyed the library," he said. "Yes." "What have you learned?" "Things that scare me," I said. "Do you mean that you have learned the truth?" he asked. I spent a few moments tracing his skin, and then looked at him, my chin resting on my hands. Lothian and Zahn introduced me to letters and journals from people who had lived during Dragos's reign. I did not know. There was something hopeful in Adrian's eyes as he stared at me, and he lifted his hand to brush his thumb against my cheek. "You know now," he said. "Ravenna does not make it easy to trust magic," I said, and paused. I saw her in the woods. Beneath me, Adrian stiffened. "What did she say?" "Nonsense." Even now, I tried to recall her words, but they escaped me. I'd been too focused on planning how I was going to kill her for any of them to stick. "What did you do to her?" "I only took back what she stole from me," he said. "And what was that?" "A future." I had more questions and more things to tell Adrian, like how I'd also seen Ravenna in the window at Sedovia and in the Hall of Mirrors, but a knock at the door interrupted us. "Not now," Adrian called. "Your Majesty, it's urgent," Darek said from the other side of the door. We exchanged a look, and I pushed off him, dragging the blanket up to my chest. "Enter." There was a click as the door opened, and Darek walked into view. His face remained perfectly stoic as he spoke. "We've had another attack," he said, "at Salsera." 18. Dread tore my chest in two. I had heard of Salsera before. It was the home of Anna's vassal. "Adrian," I said, "Isla was coming back from there." Adrian looked to Darek. "Were there any survivors?" "Not everyone is accounted for," he answered. But that was not a promising sign. It might mean they lived, but that they were possessed, and were now wandering the woods in search of prey. "Sorin is still searching." I swallowed hard. "Send more soldiers," Adrian said, "but only those who can fly. They have a better chance of escaping the mist." I looked at him surprised. "How many can fly?" He shrugged. "About 30 or so." "Are they all falcons?" "No," he said. I now wondered just how many times I'd seen a hawk or bat circling in the sky, only for it to be a vampire. "And if we locate anyone infected?" Darek asked. "They must be killed," Adrian said. I felt sick, but I knew Adrian was right. Darek bowed and left. "Someone must tell Anna," I said once we were alone. "I will," Adrian volunteered. "Let me go with you." Adrian did not protest, and we rose and dressed quickly. I had never been to Anna's quarters before, but she resided in the upper level of the West Tower, and when we knocked on her door, she answered with a smile that dropped instantly. "No," she said, shaking her head, already guessing why we'd come. It was Adrian who caught her as she collapsed. "Anna," he said, explaining the attack and smoothing her hair. Finally, he added, "She may yet live." And as she sobbed in his arms, she begged, "Do not kill her, Adrian. Please." "You look stunning," Vesna said, drawing my attention from the mirror as Violetta finished lacing my gown for tonight's feast. the final night of the burning rites. It reminded me of water, twining waves of white and silver that trailed down my body and dragged the floor. The sleeves were long, but the neckline fell off the shoulder, adorned with icy lace flowers that matched the floral crown atop my head. My hair was pulled to one side, trailing over my shoulder in thick waves. A pair of silvery earrings dangled from my ears, and I stared at them now, thinking of Anna. We had spent the remainder of the night with her. She had never stopped crying, never stopped asking Adrian not to kill Isla. "If she is possessed, let me keep her. I will find a cure." And he would answer, "She may yet live, Anna." We had left her to sleep, and with no news about her lover. Even now, my eyes burned with her hurt. As I watched her, I realized she was living my fear, losing the ones I loved most. Now, I considered how safe my father would be on his journey from Lara here to the Red Palace for my coronation. Adrian had dispatched more guards, but that meant the possibility of more infected vampires. "Isolde," Violetta called my name, and I looked at her. "I asked if you were all right," she said. "You look a little... sad." I cleared my throat and swallowed the tears that had built there. "I am well, thank you." She did not believe me, but it did not matter. There was nothing to be done about my fear. "We should go," she said. "We will be late." But as she rose to her feet, there was a knock at the door. "Are you expecting a visitor?" Vesna asked. I shook my head, but then the door opened, and Adrian filled the doorway, a dark shadow that cut through the firelight. Our contrasts were not lost on me. He embodied everything I'd imagined the Blood King to be, a looming darkness, both beautiful and dreadful. I stared at him and my chest expanded, full of a type of anxiety I did not want to admit. It was the anticipation of his touch, of the words he would whisper in my ear later when we were alone. "My king," Violetta and Vesna said in unison. "I wanted a moment with my queen," he said. "Of course," Violetta said. "We were just leaving." She reached for Vesna's arm, looping it through her own as they left, and I couldn't help smiling at how comfortable the woman had grown in her time as my lady-in-waiting. Adrian's eyes darkened as the door closed. "Sparrow," he said, his voice warming the very bottom of my stomach. He took my hand in his and brushed his lips along my fingers. "You look beautiful." "You outdid yourself on the gowns," I said. "I have never had such beautiful pieces." "I only wish to spoil you," he said, "though you look beautiful in any form, covered in blood or writhing beneath me." I hated blushing, and here, once again, I was. I swallowed thickly. "How is Anna?" Adrian's expression changed, growing serious. "Unwell," he said. "But she will be in attendance tonight. She needs the distraction." My chest tightened. "Vesna said we were running late. If we linger here too long, we will be very late." Adrian raised a brow. "Are you eager to be rid of me, my queen?" No, I mean..." I stumbled across my words, irritated at how flustered I felt. It was made worse by how Adrian smiled at me, kind and gentle. It made his eyes crinkle at the sides, and I felt like I'd been knocked in the chest. I cleared my throat. "You wanted a moment with me?" "I want you for lifetimes," he said, brushing his knuckles along my cheek. "But I shall be content with now." I held my breath until he dropped his hand and stepped away. "I want to show you something. Will you come?" "Of course," I said, and followed him out of my room into the corridor. He took my hand, lacing our fingers. It was different from how we usually walked. and part of me worried that if anyone from home saw this, if my father witnessed us, he would be so disappointed. Adrian took me into the West Wing. It was the tallest part of the castle, and happened to also be where the library was located. But we passed those doors, heading down darkened hallways with gilded accents, up flights of stairs until we came to the roof. Atop the castle, the wind gusted around me. We were up so high, I felt as though I could reach out and touch the clouds, which were rimmed with a red light, casting the whole of Revica in a strange crimson-tinged darkness that was both beautiful and haunting. From here, the horizon seemed to stretch for miles in all directions, beyond Salsaretti and the starless forest, into the golden sea. "To the edge," he said, and I hesitated. I wasn't completely sure why, perhaps because there was no rail to hold on to against the wind. Adrian looked down at me and frowned. "I won't let you fall." I wondered if he took my wavering as a sign that I did not trust him. But that brought up another thought that was far more disconcerting to me. When had I grown to trust Adrian Alexander Vasiliev? I gripped his arm as we neared the edge, and I looked down over our kingdom, where hundreds of fires burned across the land. I had no idea there were so many. It looked so ominous, as if we were on the cusp of battle, and the fires were a mark of how outnumbered we truly were. "The night High Coven was murdered, the world looked just like this," Adrian said. I looked at him as he watched the flames consume the night. His eyes looked black, his face harsh. He seemed so cold, the complete opposite of how he had appeared in my room earlier. Whatever he was thinking about had changed him. "Why do you do this?" I whispered. "What?" "Torture yourself with whatever you are reliving while watching this. Adrian, you asked before what motivates me to conquer the world," he said, and looked at me. "It's this. 200 years ago on this night, I lost everything." He gave me nothing else, but I understood it all the same. Whatever had happened the night of the burning had led to his conquest of my home. Normally, I would ask for more, but even I did not wish for him to continue to experience this, whatever it was. I only knew it was horrifying, based on what Lothian and Zahn had shared. "Adrian," I said, and tugged on his hand, guiding him away from the ledge. Inside, the stairwell was just as dark, and before we could descend, he stopped me and pinned me against the wall. For a moment, I wasn't sure what he intended to do, but then he rested his forehead against mine. "I miss you," he whispered. At least that's what I thought I heard, but those words did not make any sense. I was right here. I did not ask him to repeat himself, and we did not speak as we descended stair after stair. As we entered the great hall, it was to a round of applause, and despite the sound of approval, I could not help feeling that it was not for my benefit. The crowd stared back, full of noblesse and their vassals, guards and palace staff. They were dressed in far finer attire than I'd ever seen them. The women were in satin, silk, and velvet, trimmed in lace and pearls, ribbons and rosettes. The men wore high collars and ruffles, gloves and gold, and they all looked back at me with a mix of approval, longing, and pure, unveiled hatred. I let all of them see me, met each one of their gazes, from Soren, Lothian, and Zahn, to Gesalic, Julian, and Lady Bella. "Preening, my queen?" Adrian asked, and he looked down at me, a smile touching his lips. "Are you chiding me?" I asked. "No, by all means. Continue." He pressed his lips to my temple and then led me to the high table where Anna and Darek stood, waiting for us to join before they were seated. When I saw Anna, I took her hand. "How are you?" I asked, knowing it was a horrible question, knowing there was only one answer. "Afraid," she said, and gave a shuddering breath. Her eyes flicked to Adrian and then back to me. I knew what she wanted, to beg for Isla's life again in hopes that she could find a cure, but I knew what Adrian would say. She may yet live. I hoped, for Anna's sake, she did. As we sat, I took in the amount of food on the table, dried meats and bread, fruit and cheese. I looked at Adrian questioningly, wondering why there was so much. "It is for you and the vassals," he said, and reached for a carafe. "Wine?" He poured some into my goblet, and I took it, enjoying the taste on my tongue. A little sweet, mostly bitter. I sipped again and set the cup aside, watching the crowd descend into the heady madness of music and dance and feeding. The doors to the great hall and the front of the castle were open, and I could see into the courtyard where a fire blazed and more people danced. This was a merry contrast to how I'd felt high upon the castle with Adrian, and I thought it strange that this could be both a day of mourning for so many and a day of celebration for the same. The music reached a crescendo suddenly and dove into a haunting melody. A line of women dressed in black and veiled cut through the crowd. I sat up straighter, a little alarmed. "What is happening?" "It is a mourning dance," Anna said. "There are 13 women, one for each member of High Coven." The crowd parted, and the women branched off in a circle. Hand in hand, they pushed and pulled upon one another, bodies undulating. One of the women spun into the center of the circle. She danced wildly, beautifully, and when she spun out of the middle, another woman took her place. I watched, transfixed. They moved like long shadows, like smoke into the sky, twisting, twining, twirling, their movements attuned to the violence of the music. I had never seen anything like it. I loved it, and I also hated it. The way it reached into my chest with claws and pulled all my emotions to the surface. I felt so many things all at once, confusion and shame and sadness. When it was over, the sudden cheers startled me, and I was slow to rise to my feet with the others. Adrian looked down at me, and he reached out a hand, trailing his fingers over the high part of my cheek. "Would you dance with me?" he asked. "Yes," I whispered. He took my hand, holding it aloft as we made our way to the floor, drawing me against him and guiding us in smooth circles. I held his gaze, my body and brain focused on the feel of him moving with me. "You enjoyed the performance?" he asked. "Yes." I maintained his gaze as he guided me into a spin, and when I came back to him, he held me tighter than before. I'd never imagined dancing with him like this or feeling the way I did now, comforted and safe. And as I looked into his eyes, I recalled a few of the words Ravenna had spoken. "Tell me how conflicted you are between the love you have for your father and the love you have for Adrian." I would not call this love, but it was true. My feelings had grown more complicated, and in 6 days' time, my father would bear witness to it. Suddenly, I felt sick. We finished the dance in silence and to great applause, and as we returned to our seats, I took a long drink from my goblet. As the liquid hit my tongue, I knew the bitterness was wrong. I spit the contents out, but it was already too late. Whatever was in my cup had taken effect. My head spun, my throat felt tight, and my stomach knotted. Isolde! I heard Adrian say my name, but I could not focus. And then I was falling. Isolde! He gripped my arm and jerked me to him. My head fell into the crook of his arm. I could not hold it up. And as his face came into view, the only thing I could focus on was the fierceness of his eyes as he spoke my name. Poison, I managed to gasp as his face began to mutate. The whole world was melting. I was too. No, 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 I heard him say, and I thought that he had lowered me to the ground, but I could not be certain because I could not see. Isolde! Isolde! Then Adrian's voice echoed suddenly, a firm, frantic sound. Darek, lock the doors. No one leaves until we discover who poisoned the Queen. I was awake long enough to feel the air swirl around me. It seemed to thicken and darken, like tendrils of smoke, and out of the darkness, once again, came Adrian's voice. Don't leave me. It was so hot, scorching. Sweat pooled on every dip of my skin, in every crease. I thrashed, suffocated by it, by the air, heavy with heat. Hush, my sweet. A cold hand touched my forehead. Adrian, hold on to me. I will carry you through. I woke, drenched, my vision blurry. I turned my head and found Adrian watching me. For a moment, I thought he was angry with me. I'd never seen his face carved quite so severely. My brows lowered over my eyes, and I tried to speak his name, but my tongue felt swollen and sour in my mouth. Shh, he said, leaning forward, and some of that harshness drained from his face. He placed a cool hand upon my forehead. Drink this. He tilted my head, and I drank deeply. Not too much, he said. You will make yourself sick. I sank into the pillows again, my body weak. My eyes felt like lead and closed of their own accord. Sleep, he whispered. I will be here when you wake. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. The next time I opened my eyes, I stared back at Anna. You are awake, she said, relief softening her features. About time, I heard Soren say. Careful, she might stab you, said Isaac. We are glad to have you back, my queen, Mia said. I blinked, attempting to clear my vision and get my bearings. I realized I'd been brought to Adrian's rooms. Anna sat nearby, while Soren, Isaac, and Mia stood apart near the doors, as if guarding the entrance. Where is Adrian? I asked. He will return shortly, Anna interjected quickly. Let me help you sit up. I rose as she stuffed pillows behind my back. I felt dizzy and nauseous, and I recalled how I'd gotten here. Someone had poisoned my wine. Here, drink this, Anna said, and I was shocked by my own hesitation. It's all right. Look. Anna sipped from the container, and when nothing happened, I nodded, and she placed the cup to my lips. It was only water, but as it hit my tongue, I found myself more aware of the metallic taste in my mouth and cringed. Was anyone else poisoned? Only your glass, said Soren. So I was the target. I was not surprised. We will know more soon, now that you are awake, said Anna. How long have I been? 3 days, Anna said, and then she added hesitantly, No one's left the banquet hall since Adrian brought you here. Everyone from guards to the noblesse have been locked inside. 3 days? What?
Just then, the door opened, and Adrian appeared, his eyes immediately finding mine. I could not place the expression on his face. It was a harrowing mix of anger and worry and relief, and as he strode toward me, I found myself sitting up higher, wishing to reach for him. Only he bent to me and pressed his lips to my forehead. "My queen," he said, "how do you feel?" "Like death," I said. Adrian frowned but said nothing, and I wondered what words he would say if he chose to speak this very moment, because the pain and fear written upon his face shocked me. "Adrian," I whispered, "do you think you are well enough to stand?" he asked. I frowned. "I think so." "We must return to the banquet hall," he said. My eyes widened. "Now? Why?" "Because our people must know you are well," he said. "How do you know they want me alive?" "Because I want you alive, and my people want what I want," he said. "And those who do not will be eliminated." I did not doubt his words, but I worried Adrian would make more enemies by defending me. Anna drew the blankets away, and I pushed off the bed, rising to my shaky feet. I was dressed only in a shift, but Anna helped me into a patterned robe that belonged to Adrian. He held me tightly, an arm around my waist. "Lean on me until you are in the Great Hall. Once we are inside, I need you to hold your head high for as long as possible. Can you do that?" I nodded. I knew what he was doing, showing these people I could not be defeated, that I was stronger than the poison in my veins. We returned to the Great Hall. Anna walked beside me while Darek and Soren led, and Isaac and Mia were at our back. When the doors were opened, I pulled away from Adrian and instead held his hand, my grasp tight. My legs still trembled, and the stench of urine and feces was so strong I almost vomited. But I managed to walk the path with him, passing the gaunt faces of the men and women who had been so jovial 3 nights prior. They were almost phantoms of themselves. Some had shed their luxurious petticoats and jackets, now wearing the bare minimum in the hot room. Others were covered in blood, a mark that vampires at least had fed while trapped. Adrian took me to his throne, and I sat without his help, trying not to sag, though I desperately wanted to lie down once more. Despite this, I stayed upright and watched the crowd, wondering who among these people had seen fit to murder me. Adrian turned and drew his sword. I realized I had only seen him fight a handful of times, once against my own people, and once when he beheaded Zakharov. I wasn't sure why this felt different. Perhaps it was the way he moved, with a predatory purpose that communicated just how angry and betrayed he felt. "One of you attempted to kill my queen, your queen," he said as he traversed the crowd. "You have committed treason against your king and country, and until I have the name of the one responsible, no one will leave this room." A grave silence followed, and then someone spoke. "You are a madman, Adrian." It was Noblesse Anatole. "At least let your counsel go. We would not dare harm our queen." I did not believe him. I knew the hatred they possessed for Adrian, and I believed that I had somehow made that worse. "You are not my counsel because I trust you," he said. "You are my counsel because you are useful, but you are not irreplaceable." Anatoly scowled. "Is this woman not irreplaceable? Is she worth losing alliances? She is only a woman, after all. There are hundreds at your beck and call." Like his daughter, Lady Bella, I thought, my fingers gripping the arms of Adrian's throne. I expected Adrian to speak, to give some verbal indication that this noblesse had offended him. But instead, Adrian's blade cut through the air, and Anatoly's head slipped from his neck and landed at his feet as the screams of his daughter echoed in the hall.
"What have you done?"
Lady Bella shrieked. Her arms were stretched toward her father, fingers splayed, but she did not touch him. She did not seem to know what to do. Over her anguished screams, another man drew his blade and charged Adrian. It was a vampire I did not know or recognize, but I assumed he had some association with Lady Bella. His strikes were hard, but no match for Adrian's strength and speed. Their blades clashed only a few times before the vampire joined Anatoly on the floor. Lady Bella continued to scream. "Clean this up," Adrian snapped, and then glanced around the room. "A warning for you all before these doors open. You are here by my grace, by my mercy. I can unmake you all." As his final words fell from his lips, he met my gaze, and I saw the promise in his eyes. It was then I realized how wrong I'd been about Adrian. He was a god. 19. 3 days later, I felt mostly recovered. Adrian assigned a food taster, a man who was brought into the kitchens in chains and made to sample my food and drink and my wine under Darik's supervision. It all felt very surreal, but so had my marriage and the subsequent attack by my people. This was my life now, I realized. This was my life forever. I did not hate it, however, but as the day of my father's arrival and my subsequent coronation drew near, I became more and more anxious. I could honestly say, for once in my life, I did not know how to act. I'd grown so comfortable with Adrian. I liked him, despite what he was. I'd grown to appreciate his past, even understand High Coven and despise King Dragos. I had changed. But I wasn't sure how to be this person around my father, or even if I could. I faced the possibility of distancing myself from Adrian or my father, and that thought made me sick. This wasn't a world where I could have both, even though my father had surrendered to the Blood King, even though I was married to him. I stood at the entrance of the castle upon the steps, waiting for a glimpse of my father's blue cape and his spotted horse, Ellie. I could climb to the top of the castle walls and see farther, at least to the boundaries of the Starless Forest. But I did not want to fight the stairs as I raced to his side. I shifted from foot to foot, restless, worried, unsure of what my father might face on his journey to the Red Palace. "What troubles you?" I looked up at Adrian, who stood beside me, dressed in his regal black robes. He pulled some of his hair back, and it exposed the high parts of his face to the light. He was breathtaking, a darkness in this bright courtyard. "I am just worried for my father," I said. "Gavriel will take good care of him," Adrian said. "I know, but I will worry until I see his face." I looked up as Soren flew overhead, shifting as he landed in the courtyard below. I took a step down, anxious for information. "Your father is well," Soren said. "He is almost within sight." I stepped beyond him then, to the edge of the courtyard, where the trail snaked down the side of the hill into Selsereti. A few seconds passed, when my heart thrummed through my whole body, and then I saw my father, and I broke wide open. I did not think it was possible to feel such happiness or such relief. I took off at a run, my legs barely carrying me. I knew when he saw me too because he set off at a gallop. He dismounted before he got to me and ran the rest of the way, and as we embraced, I sobbed. I had missed him so much. I hadn't even realized it until this moment. "My sweet Isolde," he said. He pushed me away and held my cheeks, his eyes roving over my face. I felt as though he was looking for something, perhaps scars, both physical and mental. Here was the beginning of my guilt, but I squashed that thought by pulling him in for another hug. "I missed you so much," I said. "Oh, my gem, you do not know the depth of my sorrow." Each word chipped away at my heart, and by the time we pulled apart, it sat in the bottom of my stomach in pieces. It was then I noticed Commander Killian, who stood apart, waiting patiently with the delegation. "Commander," I said. "My queen," he said back, bowing his head. I expected his gaze to be a little severe, but instead, he looked genial. And I wondered what he had come to think of the vampires, since they'd so often come to Lara's aid, as Adrian had promised. I glanced behind me, up at the Red Palace. "Come, I will show you to the palace." My father did not remount. Instead, we walked together back to the castle, the delegation following a few paces behind us. "How was your trip?" I asked, hoping to keep the conversation light, but also curious to know if he had encountered anything unusual. "Thankfully uneventful," he said. "How are things in Lara?" Asking after my home brought more anxiety. I was not certain I wanted to know the truth. Between the uprising and Nadia's letter, I did not know what to expect, and right now, all I could think of were my father's words. "You are the hope of our kingdom." But so many things had changed since then. He'd said that before my own people had attacked me, before I'd learned the truth about Dragos and High Coven, before I'd learned that my mother's people were enslaved. And suddenly I wondered if my father had known about King George and Nalani. Surely not, I thought. I hoped. I would have to ask him later. "Uneasy," he said. "I am not so surprised. I knew my surrender to the..." He trailed off and then cleared his throat, correcting himself. "I knew my surrender to King Adrian would cause unrest." My father did not look at me as he spoke, and I found his understanding of the revolt a little unsettling. Still, I did not prod, continuing to keep our conversation companionable until we reached the courtyard, and my father grew silent. I looked in his direction, his eyes settling upon Adrian. He descended the steps and approached us, placid and composed. "King Henry," he said, "welcome to the Red Palace." My father tipped his head back, observing the monstrous structure. "I appreciate the offer to see my daughter and the escort to Revica, King Adrian," he said. "It is good to see you are well." I was not certain my father meant that last part, but he was a master at hiding what he truly felt. I had once believed that made him a better king, but now I wasn't so sure. "Of course," Adrian said and stepped aside, gesturing for us to move into the castle ahead of him. I requested refreshments be brought up, and then escorted my father to his room, as Adrian saw to his men. I had spent so long imagining what it would be like to reunite with my father. I had never anticipated that we would have nothing to talk about. But as I sat opposite him in his suite, at a table laden with fresh fruit, bread, and tea, I found I had nothing to say. "Is Nadia well?" I finally asked. Yes, my father replied. "She misses you." "I miss her," I said, and our conversation trailed off again. To fill the silence, my father slurped his tea. As he set his cup and saucer down noisily, he asked, "Does he treat you well, the Blood King?" "Yes," I said without pause. "Yes, of course." He stared at me for a long moment, and I did not know if it was because he thought I was lying or he did not like my answer. Finally, he dropped his gaze. "Well," he said, taking a breath, "I think I would like to rest." "Did you know about Nalani?" I asked. The words had been building in the back of my throat, and I couldn't stop them from spilling out. He blinked, then looked down. "Issy, don't," I stopped him. "How could you look at me every day and not think of the fate of my people?" Did you not think I would not do something?
Isolde, those are not your people. You were raised in Lara.
I flinched. But you married my mother. Did you not promise to protect her people too?
I promised to protect her, and I did.
Did she know what King George had done?
He did not answer.
You didn't protect her then. You lied to her. I stared at him and realized what had weighed on me since his arrival. I no longer knew him, and he no longer knew me.
You will come to find that blood has no bearing on who you become,
Adrian had said before, and he had been right. I left my father's room in a daze, feeling a keen sense of disappointment and sadness. I could not quite decide how to feel about my father's decision. I tried to rationalize that perhaps he felt as Adrian had. Perhaps the threat of vampires and monsters and protecting his people far outweighed attempting to free my mother's people. Still, why was I raised knowing nothing of their enslavement? That felt like a betrayal on its own. I considered returning to my room to rest, but decided instead to head into the garden. It had become my place of solace, just as the one in Lara had been, and right now I needed its comfort. As I wandered the worn paths of the garden, I found Adrian lingering near a pool of water. I had not been sure where he would retire while my father was here, and it was the first time I'd encountered him in the garden, though I usually came early in the morning. He stood, framed by trees and a vine-covered wall, looking brilliant beneath the red sky. "What are you doing?" I asked, coming to stand beside him.
"Watching my fish."
He did not look at me, just stared into the pool. "Your fish?" He said nothing, and I suppose he did not need to repeat himself, because as I came to stand beside him, I saw the fish too. There were larger ones and small ones. Some were orange and white, and others were silver and black. They mingled and parted, a mesmerizing dance. "Are they your pets?" Adrian's lips quirked.
"I suppose you can call them that. They make me feel calm."
I wondered what spurred his discontent. Was it that my father had arrived from Lara, or that Isla was still missing and Ravenna was on the run?
"And you?" he asked. "Why do you come to the garden?"
My thoughts were far more personal than my answer. I came to the gardens because while I did not know my mother, the flowers felt like her embrace. And that was what I craved right now. Same as you. We were both quiet for a moment, and then Adrian said my name, and it wasn't until I looked at him that I broke. I cried. He pulled me into his arms and kissed me, and I met his mouth with mine, and soon my back was against the vine-covered wall, my legs wrapped around Adrian's waist. We were almost frantic with how quickly we came together. His fingers bit into my thighs, while mine twisted into his hair. My breaths were cries, keening and desperate, as Adrian moved inside me at this odd angle.
"Sparrow,"
he breathed and buried his head in the crook of my neck. As he did, I saw that we were not alone in the garden, and I choked on a moan as Killian's name spilled from my mouth. I felt Adrian stiffen against me, and he slowly lowered me to the ground. I couldn't even look at Killian. My face felt so hot. All I had worried about was how to interact with Adrian when my father and Killian were near, and here I'd been caught having sex with him. Knowing the commander, he would tell my father too. Then what? My relationship with my father already felt strained.
"Commander Killian,"
Adrian said, a pitch of frustration in his voice,
"can we do something for you?"
"You dishonor her," he said. Adrian offered a shrewd smile.
"In what way? by fucking her against a wall. It feels like worship to me.
Killian gritted his teeth, and I looked between them, embarrassed both by Adrian's words and that we had been caught. By Killian, no less. I hurried from the garden, heading for the secret corridors that would allow me to pass, unnoticed, to my own room. But just inside the door, Adrian caught up to me.
Isolde.
He reached for my arm, and I twisted toward him. "Did you do that on purpose?" I demanded. Adrian flinched, almost like I had slapped him, and then he narrowed his eyes.
"Why do you care that he saw us?"
I glared, and he waited. Finally, I relented, admitting, "I don't know how to do this. Be with you and love them."
"No one says you cannot do both," Adrian said.
"That is not the world we live in, Adrian."
"You are Queen of Revka, soon to be Queen of Cordova. You get to decide what world you live in."
I returned his gaze, my chest tightening. If that was the case, why did I feel so powerless? I watched him take a breath and then step away.
"I am here when you are ready."
Adrian left me in the corridor, alone. As evening approached, I asked Violetta and Vesna to help me get dressed early, in a gown that Violetta had made from fabrics gathered at the market in Salsaretti. It was sleeveless, the bodice a black applique that cupped my breasts and trailed down my stomach into a full skirt made of light pink silk, overlaid with black tulle. Adrian would like it, I thought. And this time, as the familiar claws of guilt attempted to grip my chest, I shoved them away. Today, I would stop feeling guilty about my feelings for Adrian. They were complicated, to be sure, but no more complicated than how I felt about the people of Laura, who had tried to kill me or my father, who had kept the enslavement of my mother's people from me. "I saw you with your father today," Violetta said. "You looked so happy." I had been happy. Now I was confused and a little angry. I wondered how she felt, having my father in her country, an enemy who agreed with Dragos's agenda, the king who had killed her family. I was happy to see him. He was all I had for so long, since my mother died when I was born. He had been my world, and there had been nothing beyond that. Now, that was not so. Now I had Adrian, and soon I'd have a whole nation. "Then I'm glad he's here, to watch you become Queen of Revka," she said. And despite my conflicted feelings around my home and my father, I was thankful for Violetta's words. The last piece of my outfit was a black circlet. It was heavier than I expected, and had black obsidian gems twisted around it. As I placed it upon my head, I wondered just how happy my father would be seeing me as queen. "If there's nothing else, my queen?" "No, nothing else," I said. "Thank you, Violetta, Vesna." The women left, and I turned from the mirror and crossed the room to store my blades inside the drawer, since they could not be hidden on my person in this dress. But as I went to put them away, my eyes fell to the book I'd taken from the library, the one in which the strange blade was hidden. I had yet to open it again, to pick up the knife, for fear of reliving the encounter with Dragos once more. But something drew me to the book, and as I opened it, I realized it wasn't a book at all, but a journal. The words were so precise, it looked like print. I would be content if I were free to conjure spells and teach, but Veda says my gift is too powerful to waste. She puts too much faith in these would-be kings, men who say they should rule a kingdom because their blood is different, though they bleed red like the rest of us. She thinks they will use our magic to predict drought and famine, but my king, he has the heart of a conqueror. Another entry read, "Today the king asked if the High Coven would support an invasion of Zenobia. I asked him,
how that would help his people. And when I did, he said I was here for my prophecy, not my opinion. He does not understand that they are one and the same. The High Coven did not agree to support the king in his wish to invade, and though I believe the right decision was made, I am filled with such dread for my present and future. King Dragos will murder me. I have foreseen it. I shared the woman's dread, and it kept me turning pages. My days in this life are waning. I do not have the heart to tell Adrian. Our love will damn this world. I felt numb with shock. Suddenly, I could connect every instance when Adrian had spoken about the witches, defending their magic, talking of their wish for peace. He had done so with such reverence that I had never considered that it had been because he loved one of them. He had loved Yesenia. It was not that I didn't believe what Adrian said about High Coven. This did not change what I had learned, what Violetta had said, or the accounts I'd read in the library from Dragos's reign. But it hurt to know that I held the journal of Adrian's lover, that she had written in these pages that she had professed her love for him here, and that everything he was doing now, conquering my world, was still for her. She was his world. And if she was his world, what was I? Once again, I found myself asking a question I hadn't in a long time. Why me? I let the book fall from my hands, my shock leaching the color from my face as I struggled to reconcile this new information with how Adrian looked at me, with the words he had spoken to me. I had to reason that he could also care for me and love her. But why did that suddenly not feel like enough? I thought I knew myself, but I didn't. I'd once been Isolde, Princess of Lara, a woman who could not be swayed by pretty words or a pretty face. A woman who would not marry and would rule just as well. Then I'd been betrayed by my people, and I'd come to rule a land of monsters, a sparrow among wolves indeed. This Isolde, the Queen of Revica, had been blinded. A knock at the door grounded me, and I bent to pick up the book. "Are you ready, Isolde?" Anna asked as she opened the door, and then she paused. "What's wrong?" I could not recover enough to lie. "I know about Yesenia," I said, because I was certain she knew too. She was Adrian's cousin, and she had existed just as long as he did. "Isolde, why did you not tell me?" She just stared, and I shoved the book back into the drawer, along with my knives, shutting it so violently it shook on its legs. "It's not what you think, Isolde." "Then what is it?" I snapped, looking at her. She was pale, and there was a moment when I felt terrible for bringing this upon her, when Isla was at the forefront of her mind. "Adrian cares for you." It was my turn to flinch. "I think he loves Yesenia." "You cannot be angry with him for avenging her death," Anna said. "He watched her burn at the stake, and when he tried to fight, they whipped him. He almost died." A thickness gathered in my throat. I touched those scars, traced them with my own calloused fingers. They were raised and jagged, and they covered every inch of his skin. That night, he not only lost the love of his life, but he also lost his king. Adrian had been loyal to Dragos, a member of his elite guard. "He should have been more discerning then," I said. Anna looked devastated by my comment, and her distress hit me in the heart. "You do not know what it was like," she said, her voice quivering. None of us saw it coming." Yesenia had, which meant she had kept the knowledge from everyone, including Adrian. I swallowed the pain and the anger that had gathered in my throat. Anna. She shook her head, silencing me. We will be late. She did not wait for me, and I did not blame her. I had been insensitive. She was right. I did not know what it was like to live during the Burning or the Dark Era, and I was not personally connected to anyone who had lost their lives. It was not for me to judge how someone should behave or what secrets they shared around something so traumatic. But still, I was hurt. I could admit that to myself, and when I was hurt, I wanted to fight. The great hall was once again packed, wall to wall. Mortals and vampires alike crowded around tables or huddled close together, making room for those who wished to dance. When I entered, someone began a chant. "Long live the Queen!" It continued, and people bowed, though I could not help feeling like I was surrounded by enemies. People who felt Adrian was distracted by me. People who had expectations of me that I could not meet. I was a threat to everyone's agenda. I supposed that was my power now, and I just had to stay alive long enough to use it. It was already hot in the room. Perspiration gathered between my thighs and breasts. It would be an uncomfortable evening in more than one way, I realized, as I crested the dais where Adrian waited. His presence was a physical blow. He was dressed in a black tunic over which he wore a fine black velvet surcoat. He was like the night, and his face was lit like a star, framed in a halo of blonde hair. I held his gaze, and he seemed both sincere and tender. I was torn between letting go of my rage and stabbing him as he greeted me. "My queen," he said, and held out his hand. I took it, not wishing for him to know that I'd discovered his secret. Not yet. I only thought with relief that I had avoided making a fool of myself. Moments before I'd found Yesenia's journal, I would have gone to him. I would have told him I was ready to make the world I wanted. I could still have it, I reminded myself. Adrian was only a vessel through which to achieve my goal. I shoved my hurt down and lifted my head. I would enjoy this night, and I would be crowned queen tomorrow, and I would seek a way to have my own form of vengeance. And perhaps, in the end, I would rule as I was meant to. Alone. "My king," I acknowledged curtly. Adrian raised a brow. "Are you feeling well this evening?" "Extremely," I replied, trying to calm myself enough so that he couldn't read my mind. It was hard to imbue my voice with anything but disdain. I moved past him, headed for the high table where my father stood. Normally, I would have embraced him, kissed his cheek, but tonight I only greeted him. "Father," I said. "Isolde." His voice was much softer, as if he wished to say something, but I did not look at him, and I did not even greet Killian, who stood opposite him. Adrian came to stand beside me, Darek and Anna on his right. As he sat, the rest of us followed. I reached for my wine, and though I knew it had been tested in the kitchens before it had arrived here at my table, I still hesitated. "Would you like me to try it?" Adrian asked. I swallowed, and without me even answering, he sipped. I could not help watching how the wine stained his lips until he licked it away. And as he set the goblet down before my hand, he said, "Fine." "Thank you," I said lightly, and swallowed a mouthful. It was not long after that I began to fan myself. The heat burned my skin. "Warm, my sweet?" Adrian asked beside me. Even as I turned toward him, I felt the sweat gathering upon my brow. He appeared unbothered. "Boiling," I said. "Perhaps movement would help," Adrian suggested. "We could dance." "No," I breathed. "I'd rather not." It wasn't until the words were out of my mouth that I realized how he would take my refusal. He would think I'd declined because my father and Killian were present, when the reality was that I could not face him right now. I could not be that close to him at this very moment. I wanted distance, but I had to remain at the banquet. We drank and ate and watched the boisterous crowd, who did not change their behavior even in the presence of my father. Vampires fed from their vassals and performed various sexual acts. Small fights broke out, and when blood was drawn, by vampire or mortal, there was an even greater struggle to taste it.
Despicable,
my father muttered under his breath.
Perhaps you should retire, King Henry, if this is too much for you, Adrian said. I did not like sitting between them. Is this how you claim to take care of my daughter? He asked, exposing her to this filth.
I worried over what Adrian would say.
Your daughter is no saint. She has a choice, just like you. You make a mockery of the legacy of this castle. And what is the legacy, King Henry? One of mass murder and the persecution of innocents.
I pushed my chair away from the table and rose, unable to handle being at the center of their conversation and unwilling to mediate it. Excuse me, I said, and left the great hall. It was cooler in the corridor, and I stood near the open doors, staring at the fire that roared at the center of the courtyard. It was one that had not been extinguished since the burning rites. Women danced around it, flower crowns upon their head. I watched them for a moment, mesmerized by their movements and the shadows they cast. I wondered if they feared the flames like I did.
Isolde.
I had not heard anyone approach, and I whirled, my heart in my throat, only to face Killian.
Apologies, Queen Isolde.
He corrected himself, though it sounded a little sarcastic.
Are you all right? He asked.
I was suspicious of his question, but answered anyway. I'm fine, I said. Did you need something? He hesitated, his eyes darting to the left before he spoke.
I would like to first apologize for how we parted.
But not for what you said, I asked. He looked at me, and I felt as though he was asking, will nothing ever be good enough?
What are you doing, Isolde?
My brows lowered, confused by his question. I do not know what you mean.
That monster is in love with you.
What? My breath rushed out of me at his observation. The notion of love between Adrian and me was ridiculous, especially given that I had just learned about Yesenia. I was surprised by how his suggestion hurt.
Isolde.
Commander.
Have you even tried to kill him since leaving Lara?
What exactly do you want from me? I asked him. I married him to protect our people. People who later tried to kill me. I stabbed him twice. I'd slept with him. I'd found comfort in him. I'd hurt for him.
You love him,
Killian said, and he stared at me the way he stared at Adrian. I shook my head. You wouldn't know love if it looked you in the face, Killian.
I thought I did,
he said. And you were wrong. I moved past him and entered the great hall again. My gaze shifted over the crowd and landed once again on Adrian, who sat reclined, one hand lifted to his mouth as he watched me. I stared at him, at the man who had loved Yesenia, the man who had killed a king for her, conquered a kingdom for her. She had never really died, and I had never really been his queen, his match, or his equal. Suddenly the sound of drums pulsed, nearly vibrating the ground. I turned, looking around me, only to find a procession of women dressed in shimmery beaded scarves that were so translucent I could see their breasts and the curls at the apexes of their thighs. their hair threaded through with flowers. They spun and twirled, at first through the whole crowd, but then they circled me, and the woman at the start of the line placed a floral crown upon my head, while another took my hands, sweeping me into their parade. At first I resisted, as I was pushed and touched, but soon I gave in to the movements, following the beat of the drums and the thud of the dancers' feet. I let them spin me and twirl me. It was not violent or angry, it was gentle and jovial. Before I knew it, we were outside, dancing before the large fire at the center of the courtyard, and the heat from it made me sweat. I let my hands rise into the air, and I spun beneath the starry sky, while people around me laughed and danced and kissed and fucked, and I reveled in the frenzy, desperate to forget everything about Adrian and my father and my future, until the first scream broke out. I halted in my rhythm. My euphoria was suddenly drowned in fear as the courtyard filled with a line of knights from another time. Between each pair was a woman. The first had dark hair, and somehow I knew that her cheeks were usually rosy, and that her eyes were bright blue. But right now she was pale, and there was no light in her eyes. Her hands were tied behind her back, and the soldiers gripped her upper arms, the indentations of their fingers making her skin turn white. They only released her when they pushed her into the fire. "Evanora!" I screamed, and I struggled, but I found I was bound. She hit the wooden pyre, and her horrifying screams filled the air. She thrashed, and the wood collapsed, sparks exploding as she rolled, a ball of flame that parted the crowd until she came to a stop, dead. The display did not stop the sequence. The next woman was Odessa. She tried to fight, but she was subdued with a crack to the skull and tossed into the flame. She did not move, but wilted there on the pyre. I did not stop screaming, even as my voice broke and my throat bled. I screamed as my coven, my sisters, these women whose souls spoke to mine, died before my eyes. I did not know how long it lasted, but the fire began to lose its potency, and over the dying flames I saw a set of dark eyes. King Dragos. Beside him was the woman whose magic had haunted me since Lara, Ravenna, her unmistakable ginger hair even more radiant in the firelight. When the king met my gaze, he smiled. "Bring him," the king ordered, and my eyes shifted to a familiar face framed with white gold hair. Adrian. His name rasped from my mouth, and my heart beat harder in my chest. "Adrian!" He was brought to his knees before me, and I saw that his head was bleeding, his lips were cracked, and bruises loomed across his cheek. "Yesenia!" He looked up from the ground, desperate. "Adrian." I repeated his name, and for the first time tonight I felt a sense of calm wash over me that came from a simple piece of knowledge. He would live. He would live, and he would damn the world. Dragos's voice echoed in the courtyard. "To think my greatest knight would choose a witch over his kingdom. Well, tonight you will watch her burn. Tomorrow you will collect her ashes. Light it." "Yesenia!" Adrian struggled against the guards, but they beat him until he could barely rise to his knees. As the soldiers moved forward to place torches at my feet, and the smoke rose to fill my vision and my throat, I spoke. "Do not fight, my love," I said. "You are destined for this world." "Yesenia," Adrian whispered, then begged. "Please, please, please." I shook my head and spoke words that ripped my heart in two. "All the stars in the sky are not as bright as my love for you. and as the flames lapped my skin, I squeezed my eyes shut and clenched my jaw tight. I would not give Dragos the satisfaction of my screams. At the end, I felt no pain. 20. I woke up with a start to find that I was in Adrian's room. I was dressed only in my shift. The smell of smoke clung to my hair, and my throat was sore. I touched my neck, wincing as I swallowed. As I rose into a sitting position, I found Adrian standing a few feet away, staring out his dark windows. He did not seem to know that I had awakened, and I was too caught up in my emotions to attempt to bury them now. I'd been inside Yesenia's head. I'd watched the people she loved die. I'd watched Adrian beg for her life at my feet. I'd heard him scream for her. I'd seen his horror and his pain. I know about Yesenia, I said. Adrian turned toward me. He was still dressed as if he had come from the celebration in the Great Hall, but he had discarded his overcoat. Everything you do for her. He said nothing. What I don't understand is, why me? Why make me your queen? Isolde. Adrian said my name like he was desperate for me to understand. But there was no explaining this. I pushed the blankets off and stood from his bed. You took me from my home to fill a place beside you that I could never fill in your heart. Isolde. Again he said my name, but firmer. I pushed on. I did not want to love, because it has only ever meant loss, but I let myself do it anyway. I screamed, and it hurt so bad I flinched. Everything hurt. Are you finished? Adrian asked, a tinge of annoyance in his tone. I hate you, I said through my teeth. It didn't matter that I had just admitted to loving him. He took a step toward me and then another. You hate me because you love me, he said, and it felt like a taunt as the corners of his lips lifted. The only thing I knew to do was fight, so I launched myself at him, but his legs tangled with mine and I ended up on the floor with Adrian on top of me. Don't you dare laugh, I struggled against him. I would never laugh at you, he said. You are. You did. This time I could not keep the hurt from my voice. Everything just kept getting worse. I wish I had never met you. Isolde, Adrian said, and there was something in his voice that made me go completely still. He called my name, and it called to my soul. His eyes held mine as he brushed stray pieces of hair from my face. You have a place beside me because you fill my heart. I love you. I have loved you since the beginning, he said, and his voice almost broke. I have loved you forever. His words hurt in a way I'd never imagined. This was a good kind of pain, an agony I'd die for. If you have loved me for so long, why didn't you tell me? You would have laughed at me, he said, but it is also the nature of my curse. I thought you weren't cursed. I am not cursed to be a vampire, Adrian said, but I am cursed in other ways, and you are one. I shook my head. And Yesenia? Isolde, it isn't what you think. I don't know how to tell you. I pressed my fingers to his lips and stared at him. I wanted to know, but not right now. Not after what he'd said, what I'd said. I needed more than words. Make love to me first. Adrian captured my face between his hands, eyes searching mine before our mouths sealed together. As he did, his fingers threaded into my hair. His body moved against mine. Our hands searched for ties and clasps, eager to feel skin against skin. And when we were bare, Adrian knelt between my thighs. One hand dipped behind my knee, guiding it over his shoulder, and he parted my flesh with his fingers while his mouth closed over my clit. I let out a breath that sounded more like a sigh, and twisted my fingers into his long, silken hair. As he thrust and teased, a harder sound escaped my mouth, my fingers digging into his scalp. He looked up at me from his place between my legs, his eyes glinting, full of a furious desire to pleasure and please. And he did, sending coils of electricity throughout my body until my stomach was wound so tight I began chanting his name and moving with him. Please, I breathed. Adrian. He rose up my body and kissed me, slow and languid. Hold on, he said, and I wrapped my arms and legs tight around his body, and he carried me to the bed. The blankets cradled me, and Adrian covered me. His body felt so warm and solid and right. His lips left mine to trail along my jaw and collarbone before he lifted himself to meet my gaze. I do not pray, he said, but I begged for you. Then he bent and kissed the place between my breasts before rising fully and pressing inside until he had filled me, whole and deep, and paused. We took a breath and stared at each other, and after a moment, Adrian began to move, slow, lush thrusts that ensured I felt every part of him. Perspiration built on our skin, and I held his forearms, nails digging into his hard muscle as sounds and words escaped my mouth. An erotic song he encouraged me to sing. It was in this moment that I understood I truly loved him. He had made me come alive in a way no one else had from the moment I laid eyes on him and Lara, and I'd spent every day fighting it. But no more. Suddenly I wondered what it would be like to surrender to him, to offer my whole being. Would he offer the same to me? Adrian, wait, I said, and he froze above me, concern etched across his glistening face. Are you all right? He asked, breathless. I smiled and trailed my fingers along his cheekbone. Take from me. I did not think it was possible for him to become any more still. Are you certain, Isolde? I nodded, my eyes blurred with tears. I am certain, I said, feeling the truth of it in my chest. I want every part of you. I want to invade your body. I want to be so heavy in your blood, you taste me when you bleed. Adrian shook his head a little, and then he slid from my body and sat up. Where are you going? I demanded, rising with him. There is something you must understand about your bloodletting, he said, before you agree. I waited, staring up at him. I told you that I begged for you, he said. I nodded. And you are here now because of those pleas. My brows furrowed, but I nodded anyway. He was acting as if I was a gift from the goddesses. Partaking of your blood means I become vulnerable. Worse, it will make you a target. I am already a target, I said. I had been, since I'd agreed to marry him. But what do you mean, vulnerable? By doing this, you become my one true weakness. If you die, I die. No, I said immediately. I needed him to be invincible. I needed him to be immortal. I swore I would never love if I had to lose. Then we can't. I won't. Isolde, he said, and that gentleness returned to his expression. I would never let anything happen to you. But I will also not exist without you again. More than that, though, I am willing to risk my life to be bonded to you the way I have always desired. I have waited centuries for this. For you. My heart felt like it would explode. Does anyone know about the curse? Only those who were there when it was made, he said. Anna, Darek, Soren, and Tanaka. They were the closest to him, more trusted than anyone else in Adrian's circle. I felt safe in the knowledge that no one knew beyond those four, and in the end, no one had to know of our bloodletting. There would be no evidence, no wound and no scarring, because Adrian would heal it. I rose to my knees and twined my arms around his neck. Well then, you'll just have to do a very good job of protecting me. I kissed him, and Adrian gathered me into his arms, guiding my legs on either side of his as he sat on the edge of the bed. He held my waist and slid into me, his mouth leaving mine to graze along my neck and shoulder. I clung to him and shuddered, letting him lead. And when his fangs elongated and pierced my skin, I gave a guttural cry. There was a second of pain before the pleasure of his mouth and his cock won over. They seemed to work in tandem, filling me with an ecstasy that took me under. And then my mind was flooded with memories of Adrian, memories that had felt like dreams. I met him beneath jasmine and kissed him under stars, and we made love in the dark, and that love ended in fire and damned the world. I knew then who I truly was, who I had always been. Yesenia of Eroth. I was Yesenia of Eroth. Not now, not in this body, but I had been her in another life, in Adrian's life. The tears came when Adrian released me. Isolde. He cupped my face and kissed my mouth and my cheeks. Tell me. I know, I whispered, and my body shook with sobs. I couldn't explain it immediately. I did not have all the memories or moments, but the knowledge of who I had been and who I was now existed simultaneously in my mind. And Adrian, he had brought me back. When my mind had not remembered him, my body had. I know you, I said, and collapsed against him. I lay draped over Adrian's body, his fingers moving lightly over my skin as I wrestled with my strange thoughts, dividing them into past and present. But how did you get here? How did you become a monster? I smiled a little. A vampire. I made a trade, he said. I begged the goddesses to let me live and seek revenge against everyone responsible for your death. And she granted my wish. I had a few memories of High Coven worshipping Dis as their creator. At the expense of desiring blood? It is what I asked for. Let me taste the blood of my enemies. I heard him chuckle quietly. Be careful of your words in deals with the divine. You never speak of the goddesses, I observed. Just because I was created by one does not mean I serve them. Gods become more human the closer you are to them, Adrian said. I sensed there was more he could say, but he didn't. So I asked, "Do you hate her for what she made you?" "No, I quite like what I am," he said. We were quiet for a few moments, and then he spoke. "I spent a long time searching for you. When I saw you in the woods, it took everything in my power not to bite you then." "Why didn't you?" It seemed like the easiest thing. He would have avoided all my hate, all my anger and resentment. "I would have, but this is a cruel goddess to bargain with. You had to choose me, love me." He paused. "I do not think she believed you ever would." There was something ominous about how he spoke. I halted my exploration of his skin and met his gaze. "Is she why you began your conquest of the 9 houses?" I asked. "Do you conquer for Dis?" "I conquer for myself," he said, "and Dis can do nothing without me, because I am her weapon." "But you do not wish to be her weapon," I said. Adrian did not speak. I rose, straddling him, his hands grasping my thighs. If these divine beings are so powerful, why do they not come to Earth and vanquish their enemies? Why do they play with mortals and monsters? "They have no power on Earth, save what they can do through us," Adrian said, his hands drifting to my waist. "Can a goddess be killed?" I whispered. "That is blasphemy," he said, though his eyes flashed at the prospect. "Are you pretending to be pious?" I teased, just as he once had. I bent and kissed him, then took him inside me again. It was late in the morning when I returned to my chamber to wait for Violetta and Vesna's arrival. I needed to bathe and dress, and I would like to spend some time with my father before the coronation began. I was still not pleased with him, but he would only be here for a short while before returning to Lara, and I did not want to regret this time. I came around a bend in the hallway and halted, finding Killian outside my door. "Killian, what are you doing?" "I came to see if you were all right after last night," he said, "but it seems you are just fine. Did you seek comfort in your husband's arms?" I stiffened at his comment. "That is none of your business." "Of course not, Your Majesty." His tone was biting, and I flexed my fingers into a fist. One day, he would feel the sting of my blade. I was certain of it. "You should leave," I said, moving past him. But as my hand touched the handle, he spoke. "You once hated them as much as I did. What changed?" "I learned the truth," I said. "You have been brainwashed." His words made me pause, and I turned to him fully, taking one step closer. "That has always been your issue, Killian. You think I don't know my own mind. Mark my words, it will cost you dearly one day." I took a step back, and then I entered my room, locking the door behind me. Violetta and Vesna arrived only a short time later, and we began preparations for the coronation. I started with a bath, and as the jasmine dropped into my water, memories of the nights I'd spent with Adrian in the pool rose to the surface of my mind. I thought of Anna then, of my first day in the castle when Violetta had dropped the oil into my water. "Lady Anna Maria said it would relax you." But it had not been for relaxing at all. She had used it to trigger my memories. Anna, my best friend, I thought. There were no memories yet, just the knowledge of how close we had been. An hour later, I was ready. Vesna had pinned half my hair up and let the rest fall in shining waves over my shoulders. After, Violetta helped me into my dress, which was designed by Adrian. It was black fitted from the bodice to my hips where it flared into a full skirt. Appliques in a darker shade of black curled like shadow in strategic places, around my breasts, my hips, and the hem. The neckline was cut low, and a collar necklace only drew more attention. A simple pair of earrings glittered in the darkness of my hair, like stars in the inky sky. And as I stared at myself in the mirror, I felt awake for the first time. I was ready to be queen. I was ready to conquer. Just then, the door opened, and I turned to find that Anna had arrived. While I knew I had seen her most days since I'd arrived in Revica, there was another part of me that felt as though it had been forever. And for the part of my soul that knew her, it really had been. "Are you all right?" she asked. I opened my mouth to try and speak, but no words came out. I cleared my throat and tried again, only managing to say, "I know." Anna's face melted into a sob, and she covered her mouth. "We waited so long." I hugged her to me tight, and only let her go because it was time to see my father. He was in his room, and sat at his small round table eating breakfast. It was odd to see that his usual routine was not interrupted despite a change of scenery. "Father," I greeted. "Isolde," he said. "My gem, you look beautiful." "Thank you." I stood awkwardly in the middle of his room until he stood to face me. "Isolde, is this truly what you want?" he asked. I drew my brows together, confused by his question. He had not asked me when I'd agreed to marry Adrian if this was truly what I had wanted, because he knew it hadn't been. But that was then, and this was now. "Yes," I said. Perhaps it was the fact that my memories had awoken, but it was somehow easier to admit my desires. "If it is queendom you want," he said, "then I will abdicate. I will give you my throne." "Father," he was talking nonsense. "You can end this, Isolde." He cut me off, speaking firmly, and I blinked. "What?" "You can kill Adrian." "No, father," I said, shaking my head. "End him, and whatever spell he has cast over you will end too. You will know when it is done. Please, Isolde." "I cannot kill him," I snapped. "Then I will help. Killian and I, we will—" "You would have to kill me," I yelled, and my father blanched. We stared at each other in silence for a moment. "What did you say?" "I said there is only one way to kill him, and it would mean you would have to kill me." I swallowed hard. I was not willing to tell him that Adrian had fled from me, but I could confirm other things. "You were right about a curse. It wasn't what we thought. Our fates are tied, father. If I die, he dies." I stared at my father as he realized fully the impact of what I had told him. Of everyone, I could trust my father to keep the secret. He would never wish harm upon me. He had almost gone to war just so he would not have to give me up to the Blood King. "So you see," I whispered, "there is no way." My father shook his head. "Isolde." "I'll be all right, father. Adrian will protect me." There was a knock at the door. "Your Majesties," Anna called. "It is time." I took a few steps, closing the distance between us, pressing a kiss to his cheek. "I love you," I said, and as I drew away, he held my face between his hands. "You are the hope of our kingdom, Isolde." Anna collected us, and together we made our way to the Great Hall. It had been decorated with flags in Adrian's colors, red and black with gold accents. But there was an addition to his crest. Among the roses and the wolf was a sparrow. The room was packed with many of the same people as last night, and some additions. Once again, there was a tension here that ate away at my skin. A tension that I was even more aware of now that Adrian and I had bonded. And though I saw a few friends, Darek, Soren, Isaac, and Mia, we were among far more enemies. Anna walked ahead of us, bowing to Adrian before taking her place beside Darek on the dais. My father strode beside me, offering his arm as I made my way down the aisle toward Adrian, who stood tall and proud, dressed all in black and crowned in iron. I held his gaze, full of things he had said and wanted to say. I wondered about my father, at the desperation with which he had begged me to end Adrian's life. Had my admission been enough? Would he give up on the task and encourage others to do the same? We came to the bottom of the steps, and my father bowed before ascending the steps to stand beside Killian as the coronation began. "My king," I said to Adrian, and dipped into a deep curtsy, the folds of my dress fanning out around me. Adrian's lips curled. "Is your majesty willing to take the oath?" he asked. "I am." "Do you swear by your king to honor and protect the people of Revica?" It was strange. The notion that I was agreeing to protect vampires, to protect the kingdom I had once despised. And yet I found myself agreeing with my whole heart because I knew the truth of this world. I had seen the murder of High Coven by a power-hungry king. Adrian was not the monster. Evil could live within any creature. Adrian was the vengeance. "And will you use your power justly and mercifully as it applies within the bounds of our rule?" "I will." "And will you serve beside me and upon my counsel to execute our law?" "Yes," I breathed. Adrian's eyes never left mine as he spoke, and I felt like he was seeing me throughout all my lifetimes. I wondered if he had ever guessed this future for himself like Yesenia had. Like I had. Anna approached, holding a velvet pillow, and Adrian gathered the crown that sat atop between his hands. It was black and iron, and though it sat heavily upon my head, I knew it belonged there. "Rise, Isolde, Queen of Revica, future Queen of the 9 houses." I took his hand, and as I did, he kissed my knuckles. "You are my light," he said. "And you are my darkness," I replied. They were old worlds, a memory from my past, and they felt just as natural as Adrian's touch. He pulled me up the remaining steps and into a kiss that I felt deep in my belly. My hands went to his face as I devoured him just as hungrily. And when he released me, the crowd began to clap and chant, "All hail the king! Long live the queen!" I scanned the faces gathered, noting those who joined the hymn and those who remained silent. One of them being my father. I felt a horrible pang in my chest as I connected with his hard stare. "All hail the king! Long live the queen!" Adrian started to guide me down the steps when the doors to the great hall were thrown open and in ran a guard who stumbled and fell to his knees. "Cel Seredi is under attack." Dread tightened my throat as Adrian and I exchanged a look. We both knew who it was. Ravenna, the Crimson Mist. "Stay," Adrian said. "Get to higher ground, and I will return." He kissed my forehead, and as he left, calling for Darek to join him, Anna hurried to my side. "Soren," Adrian called, "stay with the queen." Several guards fell into ranks behind him, and as I watched him go, a greater sense of unease washed over me. "You heard the king," Soren said. "Higher ground." But as he spoke, Gisalik stepped into the center of the room, and I knew, whatever his intentions, they were not good. I lifted my chin. "So, it appears you have made it to Coronation Day," he said. "Do you have something to say, noblesse?" "My queen," Soren said, coming to stand beside me. He placed a hand upon my arm. "Perhaps it would be best to retire to your room, where it is safe." He attempted to urge me toward the adjoining room where Adrian and I had waited for court. But as he did, a group of vampires, some noblesse, including the one-eyed Julian and their vassals, surrounded us. When they drew nearer, I felt Soren's body tense, his grasp on me tightening. Anna, too, turned in an attempt to block me from their onslaught. I glared at Gesalic. "So, this is how it will be," I said. "This is treason, noblesse Gesalic," Soren said. "This is not treason," he said. "It is revenge. King Adrian knows a thing or two about revenge, does he not?" "I am warning you not to touch me," I said. The group who surrounded me laughed. "That is a warning from a mortal. Besides, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your father, would you?" Gesalic nodded, and I turned to find that my father and Killian were restrained. I spun to face my captor. "You want me to pay for killing your son, is that it?" "I want you to pay for coming here at all, for turning the king's eye away from his prize." If he knew Adrian at all, he would know he had already claimed it. I clicked my tongue. "Oh, that rings of jealousy, noblesse. Adrian may like your mouth, but I, for one, cannot wait to cut out your tongue." "Did he not warn you," I said through my teeth, "that I am a warrior first and a queen second?" Just then, the doors to the great hall groaned open and a woman staggered inside. I did not recognize her, and despite her muddy clothing, I could see that she had long, dark hair and delicate features, round eyes, a small nose, and soft lips. I heard Anna gasp beside me. "Isla!" Anna called and attempted to sprint down the steps, but she was instantly restrained by one of the vampires. "No!" I reached for her, but Soren held me in place as Anna screamed again for Isla. The vassal stumbled and fell to her knees, just as Gesalic broke the circle around me and Soren and approached her. "Don't you dare! Don't touch her!" Anna shrieked. He bent and picked up the woman by her hair, dragging her to her feet. He tipped her head back so that her neck was taut. "Your vassal's looking a little wan, Anna Maria," Gesalic said. "Perhaps we should end her suffering." As he spoke, however, Isla began to convulse. "Isla!" Anna screamed. "Isla, no!" What was happening? Anna broke from her captor and raced for Isla. "Soren," I commanded, and the vampire caught Anna around the waist as a terrifying sound came from Isla's mouth. It was something akin to a scream, and Gesalic released her. Only Isla did not fall to the ground. She stood with her arms spread wide and her head thrown back. Her long hair began to rise and float around her, and as her mouth gaped, a red mist came from her throat, curling into the air. "It's here!" one of the noblesse yelled. "The crimson mist is here!" A rush of bodies charged the exit, and most of the circle surrounding me broke away. "Don't let the queen escape," Gesalic yelled, and though he tried to hurry back to me, he could not fight the rush of the crowd as they attempted to escape the mist that had begun to consume one person after another. Horrifying screams filled the room as bodies fell, skinned to the ground. Soren dragged Anna backward, away from the reaching mist. "Let me go to her. I can help," I heard her yell. I was so caught up in Anna's anguish, I did not notice anyone approaching. Someone grabbed my shoulders and jerked me. As they did, I reached for my crown and shoved it into my attacker's face. He cried out and released me, and I turned to find a mortal had attempted to take me hostage. He held his hands to his bloodied face, but recovered enough to growl at me, so I rammed the crown into his face once more. He stumbled back and fell motionless. "Isolde?" Soren called, holding open the door to the adjacent room to the great hall. Anna was nowhere in sight, and I guessed she'd already gone inside. I turned, searching for my father, finding him just as he bent to retrieve a blade from the downed mortal. "I've got him," Killian called to me. We fled inside the small room, shutting the door behind us. "What the hell is that?" Killian asked. "It's called the Crimson Mist," I said. "It's what killed the villagers of Veda." Killian paled, and more screams came from the other side of the door. We did not have much time. The mist would seep beneath the crack in the door and kill us all. "I need you to get my father out of here," I said to Soren. "And you, Your Majesty." "No, Ravenna is here somewhere, and I think I know what she's after." "I cannot leave you alone," Soren said. "I'll go with you," Anna said. "And so will I," Killian said. I looked at him, shocked, but he shrugged. "You are my princess." I looked at Soren. "Get my father out of here, then come find me." He nodded. We split up, Soren and my father to the West Tower, Anna, Killian, and I to the library. We ran, dodging staff and servants and members of the court. I did not know how fast the mist could move, or how visible it would be against all the red. Still, I looked for it, and for any sign of Ravenna in reflections. Now, with access to Yesenia's memories, my memories, I recalled that Ravenna's magic was portal magic, though she was rarely powerful enough to create one without some kind of reflective surface. So she often walked through mirrors or windows. "You think she's going after the Book of Dis," said Anna. "I know she's going after the Book of Dis." Lothian thought it was blank, but it was only blank because it was spelled. And I'd been the one to spell it. We continued down hall after hall, and just as we reached the familiar ebony doors of the library, Gisalik burst from behind them. I skidded to a halt, flanked by Killian and Anna. "Now is not the time for your petty revenge," I seethed. "If not now, when? I can skin all three of you alive and claim it was the mist," Gisalik said. "You would let your people suffer in favor of my death." "Some revenge is just too sweet," Gisalik said, and as he lifted his blade, I noticed Anna's mouth moving, whispering hushed words. She was reciting a spell, but Anna had no magic. I could not hear the words she spoke, so I did not know what she summoned until blue lightning sparked at her fingertips, but it was nowhere near the shock she would need to attack Gisalik. "Speak it again," I ordered. She glanced at me and did as I instructed. The more she did, the greater the sparks grew. Each incantation made them stronger and stronger. My only hope was that she would be able to control it, otherwise it might hurt her. "Killian, give me your sword," I said. "Isolde." "Please, Killian," I said. He relented, and as he handed me his sword, I whispered, "Protect Anna at all costs." Gisalik chuckled as I lifted my blade. "Are you going to fight me, warrior queen?" "If you insist," I said. Gisalik's blade came down first. It was a hard move, straight down and directed at my head. I imagine he wanted to split me in two, but I moved quickly. His sword caught the hem of my dress, while mine caught his arm, drawing dark blood. He growled, and I suspected he thought that would be his killing blow. I had to admit I was unnerved that he'd cut my dress. It meant I had barely moved fast enough, and if he kept striking like that, I wouldn't make it. Gisalik picked up his sword again and swung. This time, I attempted to deflect, but the impact rattled my bones, and I almost lost my grip on my blade. It was a mistake, and Gisalik used the opportunity to swing once more, knocking it from my grip. Just as he moved for what I was certain would be a killing blow, a knife whirled through the air and lodged square in his chest. "Killian," I thought as the noblesse roared, and I bent to scoop up my blade. "Anna!" I called and flung out my hand. Just as I did, she reached for me, and I felt the surge of magic she'd summoned work its way through my body into the hilt of my sword. I sunk it into Giselik's heart, and he convulsed around the blade. I did not let go of Anna until he no longer moved. "Is he?" Anna asked. "Not dead," I said. He had no beating heart to stop. The only thing it would do was paralyze him for a few hours. I stared at her. "You never said you were learning spells," I said, and Anna shrugged. "You pick up a few things along the way." The sound of shattered glass drew my attention. "No." I ran into the library, to the glass cases that contained the High Coven's relics, and I found each case intact. The Book of Dis was still there. But as I stared, a face looked back at me. "Ravenna," she smiled. "Yesenia," she said. "Or should I call you Isolde?" I narrowed my eyes. Did her use of my old name mean she knew my memories had been awakened? Did she know about the bloodletting and the subsequent bond between Adrian and me? "What are you doing?" I asked. "Taking what was stolen from me," she said. "The Book of Dis was never yours," I said. "It was mine, Yesenia's." "It's not about the book. It's about what it can give me," she said. I shook my head. "That book will take as much from you as you ask of it," I asked. "Is that what you want?" "I want power," she said, and her voice shook. Suddenly, the case exploded, and I covered my head as I was showered in glass. Pieces of it bit into my skin, but I did not have time to react, because as I rose from the shelter of my arm, I saw that the book was gone, and in its place was a bubbling red mist. "Fuck!" I yelled, and turned to run just as Killian and Anna caught up with me. "To the West Tower, now!" We raced through hallway after hallway, until I rounded the corner and came face to face with the mist. Killian reached for me and jerked me back. It had filled most of the hallway in front of us, completely barring us from the other side of the castle. "Fuck," I said again. "Isolde," Anna called, turning to run down the opposite hallway. I knew where she was going, and I caught up with her as she was pulling open a near-invisible door. The secret corridors. It was quieter in the passageway. Our breaths were ragged, our hearts pounding. I kept my hands pressed against either side of the wall as I followed Anna in the darkness. When we emerged on the other side, the mist was behind us, but it roiled and built, gathering like a wall of cloud and following. "We have to get to Sorin," I said. I wasn't even sure he would still be atop the tower. It was possible he had gotten my father to safety and left to find us. What if we did not cross paths? What if he got caught in the mist? I pushed my worry away. Sorin could fly. If anything, he had the best chance of escape of any of us. I was in the lead, my legs burning as I tried to carry myself faster and faster to my father. As I crested the top of the stairs and ran down the center of the Hall of Mirrors, the mist roiled behind me, cutting off Killian and Anna's pursuit. "No!" I screamed and turned back for them, but the mist was already up to Killian's waist. I stared at both of them, wide-eyed and fearful. "Don't let it consume you," I said. "Get to safety." "We can't leave you," he said. "You can. Get to safety." I watched him hesitate, and I knew he was assessing whether he could make it if he ran toward me. "By the fucking goddess, leave, Killian. Get Anna out of here. That is an order." His jaw ticked, but he relented, and a wave of relief washed over me as I saw them retreat before the mist filled the end of the hall. I turned and sprinted to the stairwell, which was plunged into darkness, only to be hit hard in the chest as I reached the top. I tried to grip something, anything, but there was nothing. I tumbled backward, falling and rolling until I came to a stop at the bottom of the stairs. I couldn't breathe. My ribs hurt so badly. I groaned, rolling onto my back as I attempted to catch my breath, confused, when the blurry image of my father walked into view. "Father," I asked. "I'm sorry, Isolde," he said, and he lifted his blade. "But this is the sacrifice of a queen." "Father?" I rolled as his sword came down, grazing my side, and hit the stone floor beneath me. He continued toward me and tried once more to bring the blade down upon my bruised body. I tried to scramble to my feet, but a harsh push sent me to the ground again. And as I began to crawl away from my father, I sobbed. "What are you doing?" I was so weak and so tired. My chest burned, my ribs sent an echoing pain through my whole body, and I was more dizzy than I'd ever been. "What you should have done, the moment you discovered you were his weakness," my father yelled, and placed his booted foot against my side, sending me to my back. "You wanted me to kill myself?" I asked, disgusted. "For whom? For a kingdom of people who turned their backs on me for my sacrifice?" "It is for the greater good," he said. "Not just your people, but the whole of Cordova." "Even my mother's people?" I asked, my voice quiet, calm. "Because you left them enslaved, and that does not sound like the greater good." The mist was gaining on us. I had never been this close to it, but now I could feel its magic. It tingled with an electric pulse that raised the hair on my arms, and it reminded me of who I was and where I had come from. I was Yesenia of Aeroth. As my father thrust the end of his blade toward my chest, I caught it between my hands. It cut into my palms, and blood dripped onto my skin. "Father," I said, tears spilling down my face. "Please don't." "Were you not prepared before to do whatever it took to save your people? What has changed? Love?" Everything had changed. It wasn't just Adrian, it was my whole world. The people I had once trusted were now my enemies. The people who had been my enemies, whom I had detested for so long, were the only ones I dared believe. And at the root of it all was him, my father, the foundation from which my life of lies had begun. I ground my teeth, jerking suddenly, knocking the blade away and shoving my feet into my father's knees. He grunted and went down. Then I kicked him in the chest, and he fell onto his back, losing his sword in the process. I scrambled for it and took it into my slick palm. As I rose to my feet, he came to his knees. I pointed the blade at him, and he lifted his hands in surrender. The mist behind him was a bloody curtain. I shook my head, sniffling. I wanted to break completely, to fall to the floor and sob endlessly. My father had tried to kill me. "You would be renowned," he tried to reason. "Not just in Lara, but all of Cordova. Is that not what you want?" I did not want to die a hero. I wanted to live as a conqueror. "I wanted to be queen, father, and now I am," I said. I let his blade fall to my side. "Go home." I started down the hall, toward the stairwell. I wanted fresh air, and I wanted to sleep forever. I made it 2 steps before he launched himself at me, and as I turned, I slid my blade through his stomach. His eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from his mouth, and as he fell to his knees, I went with him. "I'm so sorry," I said. The only thing my father could offer was a choked sound when he landed on his side. And as I watched him die, I cried. What a horrible thing to have lost a parent, and by your own hand. Ravenna's voice echoed around the hall, and my spine stiffened at the sound of it. I looked up and around, but did not see her. It is horrible, I said. The burden of a kinslayer is great. But you would know something about that, wouldn't you? Oh, she breathed, and then she appeared in every mirror along the hall. She was untouched by battle, perfect hair braided to rest over her shoulder, her white robes far too pristine. It was how she always fought, through others and from afar. But one day, she would know the bite of a blade, and I wanted it to be from me. She held the Book of Dis cradled in her arm, and it ignited something inside me, a deep and growing anger I did not completely understand. I was two people now, and I only knew as much as the other would give. The witches of High Coven were never my sisters, she said. They loved you. Do not, she shouted, and in that moment her face changed. She looked older and hate-filled. Her eyes seemed to sink into her head and darken, taking on what I could only describe as an evil expression. This is who she truly is, I thought. This is what her path to power has cost her. Do not say they loved me. Do not say you loved me. I stared at her, breathing hard. I recalled caring for Ravenna, but she sought power beyond the rules of High Coven, and it wasn't until she tried to use it that she was exiled, and a curse put upon her own magic. It was why her spells did not work as they were supposed to, because she was forbidden from practicing magic. Do you know, he never wanted me, Ravenna said. Ravenna, I was Dragos's last resort, she said. The mist crept closer as she spoke, and I reached for my father's blade, pulling it free from his body. I had no choice but to leave him and retreat. And as I did, I passed mirror after mirror, full of Ravenna's reflection. At least you ended up by his side, I said. The rest of us turned to ash. I had no sympathy for her plight. She was the reason my sisters were dead. Tell me, I said, continuing my slow walk down the hall. One of these was not an illusion. One of these was a portal. One of them would bring me face to face with the real Ravenna. Did you kill us all because you knew you'd never be his choice, unless the rest of us were dead? Ravenna's anger surged, and there was an old part of me that felt it like a tangible thing. I was getting closer. Your power could have been great. It was your mind that was weak. My mind, she snapped. Says the witch who fell in love with a mortal. Even in this life, you haven't changed. Tell me, did you enjoy the bloodletting? A cold sense of dread washed over me. So she did know. You let him compromise the one thing you should have coveted, your life. Now, who is weak? I took slower steps. Her anger was a wall as red as the mist advancing upon me. Adrian's love has always given me power, I said. It is what brought me back to life. That wasn't a lie or an exaggeration. I begged for you, he'd said. You are a fool, Ravenna spat. I am queen, I said, and despite all you have done, you are a powerless witch who hides in mirrors. Her anger flashed bright. It took everything within me not to react, not to turn then and let her know I'd found her. Not for long. I have the book. I smiled. And I wrote it. She did not need to know that I had not recalled a single spell, that I had yet to remember why I'd even begun writing it in the first place.
"Pity you were not born with magic in this life," she now mocked. "How will you ever defeat me?"
"I do not need magic to defeat you, Ravenna."
"Oh?" she asked, amused. "Tell me then, if not magic, what do you need?"
"Patience," I said. Then I shifted and flung my blade. It pierced one of the mirrors and lodged in Ravenna's chest. Blood spattered from her mouth onto the glass. I reached for a nearby candlestick and swung it, shattering it, but I knew Ravenna was gone when the mist vanished. I stood for a moment, breathing hard, and the weight of what I had just done, of this whole day, crashed down upon me. I screamed. I raged. I broke every mirror left in the hallway, and when I was finished, I made my way upstairs to the top of the tower. There, I sank to the ground to rest beneath the red sky of Revka, and I knew this was the pain that would make me into a monster. When I opened my eyes again, Adrian hovered over me, expression grim. Anger was etched into his brows and the hollows of his cheeks. I broke when I saw him. My anguish was a physical thing that had invaded and warped my body. I would never be the same. My father was dead. The man who had raised me, whom I had looked to for guidance, whom I had idealized as a great king, had tried to end my life for the greater good. For the greater good. I kept repeating his attack in my head and hearing his words, but I was no closer to understanding. Adrian knelt and gathered me into his arms, and I sobbed into the hollow of his neck. The next thing I remembered was waking up beside him. I lay on my stomach, my hand curled beneath my head, and when I met his gaze, more tears sprang to my eyes. I was exhausted. I was tired of crying, but I could not hold on to anything but my pain. He reached out and brushed them away. "Do you know why I call you Sparrow?" he asked, his voice as quiet as a whisper. I shook my head. I had assumed it had something to do with my vulnerability here, among so many vampires, and right now I felt every bit the mortal I was. "The Sparrow is sought after by many monsters, but she is cunning and resourceful, and she always wins." As he spoke, my throat tightened, and the tears burning my eyes were renewed once more. "You have the heart of a sparrow, even among wolves," he said, and his lips pressed hard against my forehead. When he pulled away, he added, "It should have been me, my blade that cut him down, not yours." "No," I said. It was right that it had been me. If he had died by any other hand, I would not have forgiven them, just as I would never forgive myself. "I failed you. I promised to protect you." "How could you have known?" "It is not about knowing. I swore an oath to my father, who could not even keep it." As I spoke, my lips quivered, and I could see he struggled just as much, his eyes reflecting the torment of my heart. The pain and anger and sadness, even the shock. Who would have suspected I would not be safe with my own father? "Then let me swear a new one to you," he said. "I will never let anything hurt you like this again." Nothing could hurt like this, unless I lost him. I would have made the same oath to him, but his was already fulfilled. He would never live without me. "Adrian." I whispered his name and touched his face, my fingers twisting into his hair. Ravenna knew. His expression hardened. Ravenna knew about the bloodletting, which means one of your 4 is a traitor. It was a greater blow. It was not as if we had many people to trust. The noblesse were not to be trusted. The 4 were trusted until now. Who, between Darek, Sorin, Anna, and Tanaka, would have told? Had it been a mistake, a moment of weakness? I also told him of the noblesse who had betrayed him, of Giselek and Julian, but he was not surprised, and admitted that they had fled. Sorin is hunting, but I do not think he will find them. What will you do? I whispered. He studied me for a moment, and then answered, We will wait. Sometimes a traitor is the leverage we need. Strangely, I wondered if this was what it meant to be queen, never fully trusting anyone but my king. We would burn my father, foregoing the traditional burial of my people. It was an insult, because no king of Lara had been consumed by fire, and yet as I watched the final beam fall into place atop the pyre, I did not regret my decision. I stood in the courtyard of the Red Palace, wearing blue and silver, the colors of my house. It was not for my father, but for myself. I saw this as my funeral, too. The death of the woman I used to be. Few joined us for the burning. Anna and Killian stood on my left, and Adrian on my right. Beside him were Darek and Sorin, and behind him were Isaac and Mia. Tanaka and the remainder of the noblesse were scattered about. I tried not to look at them with mistrust, tried not to think that one among 4 of Adrian's closest friends was a traitor. And yet I could not let the knowledge fall to the back of my mind. We had a traitor. With that thought, I moved closer to Adrian, and he welcomed me, his fingers sliding between mine as my father was carried from the castle. He was wrapped in white, and what was left of his blood soaked through the fabric, his skin having been eaten away from his body by the mist. My misery was acute, both because my father was dead, and because he had tried to kill me. I was still not over the shock of it, and I had barely slept because each time I closed my eyes, I no longer saw burning pyres at my feet. I saw my father, standing over me with a sword. How had we gone from only having each other to this? How had I gone from being his gem, the savior of our people, to the enemy? Was that the duty of a king, to ensure the greater good? I did not care for the greater good. I wanted what was good for me, what would ensure I lived long enough to save my mother's people, protect those I called my own, defeat Ravenna, and become queen of all who would harm me. That was my greater good. Beside me, Adrian looked solemn, and I knew it was both because he knew my hurt and because he had not been here to help me. My chest tightened at how he'd looked at me, how he'd sworn a second oath, an oath he said he would never offer, and yet that was how I knew he loved me. "What happens now?" I asked. We watched as a guard moved forward to light the pyre. The fire caught quickly. It reminded me of how fast it had consumed the wood at my feet 200 years ago. The flames burned hot, and, normally, I would try to keep my distance, the fear of flames and smoke a trigger. But this time, I did not move, and I watched my father's body burn through blurry eyes. "We must find and kill Ravenna," he said. "I imagine she will continue attempting to perfect her mist." The attack on Selceretti had taken many lives. Those funerals would be held in the coming days. Among those, we would bury Isla, Anna's lover. I glanced at Anna, pale and quiet, and reached for her hand. She did not look at me. She hadn't looked at anyone since Isla's death, but she squeezed my hand, and at least that was a comfort. I could not imagine what she was going through. In truth, I did not want to know, but I felt for her in a way that made my chest ache and guilt settle heavily upon my heart. I had not been able to even broach the subject with her, too consumed in my own strange grief. "And King George," I asked, "when will he pay for what he did to my people?" "Soon, Sparrow," Adrian said. The pyre collapsed, and my father's body crashed to the stone ground, sending sparks and ash flying. I watched unblinking as every bit of him was reduced to ash, until there were only scorched bones left. And it was as I saw the eyes of his skull, vacant and full of smoke and fire, that I remembered why I'd written the Book of Dis. It was a book of spells. It was a book of dark magic, the kind High Coven had outlawed, the kind that could raise the dead.
Bonus. Chapter 1, in Adrian's point of view. Behind me, the village of Leda burned, but those flames did not draw its king Frederick from Castle Aemon, which was positioned behind a 12-pointed star of bastion fortifications and towers. The walls themselves would have been near impossible for mortals to scale, not only due to their height, but because streams of boiling water were now being poured over the edge. As if that would deter me, a monster. I admired the strategy, no matter how futile. I was inevitable. I bent, my weight pressing into my heels, and pushed off the ground, vaulting into the sky. My soldiers followed like a murder of crows, determined to keep their formation as we came to land on the other side of the fortress walls. A shocked quiet descended, as men dressed in tarnished armor stared back, buckets of boiling water poised to empty. I unsheathed my blade, which seemed to bring the mortals out of their hypnosis. Some bared their teeth and raised their weapons. One shouted, "Bastards of Dis! Leave this blessed land!" My lips curled. "You think this land is blessed?" I looked to my left and right at my soldiers who flanked me, while fire consumed acre after acre behind us. "It looks cursed to me." "You should not indulge them," Daruk, my second in command, said. I could feel his tension. I was never sure if he was more eager for a fight or to get it over with. Either way, he was not one to taunt. He'd rather slit throats before words were exchanged. It made him a fast and efficient assassin. "What is the harm?" asked Soren, who was my third and the complete opposite of Daruk. Soren teased and tortured. He made warfare a game, and was almost gleeful about his kills. Their differences made them a good team, and according to Soren, better lovers. "Let them believe their goddess will save them. They fight harder when they believe." I noted the look of annoyance on Daruk's face before focusing my attention on the soldiers. Despite their name-calling, none had moved to attack. "Where is your king?" I said. None of them spoke, and only one moved, a young, slight man whose face dripped with sweat. His eyes darted upward toward a high terrace and watchtower. I pointed to him. "Spare him. Kill the rest," I said, and lunged, tearing through the air as I rose high above the porch. I saw Frederick stumble back from the ledge where he'd leered, more than likely preparing to watch the start of the slaughter of his people. He had even come dressed in all his finery. He was not prepared for battle. He had assumed he would not have to fight. And I supposed he was right, because I was less like Soren and more like Daruk when it came to execution. When I landed, I swung, and the only sound that escaped the king's lips was a strangled cry before his head slid from his neck to the ground at his feet. His body followed. I picked up his head by his graying hair and the crown that had fallen off. I leapt higher, to the top of the watchtower where the flag of Lita flew, and tore it from its place, replacing it with Frederick's head and crown. Food for flies. When I finished, I dropped to the ground amid the slaughter wrought by my soldiers and approached the mortal who remained. He shook as I approached. "Your name," I said.
Velimir,
he said. "Velimir?" I said. "Welcome to my kingdom." I led my army away from the still-burning remains of Lita, the fourth house to fall to my rule. Once a thriving village of mariners, fishermen, and boat builders, a forest of woodsmen and blacksmiths, and farmers who worked fields of wheat and barley, now reduced to ash. We would rebuild, and it would thrive again, though I had wished to avoid blood and flame altogether. It had been too much to hope for a peaceful surrender from Frederick, who had proclaimed to embody his house symbol, the antelope, a representation of peace and harmony, until my arrival. I had to give him credit. He had planned, though he had more time than the other three kings. In the end, it did not matter how long the remaining houses had to prepare for my arrival. I would take as much as they took from me. Everything. The smell of burning flesh was still singed into my nose, into the very air I breathed. Even now as I filled my lungs, it was with flesh, fire, blood, and pine. But I was used to the scent. It was there at my birth, on the night I was turned, and it had been there since. It was an odor I could not escape, but it was no fault of mine. This was reckoning, the fate earned by the mortals who murdered the one who held my heart, who captured my soul, the one whose love was worth more than the stars in the sky. They insisted she burn for false crimes, and so I insisted they burn for real crimes. As much as the smell inspired my hatred, it also triggered memories of her, and I felt as though my sternum had been cracked and ripped open. I had no control over the suddenness with which I had been taken back to her, and it was as if she had never burned before my eyes. She lay against me, every soft curve touching every edge of mine, and she smelled like jasmine and sage. Her head rested on my chest. Her hair spilled over my skin like silk, thick and dark. She lifted her gaze to mine, and once again I was struck by how much I loved her. I felt it deep in my soul, a connection I could not explain and had never really wanted, made worse by the knowledge that I would lose her. She traced my lips. "I will take you far from here one day," I told her. "We can live on a farm at the base of a mountain, and you can practice magic the way you've always dreamed." She only ever wished to teach, and at first, High Coven had seemed like a dream. She would be part of a group of witches who hoped to share peaceful magic. But as the kings of Cordova became involved, it slowly turned into a nightmare that had ended in mass death. She smiled, and it was sad, and I had not understood it then, but knew now she'd already seen her end. Still, she indulged me. "And we will have children?" I swallowed something thick and sharp in my throat. "I will give you as many as you wish for." "I have names," she whispered. I raised my brows. "Oh?" "Cora for a girl," she answered, "and Alec for a boy." I had to grin. "After me?" Alexander was my middle name. "Yes," she said, "because he will have your heart, fierce, undying, loyal." I pressed my lips to hers, and as I kissed her, I gripped her to me, because I thought I could prevent what happened next. But the vision always ended the same way. with her being ripped from my arms and tied so tight to the beam upon which she would die, her skin bubbled between the ropes. Her hair was matted with blood, her body scarred from the whip, but her dark eyes were clear. She was prophesizing. I'd wanted her to fight, but I knew it was over when she met my gaze as the flames licked her feet. "You are destined for this world," she had said, though those words were far prettier than the reality. I was a plague upon this world, and I intended to continue as such. I wondered if this was what she had seen in those moments before her death. Did she know I would ravage the world in her name? Yesenia. A harsh caw grounded me in the present and drew my attention skyward, where Soren circled in the form of a falcon. He was a trusted tracker, messenger, and spy. He landed on the trail in front of us and shifted just as we came to a halt. "I have news from Lara," Soren said. I waited, anticipation tightening my body. It was the hope that at least one of these ill-fated kings would learn that there was only one way to survive me. Maybe that would be Henry de Lara, who was next in line for conquest. "King Henry has requested a meeting," Soren said. I traded a look with Daruk. I already knew he was suspicious. I'd heard one word erupt from his mind like a whip. Trap. Perhaps, I acknowledged aloud, but nevertheless futile. Soren approached and mounted his horse, which was to my right. "He invites you to Castle Fiora tomorrow night at sunset to discuss terms for surrender." I wondered what he hoped to bargain in exchange for my rule. What would the mortal king ask for beyond what I planned to offer, which was nothing more than what he already had, save that King Henry would no longer rule sovereign? We continued until we were on the border of Lara before the sun had risen over the horizon. The camp had already been prepared by a party of soldiers sent ahead, and black tent after black tent peppered the area, made to protect us against the burning rays of the sun. A sun I'd once spent hours beneath, training and fighting for a king I would later murder. My army dispersed, retiring to their tents to feed from their vassals, mortals who offered their blood, and rest. Though if King Henry held to his promise of surrender, or at least talk of it, they would be resting longer than usual. I dismounted Shadow outside my tent, but instead of going in, I walked to the middle distance between it at what would be the boundary of Lara. The trees were leafless and silvery, and though the morning was getting lighter by the second, darkness still lingered in deep pockets of the forest. I was being watched. I knew because I could hear the thoughts of those who saw me, tinged with fear and rage. "That must be the Blood King, ugly bastard." "King Henry is a coward. We should let the sun cook these motherfuckers." "The princess will want to see this." The last thought had me curious. The princess? Who was King Henry's daughter? "King Henry may have agreed to a truce, but will his people obey?" Daruk asked as he strolled up beside me. "They may not," I said. "But King Henry cannot take responsibility for a few rogue attackers, just as I cannot be responsible for killing them." I turned to Daruk. "You need to relax. Shall I inform Soren?" My general narrowed his eyes. "I can take care of Soren." "Probably," I reasoned. "But do you need to?" He raised a brow. "If you wish to discuss love lives, then perhaps you would be better off moving on from Yesenia." The blow was meant to wound, and there was a part of me that knew Daruk meant what he said, but he had never lost the love of his life. Soren had been with him for over 200 years. They had been mortal together, and now they were immortal together. Since Yesenia died, I'd been alone even when my bed was occupied because I'd been waiting for the day when she would reincarnate. And until I found her, I would never rest.
Adrian, even if you find her, she won't remember you,
Daruk said. This wasn't the first time he'd tried to remind me of this. I looked away, clenching my jaw. She would remember me eventually, if she trusted me enough, if she let me drink her blood. We can fall in love again, I said through my teeth. Her soul will call to mine.
Adrian?
Good night, Daruk, I snapped, no longer wishing to speak. I stepped past him and headed into my tent, annoyed to find I wasn't alone. Saphira, I said. The blonde vassal stood before the brazier, warming her hands. Her dress was thin, and as she turned to me, I could see her nipples pebbled against the fabric, and a nest of dark curls at the apex of her thighs. She wanted to fuck. She always wanted to fuck. It wasn't that I didn't think she was beautiful. It wasn't that I was opposed to fucking her either. But I would only feed from and fuck my soulmate. And Yesenia had yet to incarnate. Saphira had made her choice. And while she hoped to become more to me, she never would.
My king,
she said, and curtsied, pressing her hand to her breast, which succeeded in drawing my attention. As she rose, she drew her hair to the side, exposing the hollow of her neck.
Hungry?
Her tone was low, almost smoky. It wasn't usual, and I found myself annoyed more than aroused, as I think she had intended. No, I'm not, I said. You should return to your tent before sunrise. She froze, her eyes widening a little.
Even if you aren't hungry, you should eat. You need to keep up your strength.
I appreciate your concern, Saphira, I said. She took that as an invitation to touch me, planting her hand upon my chest. I took her wrist and pushed her hand away. But I do not require your blood tonight. I moved past her, farther into my tent. She lingered.
Perhaps I could help you in other ways,
she suggested. I looked at her. You want to suck my cock? Her eyes flashed, and she drew her bottom lip between her teeth.
I am very skilled.
As I have no doubt. I too am skilled. With my hand. As it is, I'd rather its company than yours. A viciousness crept into her features, and for the first time since I'd entered my tent, I saw the real Saphira. She lifted her head just an inch, jaw tight.
Good night, Your Majesty.
She turned on her heels and left. Thank fuck. I was finally alone. I sank into a chair near my desk, cradling my head in one hand. I was frustrated. I was angry. I was exhausted.
You work too much,
Yesenia said, and I inhaled a painful breath.
Come,
she coaxed. Her lips touched my ear, then her teeth, and I let her take my hand and guide me to the bed. She hovered over me, body draped in a shift that dipped low enough for me to watch her breasts as her lips pressed kisses down my chest, over my stomach. And when she came to the bulge of my cock, which pressed heavily against the fabric of my trousers, she covered it with her mouth as she unlaced them. I let out a slow breath and groaned as she took me into her hand, flesh against flesh.
Relaxed?
She asked. I nodded. The only words on the tip of my tongue were a command. Take me into your mouth. But I'd rather she took the lead. She drew her hand up and down my shaft only a few times before her mouth closed over the crown of my cock, and she sucked, she licked, and she took me fully into her warm, wet mouth. When I came, it was into my hand, and I was alone. I woke to a feeling of unease. It stayed in my chest, claws deep, and drew me from bed. I left my tent before the sun dipped below the horizon and crept between the trees like mist clinging to the earth. I was searching for what had caused this sensation. It was more like intuition, a feeling that something was off in the environment around me. It was a feeling Yesenia had insisted I pay attention to. "The body knows before the mind," she would say. I clung to that, to the knowledge that when I met her in this lifetime, she would somehow know me, and I would somehow know her. I smelled the Striga before I could see it, which was often the case. Striga were humans who had died from the blood plague, a plague my army and I could spread at will. Since their stench often alerted their prey of their arrival, the only thing they had on their side was speed. I followed the scent. Though I did not think the creature was the thing causing me unrest, I did not mind an evening hunt. Except that when I found the monster, it had already discovered its target, and she was battling it. A woman stood at the center of a clearing, facing off with the bent Striga. I could only see her profile, a beautiful face framed with dark hair. She brandished a blade that gleamed in the dying light. The creature was motivated only by hunger. Desperate to reach for her, it charged quickly, and as it sank upon her blade, it swiped at her with its long, curled claws. Her cry of pain told me she had been hit. Still, she remained in control, withdrawing the blade and swinging. It took another chop before the Striga's head rolled from its body. She kicked it farther with a frustrated growl. I was desperate to look into her eyes, to see her face, because I knew her. That feeling in my chest intensified, a tangle of emotions I did not even want to acknowledge. They were desperate and painful and too hopeful to even touch. Then there was the hunger, a carnal thirst that burned my throat and dried my mouth. I wanted to partake of her blood, and I wanted to fuck her. Suddenly, I cursed myself for not taking from Saphira. Before I knew what I was doing, I had crossed the clearing to stand behind her. She turned quickly, her blade and eyes clashing with mine. Yesenia. I wanted to call her by her name, but it was not hers. Not anymore. And the woman before me was also different. Beautiful beyond measure, to be sure. Brown skin and eyes, inviting lips that were parted as she stared back at me. A touch of pink dusted the high points of her cheeks, and I wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or cold. My eyes shifted down to her ruined dress. Through the tears, I could see the sensitive swell of her breasts. It was possible she was also feverish. Astriga's claws were deadly, and infection set in quickly for mortals. "What are you doing all the way out here?" I asked, more to myself than her, but I wanted to know everything about her, this new life she had lived. She studied me, mistrusting. She was trying to figure out where I came from. I knew because the longer she faced me, and the more chaotic the energy between us became, the clearer I could hear her thoughts. "Who are you?" she demanded. She's used to control, I thought. I lowered my sword and compelled her to do the same. I did not have complete mind control, and it was only possible on those who were highly emotional, which meant they were more susceptible to my abilities. "I am many things," I said. "Man, monster, lover." They were all things I had been to her when she was Yesenia, and I wanted to be again. "That's not an answer," she scowled. "I think what you mean is that's not the answer you want." "You are toying with me." I smiled, and I could not help teasing one of my fangs, which was elongating behind my teeth, body still desperate to feed. Was this how it would be until she invited my bite? "What is it you want from me?" I asked. I could think of a lot of things I wanted her to say. I wanted her to ask for my teeth, for my bite, for my cock. I would fill her with my cum and drain her of blood. and it would be the most pleasure either of us had had in a long while. She swallowed, and I was drawn to her throat.
I want to know why you're here.
I was tracking the Striga when it changed course. Once again, my gaze dipped to her ruined dress, and the flesh the creature had managed to destroy. I see why. She lifted her hand to cover herself, but let out a pained breath as she touched the shredded skin. I'd never wanted to heal someone so much in my life, in part to sate my thirst, but I also hated her pain, because her thoughts were opened to me. I could feel it every time she did. I winced internally.
I killed it,
she said, and I could tell she was losing her grip on consciousness. I see that too, I replied, quiet, voice dropping to a languid tone, one I hoped was far more comforting.
I should go,
she whispered, but she didn't move. You should, I agreed, but you won't. She wouldn't because she couldn't get far in her current state. I stepped forward, and she seemed to regain her ability to move, driving toward me as she released her blade. I caught her wrist and pulled her against me. I wanted to groan with relief, to bury my head in her hair and my teeth in her neck. But those were things I could not do. I had to know this woman first. She had to trust me, to love me, or I would never have her at all. I held her face between my hands, studying her eyes for only a moment before dropping my gaze to her lush lips. I brushed my thumb across them, wishing more than anything to press my mouth to hers. But for now, I wanted words. "What is your name?" I asked. She shivered against me, and I felt a fire roar to life in the pit of my stomach. I gripped her tighter.
I am Isolde,
she answered, hushed. Who are you? I asked, and when she answered, I understood the command in her presence. It was something Yesenia had not had. She had always wanted to blend in, to go unnoticed. The issue was that she burned brighter than anyone, and she still did.
I am Princess of the House of Lara.
Isolde. I repeated her name. My sweet. Her chest rose, drawing my attention, and my hunger took root. I bent and traced her wounds with my tongue, and if I had not been convinced of her identity before, it was confirmed as I tasted her blood. There were memories here of the first time I saw her in King Drago's great hall, the hall I would one day come to own. We had danced that night, bodies close, trading smiles and sly looks, and when she'd slipped from the room, I followed her and kissed her under the night sky. She had clung to me as she did now. Her shuddering breaths felt like my own, and when I drew away, I thought I could see an ember in her eyes, a kernel of remembrance. To her, a moment of weakness. She jerked in my grasp, as if realizing she had exposed herself, and stumbled back.
You're a monster.
She said it more for herself, deflecting the actual pleasure she took from my mouth. I smirked. I healed you, I pointed out. The true monster was the Striga who had harmed her in the first place, but I knew how she had been raised to think of me. This would be far more challenging than just hoping she would love me. She would have to come back from a hate.
I didn't ask for your help.
Would you have rather died? I wanted to ask. But I would never let that happen. I would never live without her again. I'd sworn it upon the blood I spilled every day after my birth as a vampire. No, but you enjoyed it. Her eyes narrowed, gleaming angrily, and I liked the pout of her mouth.
You were controlling me.
She wasn't completely wrong. I do not control emotions. Her dark eyes flashed, and she lifted her blade. I almost loved that she wanted to kill me. It hinted at her passion, Anger suits you, my sweet. I like it. That only made her angrier, but she was curious about me more than she feared me.
It is still daylight. How are you able to walk among us?
She had hoped that she would eventually be able to defeat us. I could tell by her thoughts. She feared our continued evolution, and she was right to. This world would have to end for a new one to begin, and I would bring about the end. It is nearly sunset. This time is not so dangerous for someone like me. Not like it was for newer vampires. I studied her a moment longer. I did not want to leave her, but I knew if I lingered she would just continue to fight me, and I would just want her blood. We'll meet again, Princess Isolde. I'll make sure of it. I was gone from the clearing faster than she could lift her blade, but I had only gone far enough to watch her from between the trees. She stood there for a few moments, blade lifted and tense before she relaxed. Her head fell back, and she stared up at the sky. She was confused, frustrated, and insanely aroused. Fuck. I left her then, because if I lingered, my cock would overtake any rational thought. There would come a time when I could claim her, and it would be soon, because I knew what I would ask King Henry for during his surrender. It would likely come as a shock to him and Dark as well, but most of all to her. And in the end, it did not matter whether the king said yes or no. Isolde de Lara would be my wife. This concludes King of Battle and Blood by Scarlett St. Clair, narrated by Lily Drake and Kurt Bonham. Copyright 2021 by Scarlett St. Clair. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Scarlett St. Clair and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
you.